Welcome to growthtofreedom.com, the show that brings you inspiration, transformation, and leadership. We're helping you connect the dots, see the blind spots, and get unstuck so you can go out and create more sales, more growth, more momentum, more profitability, more importantly, so you can go out and have a bigger impact, have a bigger reach, and make a bigger contribution. Is that what you want? If that's what you want, you are going to love today's episode. In today's segment, we're celebrating our 300th episode and 30 years in business. And our theme for a series of over 14 interviews is you're just one breakthrough away from that next level breakthrough. And what you're about to hear and see are from a series of some of the best experts in the world who've been an important part of my life, either as a friend, either as a mentor, or as a client. You're going to be able to learn from Chris Atwood, Joshua Shafran, Joe Polish, Yannick Silver, Mark Victor Hansen, Mike Aguilera, Randy Gage, Brian Tracy, Janet Atwood, Joel Weldon, Dr. Jeremy Weiss, Kevin Thompson, Dr. Christy Lopez, and more. So I hope you are ready and you're in store. So you're going to want to grab a pen, grab a piece of paper, jot down some notes. If you know a founder, if you know a CEO, if you know a business owner who is looking to access some of the greatest insights and wisdom in the world today, then share this episode with them. You can get this episode available at growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. If you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. That's growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. Are you ready? Are you ready? Because guess what? Our first guest is coming up. Let me ask you a question. What would it be worth to be able to get in connection, to be able to get in alliance with two critical things? One, with the right relationships and alliances, and two, by being able to pursue your passion. To be able to pursue your passion. Our guest expert is someone who I consider a dear friend. He's been a mentor. He's been a client. He's been someone who's been an advocate. He's been an advisor. He's someone that if I need insight, strategy, he's one of the first people I call. He's the best-selling author, co-author of the book called The Passion Test. He's also best-selling author, co-author of the book called Hidden Riches. He is a leading figure in the transformational world. He's a master of creating what is called enlightened alliances. And this is true. In fact, if I had to stem back my journey for the last 2 decades now, this one relationship has probably helped instigate or ignite, I'm holding this match right here for a reason, ignite more opportunities, more connections, more breakthroughs than any one person that I know of. I'm incredibly grateful. So alliances, he's the co-author of these 2 incredible books I mentioned. He's part of some of the biggest strategic alliances in the transformational industry. In fact, did you know this? Have you ever heard of this movie called The Secret? Well, Chris was responsible for over 70% of the interviews for the book and the movie phenomenon, The Secret. He's also a founding member of the Transformational Leadership Council created by Jack Canfield. He's got over 30 years of experience. He'll tell you a little bit about what he's doing today, but literally, Chris took 10 years for his own inner development, spending 8 to 10 hours a day in deep meditation. Like, what would that do for you, do you think, to spend 10 years, 8 to 10 hours a day in deep meditation? As far as freedom, peace, being able to let go of the things that just don't matter to bring in the things that are. So, Chris, it's an honor, it's a pleasure as you kick off our series, 300 episodes, 30 years on this journey. We're one breakthrough away. How are you?
Congratulations, Dan. 30 years, man. You don't look that old. How could you do that?
Neither do you. We have the same barber, in fact.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Good stylist, man.
So incredibly grateful, Chris, to have you. Before we get into it, for those who might not know a lot about you, why are you doing what you're doing today in transformational leadership, strategic and enlightened alliances, and more?
Yeah, well, you know, Dan, here I'm really going to show my age now, but in 1970, I was a freshman in college at the University of California at Santa Barbara. And I remember standing, watching as 50 police came charging across the field from their school bus that brought them in, lined up in front of a crowd of about 3,000 students in front of a Bank of America that was burning in the background. And I watched as the kids were throwing rocks and bottles at and yelling terrible things at the police, as the police, many of them not much older than the kids in the crowd, that got angrier and angrier, and then their captain told them to charge the crowd, and they started beating up the kids, and then they'd fall back, and the kids would get angrier and angrier and angrier until finally the crowd just rushed the police, and the police, quite naturally, if you can imagine, turned around, ran as fast as they could back to their bus. And at that time, I was a 17-year-old kid just watching all this, Dan, and I thought, I don't want to live in a world like this. I don't want to live in a world where people hate each other, where they're beating each other up, where they're throwing stuff at each other, where they're saying terrible things to each other. And so really from that moment, I dedicated my life in whatever way I could find that I felt was most effective to be able to transform people's lives and through that to transform the world. So that's why I do it.
And you, I will say you've transformed my world. Both you and Janet are two of the greatest gifts in the world to me, my family, my kids. So many direct and indirect things that have come from that. You've had a lot of success over the years, but I want to tune in and start kind of with the opposite of that, right? As you have worked with so many different types of people, some of the world's leaders, right? Everyday people who are wanting to get started, and a lot of people in between. What do you see right now anyway, currently, right? Because a lot has changed, of course, in the last 9 months. I mean, you kind of described it like, well, that was X number of years ago, but that like we could walk outside the door based on the time we're doing this. And it's kind of that way right now, right? So
it is.
Like, what do you see are some of the biggest mistakes that a lot of people are making on this journey in business or success or personal development?
I'm going to talk about it in terms of the area that I've kind of focused on in my life, Dan, which is how do you build relationships with people? Because I feel like right now, more than anything else, we're forced to come back inside, with lockdowns and with COVID and all the stuff that's going on with the civil unrest, all of the things that have been happening. We're really forced to come back inside. And that's a time to reflect. But it's also a time to build teams. It's a time to surround yourself with people who will lift you up, who will keep you inspired, who believe in you, people who will help you move forward and take the next step. And as you build new relationships, there's one thing that I found to be absolutely critical, Dan, and I think you've heard me say this many times, so it won't come as a big surprise. But if you want to build a relationship with someone, whether it's just someone that you'd like to do business with, or you'd like to be a friend with even, or someone who's famous, someone who's well known, someone who's hard to reach or get to. The most important thing you can do is figure out what is it that is their most critical need. What is the thing that's most important to them right now? What is the thing that they care most deeply about? And are you in a position to help them with that in some way? And as you know, Dan, the definition that I use for how do you find that perfect person, that perfect organization that is your ideal alliance partner, it's that person or organization who has a critical need that you're uniquely qualified to fulfill. And in fulfilling your critical need, in fulfilling their critical need, you fulfill your own at the same time. This is what I call an enlightened alliance.
And being able to operate in a place of passion at a high level of contribution, right? Yeah. And be able to operate both being able to give and receive openly, right? With, many times the financial byproducts of that are just that, like they become less important as you get it right. And you've done that. You've helped a lot of other people, do that as well.
Well, and Dan, if I may, you asked me what's the biggest mistakes that people are making. And one of the biggest mistakes that I see, not just now, but for a long time, is that when people are worried about their own situation, when they're trying to get something going, when they're trying to make their business work, the biggest mistake that I've seen that people make when they're approaching someone new is that they're thinking about themselves. Now, you don't do this, and you don't do this at all. You're one of the great examples of someone who, the first thing I see you when you doing when you're meeting someone new is, how can I help this person? What do they need? How can I support them? How can I make a difference for them? And that's where everyone needs to come from. When you start thinking about, oh, I can help you do this and this because I want you to do that, then people shut down, particularly people who are busy and who already have a lot of stuff going on. They just sort of ignore people who are focused on it.
I mean, that's such great advice. Do you remember that trip we took to the Sedona together?
I do. That was a long time ago, Dan. I do.
Yeah, I figured I'd kind of create a pattern interrupt there by bringing that up. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And that came out of
fun.
like being spontaneous, just all of us coming from this place of contribution, right? And you had a couple group of people that were there, and you said, "Hey, you want to come along?" And I'm like, "Sure, why not?"
Sure,
we had our
why
car
not?
ride and got a chance to know each other. You know, this is what, close to 20 years ago. I don't remember the exact date, but somewhere around there.
Yeah.
And when you're open this way, like as you're listening right now, as you're watching, like if you're, in a place where you might have hit a plateau, or maybe you're stuck a little bit, like what would happen for you if you just started to focus, like Chris shared with you, to start asking people, what is your most critical need you need help with right now, right? Or that you want help right now. Like if you ask just 5 people a day, and you really made a commitment to do that 5 times a day, every day, 5 days a week, in a matter of a couple years or less, your life, your business would be transformed, right? And here's the key though. Here's a fact about doing this. Why? I'm not perfect, Chris. I thank you for that. I'm not perfect at this. I've worked really hard at this because it's just how I saw my family operate. And I, have decided to just kind of follow that, but it hasn't always worked out. And in fact, over 90% of the asks and the ability to connect people to things are not going to have anything to do with your business. And this is the key. When you are detached to that and you just come from a place to go, let me get you connected to something that can help you first, then it just creates karma back directly today, but more importantly for the long term, right? You don't walk up to somebody in a restaurant if you're single and go, hey, you want to get married? So many people I see are walking up to people every minute going, you want to get married? Instead of allowing space. I think you're one of the best people I know, Chris, that, speaking of space and peace and freedom and allowing things to, have air and breath around them, and that breath around it creates a really healthy culture. And how would that shift the game for you as you're watching or listening right now? Now, Chris, I mean, this is a huge strategy. And one of the temptation I really want to reinforce is you're listening, you're watching. Don't underestimate the power of simplicity here. Don't, right? Now, Chris, what are a couple, not to undermine this at all, because this is so critical. What would you say, as you've worked and are currently working with your clients right now and in different roles that you do to help companies transform what they're doing and their impact in the world? Like, what are 1 to 3 add-on strategies to this that you're like, this is what you ought to look to be doing that can change the game for you? What would be 1 to 3 of those be that you can think of?
Well, one of them, and I'm glad you said don't underestimate simplicity, because one of them gets overlooked a lot, and that is to watch your data. I mean, I know so many entrepreneurs, and you asked me about my clients. I have clients who have been extremely successful, but they watch their businesses go up and down like this. And the result of, and the reason for that is because what I've seen too many entrepreneurs do is that they're really good at getting out there and getting something going, and they have a really good intuition often, or good marketing ability. And then things seem to be going well, and then they sort of sit back and relax, and then until the bank account starts getting low. And then they go, wait, I better put some attention back on this. And so then, and start going for it again. And what I've seen we've been able to do with some of my clients is to even out that curve. So instead of it going like this, it's more like this. by just watching the numbers. Simple things like make sure you've got a great bookkeeper who's giving you financial statements every month, and learn how to read those financial statements, because when you're watching what's going on in your business and you can see, you'll begin to see patterns in the business. You'll begin to see that there's a period during the year maybe that sales have traditionally dipped a bit, and so what can you do during those few months that will bring the business up so that you don't have to see that dip, for example. Or maybe their expenses, the things that you're investing in, you thought were really going to pay off, but they're not really providing any real return to the business, even after 6 months, a year, 2 years. It's time to drop those things. So forgive me, I know this is like simple, basic stuff, but so many entrepreneurs miss this. And one of the most important things I think that any entrepreneur can have is a really good bookkeeper, someone who keeps the numbers, can organize them well, make them easy to understand. And if it's not your skill, if this isn't the thing you do well, then get someone, a consultant, a partner, an employee, somebody who does do that well, who can do it for you. You don't have to do everything yourself, but it is important that you watch those numbers. The other thing I would say is that marketing drives everything. And if you don't have great marketing, then you don't have sales. And if you don't have sales, it doesn't really matter how much you watch the numbers. It's not going to do you much good. And so figure out early on, what is your talent? What is your skill? What is the thing that makes you different and unique and separate from everybody else? And then really drive that. And then for the other stuff that has to be done, because there is other stuff that has to be done, then get partners or employees or consultants or contractors or somebody else who do those things for you. You know, this, I think you know Dan, Janet and I. Janet is my ex-wife, business partner, best friend, the godmother of my children, and co-author of The Passion Test. And Janet and I, when we started our business, just shortly before we met you, we called it Enlightened Alliances, because we really wanted to create relationships with people that we really loved hanging out with, being with, even if we didn't do business with them, that we would enjoy having them as for friends. People like Dan Kushel, for example. And we did that because we recognized that both Janet and I have a strength in building relationships. And there are lots of ways of building a business. The way we did it is through relationships. As you said, Dan, you know, we arranged most of the interviews that were done for the movie The Secret. We have created some of the major relationships in the transformational industry. When we launched our book, or when we launched The Passion Test as a self-published book initially, someone sent us an email, and this is a quote: "You got to watch what the Atwoods are doing, because everyone in the transformational industry is mailing for their launch." And this is before there were much launches, you know.
Right.
So, and that was all built on alliances, because that's what we're good at. So you need to find, what are you good at? You know, what are the things that you do really well that are your strengths? And then combine those things, what I call your skills and your talents, with the things you love to do, the things that light you up, the things that you care most deeply about. And these are your passions. And when you combine those two things, connect those with a third thing, which is what do other people need? What will people pay for? What does society need? You take your passions, your skills, and your talents, connect them with that need. Then you have a business that's both meaningful, profitable, and which lights you up and gets you excited every day that you're doing.
And if you're looking to have a business or a life that's more meaningful, purposeful, and impactful, Chris is someone to get connected to, learn from. You can get the book, The Passion Test, The Hidden Riches. You can go find, Chris, if people want to learn more about you, how can they connect with you? Where can they get in touch with you?
Well, I think the best thing that will serve the people who are listening is to go to thepassiontest.com, because that's where you can discover your passions. That's where you can get clear on what it is that matters most to you in your own life. And you can create a plan for how you can create a life aligned with those passions. My life these days is mostly spent doing private consulting and mentoring with a very select few clients. I don't do a lot of public work. I'm working on private projects right now. One of my passion project right now, Dan, is taking a specific form of meditation. You mentioned that I spent 10 years in long meditation. It's taking a specific form of meditation that has had immense amount of research showing that it creates what are called field effects. It creates an influence, not just on the individual, but on the environment around them, and seeing how can we apply that to begin to shift the experience that we're all having in the world right now. And basically, I'm in the process of putting together presentations and going to billionaires to talk to them about the science and what's behind it, and help them understand the science of Einstein and Planck and Schrödinger, and how we can apply it today to actually transform our world in a significant way. So that's what I'm up to. But I think the passion test is the best way for anyone who's listening to actually learn something that's going to help you.
So get access to the passion test. I have gone through this probably a dozen times over the last 20 years. It's a book I've had earmarked. I've got notes. I've got binders full of notes and refinements. And I mean, it's an amazing program. Go to passiontest.com. We'll have the links in the show notes. Again, you can come back to this episode at growthtofreedom.com/300. Passiontest.com. Go check it out. You can learn more about what Chris is up to, what Janet's up to, Janet Attwood, the co-author of this book, and a lot of the different work that they're involved in, which is amazing. Chris, as we wind this down, I have two last questions. One, this may sound like a really strange question, but who's a mentor or a coach that you would call like your favorite, or a couple favorites, or somebody that's inspired you most as you view it?
Yeah. So I would say, first of all, the founder of the Transcendental Meditation Program, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, was someone that I studied with for many years, having an understanding about life and about myself. He opened the doors to that in ways that blew my mind. The other person, most significant person, I would say, is a woman by the name of Byron Katie. Byron Katie teaches something called the work. It's a process of self-investigation, of investigating your the thoughts that cause you suffering and unhappiness. And when I discovered Katie's work, it completely blew my mind, completely transformed the way I look at life, and really opened the door. The two of those two mentors in particular, those two teachers, they opened the door to a level of fulfillment in life that I never even could have dreamed was possible. And I'm supremely grateful for that.
And speaking of fulfillment, speaking of alliances, speaking of transformation, Chris, thank you. I mean, you've packed an amazing amount of wisdom in 20 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever it's been. And we could go longer. And I do want to go longer. And I want to get you and Janet together. And I want to have this discussion about you being married and then you not, and then still having, I mean, like one of the best relationships I've ever seen in the world. And I'm so incredibly grateful for our friendship. And I want to encourage you, as you're watching or listening, go check out the passion test, go through it, and then send Chris and Janet a note about how this has impacted you. And if you want to experience a life of fulfillment, look into what Chris is pursuing, how he's pursuing it. Look at the mentors he mentioned, Byron Katie, as well as the founder of Transcendental Meditation. As well. You won't be disappointed. And Chris, thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for spending the time with us. I know this is not something you do regularly, and it's an honor and a gift. And to have you as our kickoff to this is, I mean, it's amazing. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. Dan, I think you know that I value our friendship deeply and dearly, and I so appreciate you and all the contribution that you have made, not only to my life, but to the clients and the people that you worked with, thousands of people that you've helped through the years. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. There you have it. I encourage you. Take action with what Chris has shared. It's relationship capital. It's identifying what's the most critical need right now. Watch your data. Marketing is like air in a helium balloon. Without it, it doesn't matter if you count the numbers. That balloon is going to die. At the end of the day, identify what are you good at? What are your skills? What are your talents is? What do you love to do? Bring those things together and pursue a life of purpose, pursue a life of passion. And when you do, if you come from this place that Chris has just described in amazing detail for you, you will find meaning. You will find fulfillment. And that's what we want for you. And ideally, If you just apply even one of these things, you're one breakthrough away from that next big breakthrough to go out and have a bigger impact, have a bigger reach, have a bigger contribution. Seize the day. We'll see you in the next segment with one of our guests right after this. Let me ask you a question. Are you in a place where you might want to be building a business that's built from a place of prosperity versus scarcity? Were you able to tap into hidden opportunities to be able to understand and unlock an avalanche of hidden opportunities lying at your feet? Well, if that's the case, you are going to love our guest expert that's with us as part of the 300 episodes, 30-year series that we're celebrating today with clients, with friends, with mentors, celebrating this journey that I've had in business, and recognize you're just one breakthrough away. Our guest expert, his name is Joshua Shafran. He's a serial entrepreneur. He's a media expert. He's a business and marketing innovator, a strategist. He's been nicknamed by other experts as the $50 million man, and sometimes even the reclusive millionaire, as well as a multiple best-selling author of The Profit, Income for Life, co-author. I won't say who the other author was, but you might be able to guess, the Work at Home Manifesto, as well as this product that changed the industry, quite frankly, called Net Profits on Demand. And he can help you find and unlock an avalanche of hidden opportunities and talents lying at your feet. Why do I know this? He's someone who helped do that for me. We've known each other for almost 20 years, Joshua, I believe.
Yeah, damn close now.
An amazing journey, and both from our family side of things as well as the business side of things. And I'm incredibly grateful to have you with us and celebrating this journey today. So I want to dive right into it because we made a commitment. We're going to pack a lot of wisdom in about 10 minutes.
Geez, with that introduction, we don't have time for anything else, Dan. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that killed 7 minutes right there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so we got.
I appreciate you bragging on me because I hate doing that for myself, but thank you.
You're welcome. So what do you say? I mean, you've worked, the better part of several decades at this, and we've collaborated on a lot of stuff over the years. But what do you see are some of the biggest mistakes, Joshua, getting in the way of most people's success in business or even personal development right now?
Well, it depends on where they're at in the journey. I think probably like if they're looking specifically for building success online, I think it's probably being overwhelmed, listening to too much noise, having all the voices in your head and not having a clear, cohesive working plan for how does this work for me? Like if you can get past all the illegitimate stuff out there, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like there's millions of amazing, great things that are innovations that are truly legitimate, awesome things, applications, software, SaaS products, the technology, and then different methods of marketing and so on and so forth. What I'm talking about is having a cohesive game plan that's personalized to the individual, the entrepreneur's vision for what they're looking to create, and then blocking out anything that doesn't support that vision. And I think that's probably the biggest issue that I see. And frankly, it's something that I still have to struggle with personally myself.
I mean, it is a struggle, right? I mean, at the end of the day, there's so many mixed messages, right? You got one expert saying this, go left. You got another expert saying, no, don't go left, go right. And so, the voices are from a lot of these experts who, again, as you said, are legitimate, but they differ in methodology. And this is really important. If you're struggling with, overwhelm, burnout, like dealing with these mixed messages, pay close attention to what Joshua shared with you here about tuning into the key question, which is, how does this work for me? Meaning you, as you're watching or listening, right now. Now, Joshua, again, I'm going to jump around just a little bit here, partially because of the time factor. But again, you've been doing this for several decades. Do you give me some people a lot of context? You've had ups, you've had downs, you've had a lot more ups than downs. But why are you?
I wouldn't say a lot more ups than downs. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, like the overall results outweigh the failures, but the failures outnumber the successes by far.
Yeah. And, you know, some of the, you know, we've talked about this over and over, right? For every one winner, there'll be like 6, 7 losers, right? And a lot of people don't have the stamina mentally, emotionally to deal with that. And like, that's part of, you know, journey of, you know, decades of experience and work and still being able to play the game and enjoy it and love it and still be able to help people. So why are you doing what you're doing today?
Well, it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, is getting real clear on my stupid human trick and what it is that I want to contribute and make an impact on the world with. And when I stay centered there, my decision-making process is real simple. When I get distracted and think about all the different things that I could be doing, then I start, you know, doom, 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 doom. And like, good news, bad news with me is that I believe that I can learn anything, do anything, and I can create the, you know, figure it out. But that doesn't mean that it's to be done, you know, by me. And so when I've gotten real clear and stay in touch with what my stupid human trick is and what I want to do in the world, which for me is empowering others and empowering myself to boldly mold an unprecedented bigger future on their terms, you know, according to what they determine that to look like for them. And unprecedented is a key word there because it's never before been reached, at least by them or in the way that they want to do it. And I'm not interested in regurgitating the same old shit that everybody else has done. I want to empower people to, you know, live boldly so that they can leave a trail behind them of the different, you know, that other people will point to as proof and evidence that it'll work, but they, you know, forge their own path, so to speak. And when I stay centered there, life's good.
Yeah. And speaking of being centered there, right. And really focusing on that stupid human trick, right? What do you see right now? I mean, you're very prolific at what you do, right? And you help people get a lot of momentum with what they do. Like, what are 1 to 3 strategies that you see working right now that people would be well served to be focusing on those 1, 2, or 3 strategies? What are they? And how would you
Start with
them?
process goals first. Not outcome oriented goals. And what I mean by that is get a little bit of momentum under your belt first. And I'm my working title for this concept is the law of momentuming. And, you know, by focusing in, I think that we get bogged down in the details when we think it has to look a certain way. We want a certain outcome. And so then we start second guessing ourselves and we get zero momentum as a result of that. And so what a process goal means to me is to, number one, focus in on the activities that you want to do and celebrate the fact that you honored your word and that you got some forward motion and that you don't give a crap about what it looks like and what the outcomes are superfluous. I used to call this give yourself permission to fail. Now it's the process oriented goals, because as soon as you can get over that outcome having to look a certain way, then you're freed up to start to create momentum, and you'll find that it actually can build on itself rather rapidly. So that's one particular method that I highly recommend everybody, you know, if you're not in momentum, if you're in inertia right now and you're looking to overcome that is at least for me and the people that I've shared this with, the easiest way to you know, create momentum for yourself and get that breathing room. And remember, it's just like the law of compounding, right? You know, penny a day, doubled it every day, 100% compounding for 30 days, it turns into $5 million in that doubling cube, right? But the secret is that if you stop doubling it when it feels like it's not doing anything, like on days 1 through 14, when by day 14 you're only making like, I think, $1.68 in that process, and you're saying, well, this isn't working, you never get to day 30 if you don't, you know, allow the process, the compounding to continue. It's the same thing with gaining momentum towards anything that you're looking to accomplish.
Yeah. And that works in, you know, it works in business, that works in health, it works in, you know, with kids, it works with adults and everywhere in between. You know, I'm experiencing that, you know, law of momentum concept with my son, Kyler, you know, that he plays football and, you know, and we're in now his 3rd year, you know, and during the week, there's a lot of the practice time and a lot of the grinding it, so to speak, and the process work, right? Working on the repetitions, working on details, working on footwork, working on arm angles, working on escapability, et cetera, right? The process. Right. And then once a week you have the game, and, you get some outcomes from the game, right? And it just so happens that his outcomes are also matching up. But when you put the work into the process, the outcomes many times, the byproduct of it is you get results, right?
Yes, the sum total of your process going in, for sure.
Absolutely. What else? What's another strategy, John? Not to undermine that one, of course. What would be
one?
Well,
I mean, what I recommend is a process of legitimize, personalize, and capitalize. And so when you're evaluating anything that you're looking to build, either, this could apply to any subject in life that you're looking to create a successful outcome that you're not living right now. First of all, legitimize all the illegitimate or all the options out there. In other words, get rid of 95% of the options that are clearly BS, that just have no business even being considered, period. Not for you. And then the second step is personalize it. So you sift out the illegitimate stuff. And especially in the online world, that's going to, eliminate probably 95% plus of the noise that is distracting you, that you're wondering, what you're spending time on. Then if you personalize it according to what you're looking to accomplish, according to your strengths, your weaknesses, your current situation, because it changes, like what you're looking to accomplish right now might be different than what you're looking to accomplish in 3 or 4 years from now, or whatever. And then start to leverage it. And there's always the core concepts. Like in an online business, there's only 3 things in leveraging it that you have to know about, which is, traffic, your marketing system, and which includes your website and the technical stuff involved there, and the optimization sides of it, like making that better. So the communicate, it comes down to some very core, systematic, fundamental benefits and systems. And if you can isolate what those are and stay focused there, and then everything that you're filtering through that, if it doesn't support your personalized, legitimize, and capitalize, plan, then you can say thanks, but no thanks. I'm gonna, maybe later list. Like that's not awesome, but I'm gonna put that on the maybe later pile that I can get back to, so that I don't feel like I'm missing out and I don't have FOMO.
Yeah, that's so good. As you're listening or watching right now, again, if you hit a wall, are you struggling with burnout? Are you feeling a sense of, like, oh my gosh, like I'm missing out, or I'm overwhelmed, or I just, I don't know which way to turn. What would happen for you if, number one, you focused on your stupid human trick? Number two, what if you focused on the process goal versus the outcome goal and realize they come together? Number three, what would happen if you follow Joshua's advice about legitimize, personalize, capitalize? Get rid of the stuff that doesn't fit. Sift it out, sift and sort it quickly. Then focus on your system to be able to leverage the traffic, the marketing system, and the optimization. Now, there's a lot there to unpack. Now, we're just scratching the surface, Joshua, and for the sake of this time together. And by the way, if you're listening or watching right now, you can come back to the full segment of this episode at growthtofreedom.com/300. You never want to miss an episode. You can go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. That's growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. But if someone is interest is peaked to going, man, I like the way this guy thinks about things and simplifies things and help me get out of burnout and overwhelm, how can they reach you? Where can they go to learn more about what you're up to, brother?
Well, thanks for that teeing that up for me. I appreciate the opportunity. They can go visit me at prosperityondemand.com. And there's some really cool stuff that I'm working on there. And it's just one of the other, about a bazillion business models that I've been building. But that one is very, very, very near and dear to my heart. And it combines prosperity consciousness with, in the trenches, real world, like how do you make some business building stuff happen in the online world?
So I want to encourage you, go to Prosperity on Demand to be able to learn how to build a business through prosperity, right? To be able to find out how to tap into working on process goals, to be able to use the law of momentum in your favor, to be able to legitimize, personalize, and capitalize, and as importantly, simplify the process of traffic, your marketing system.
I learned that from you, by the way.
Optimization. Yes. Well, thank you. Now I'm curious, like, a theme of this episode, or of the series of these episodes with, 13, 14 different experts, Joshua, that are sharing their wisdom in this format. It's about one breakthrough away, right? And I know both of us subscribe to mentors and having coaches regularly and, being part of these different things. Who's a mentor or advisor that has inspired you, or maybe a favorite mentor or coach that you've had that you'd like to shout out?
Well, other than the obvious, which is my brother from another mother sitting right above me, at least in my view, I've treasured the time that we've been friends, and more importantly, that we've had the opportunity to collaborate together and learn together and grow together. So for me, it's as much as part of, like as you can tell from the books behind me and the programs, and, I've invested well over, 7 figures in my education and mentoring and learning. But for me, some of the most meaningful, impactful things are the people that I get to work with in depth. And by far, and this isn't me blowing smoke, by far the most memorable collaboration that I've ever had with anybody has been with you. And that's been awesome. So I miss that, by the way, brother.
I feel the same way, brother. And I have been sharing their story a lot lately. You remember our visit together when you flew into the Hilton?
I do.
And
very much.
You had I think I can talk about this publicly. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The 2 Comma Club. So Joshua is actually the founder and creator of the 2 Comma Club. And I can get into more of it later at another time, or if you want to email us and we can give you more of the backstory behind it. But he was the founder and creator of the 2 Comma Club. They had this amazing newsletter of insights and wisdom. And I wanted a recurring passive revenue model, only I really didn't want to do the work to write it. And he had like 20, 25 editions pre-written and pre-done. And when I read these things, I was like, well, if I were going to write something, I'd want it to be that damn good. So he ended up flying in, and we had distribution. We had a client base, and we came together. We sat in the Hilton. You know how you get into relationship with people and you have ideas, and then you have to go through all the legal bullshit that ends up taking months and months, and then you finally implement like 9 years later. If you've ever been through that, you know what I'm talking about. Well, we came together into the Hilton in the morning. We talked about the idea. We loved the idea. And then we started building the idea, and we built the idea, and we launched the idea in the Hilton, and we had a few customers buy the idea like that afternoon. And that chemistry carried forward to some amazing things.
It's kind of funny. I went in with one mission, not to get off track, but I went in with one mission, which was to look for how you could support me in my vision, which you did. But I left and shifted everything to support you and to build something even bigger together with you. And I'm so glad I did.
It's amazing for both of us. And, we ended up having over you probably know the more exact numbers, but I think it was somewhere over 5,000 paid subscribers on the 2 Comma Club monthly newsletter, which was an amazing business all by itself. And then we built some other businesses that grew, phenomenally. So I'm incredibly grateful, brother, for the time.
Likewise, man. Thank you for including me in your favorite people episodes, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What's 1 or 2 action steps you hope someone would take from this quick conversation we had today?
Sort your email and get rid of the other stuff that, unsubscribe to anything, even if it's in the maybe later pile, put it in the maybe later pile, and then give yourself permission to unsubscribe so that you can clear out your headspace, and give yourself permission to personalize it so that you can, just because something's awesome doesn't mean it's awesome for you. And, you got to decide, and only you can decide that. And so be okay with it. Here, poof, I grant you permission to make those decisions.
There you go. You've got it right from the NPod creator, the Jackal, and also the founder of the 2 Comma Club, creator of the 2 Comma Club that later was sold to someone you might know. But nonetheless, take action with what Joshua shared with you. Apply it. And if you want to learn more, I encourage you, go check out what you can go on Amazon. You could see that Joshua's got all kinds of books available. But if you want to get direct direct link, almost feel like you've got him as a guide to your side, then go to prosperityondemand.com, prosperityondemand.com. He built it kind of like being a guide directly on your side as well. It's almost like having him in your pocket, so to speak. So go to Prosperity on Demand.
Plus, there's a really cool on-demand video training series that you'll see if you sync up with what I'm doing there.
Absolutely. So take action. And Joshua, man, I appreciate you, brother.
Right back at you, man. Enjoy the rest of your interviews, man. This is awesome.
Absolutely. Seize the day. Take action. We'll see you on the next segment with one of our next guests, expert. You want to come back, go to growthtofreedom.com/300, growthtofreedom.com/300 for the full series, full segments. If you never want to miss an episode, of course, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. And oh, by the way, do you know a founder, a CEO, an entrepreneur, or business owner that would love to get the value from these insights, this type of wisdom that Joshua has just made available? Make sure to tap him on the shoulder, share the link, share the resources. It's here for you right now. Take action. There you have it. You're just one breakthrough away from your next big breakthrough. And Joshua's just given you at least 5 or 6 strategies you can put in place right now. Seize the day. We'll see you on the next segment. Thanks for watching and listening.
Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com. I have a question for you. How big of an impact would be creating value, connecting with others, and building what's called a genius network be to you in your business? Now, you might ask, well, what is a genius network? Well, today's guest expert is definitively qualified to talk about Genius Network. He went from a dead broke carpet cleaner to being one of the most connected people in the world. He's one of the most sought after marketers and business people, known for his ability to connect with almost anybody. People like Tony Robbins, Sir Richard Branson, Steve Forbes, John McKay, to name a few. And he leverages this concept called genius networking with being able to build what's called a genius network, a community of people who shoot for moonshots and multipliers. That's me, like right there in that little speck, like back there, right there. One of thousands of people that he's impacted, hundreds of thousands that he's impacted over the years. And with his events, as well as consulting, Joe has built thousands of businesses. He's generated hundreds of millions of dollars for his clients, and he's changed the lives of others. And more importantly, he has a big impact and has a big heart to have a big impact with things like Joe Volunteer, Artists for Addicts, Genius Recovery, and helping reduce suffering, not just for entrepreneurs, which he does and has done for decades and decades and decades, but also for the human spirit, the human condition, and transforming lives. He's a good friend. He's someone I've known. Well, how long have we known each other? 17, 18 years now?
Oh, yeah, at least. Long time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long time. So it's amazing to have you here with us, Joe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, I want to dive right into it because, I mean, there's so much wisdom, and we promised that this would be a short segment. We're celebrating 300 episodes, 30 years of business. The people have been important in my life on this journey, and identifying that we're just all one real breakthrough away. So why are you doing what you're doing, Joe, with the work that you do?
Well, I mean, because it's exciting, because it makes money, because it's hanging around really smart, intelligent people, bringing them together, connecting them. I do that. Fortunately, I figured out a way to charge for it. I would still do it for free, even if I didn't get paid for it. But I work intensely. I mean, my big goal is to fund changing the global conversation about how people view and treat addicts with compassion instead of judgment, and find the best forms of treatment that have efficacy. And so that's one of my big projects. And any problem in the world can be solved with the right genius network, which simply means, people that have capabilities and skills, bringing them together, collaborating with them, and then you can figure out how to grow a business, how to solve a problem, how to deal with a challenge, how to get in better physical shape. I mean, the focus for me is health, mental and physical health, because all the money in the world is useless if you're laid up in a hospital bed and you can't function mentally or physically. So health, and then wealth, not just making money, but not losing it. And then ELF, doing things that are easy, lucrative, and fun versus, what we call hard, annoying, lame, and frustrating. And that requires smart people, smart decisions, designing a game that works, for you, not against you. I think the way a lot of people work doesn't work. I mean, I'm even taking next year as a sabbatical, so I'm not working at all, which, a lot of people think I'm the last person they would expect to do that, but I'm going to immerse myself in music and art and recovery work and health related stuff and give myself self perspective. And so while I'm doing that, Genius Network is going to be run by its members. So we have a whole faculty that's going to run it. People that pay me to be members will actually run it, because I don't want it built around me. I want it built around the people in the groups. So to have a Genius Network, if you're the smartest person, you don't learn anything. You're not very coachable. So my whole thing is just curate people that are more capable and more intelligent and more, skilled in areas that I am not. But by bringing them together, it makes everyone better. And so everyone can tap into that Genius Network. So I think everyone in any area of their life, parenting, health, business, whatever your goals or objectives are, who has the skills and capabilities, and that's a Genius Network. And in order to have a Genius Network, you need to do Genius Networking, which is connecting with people of those at that level. And you need to be a Genius Networker, which basically means the way you get things done in your life is you focus on what's in it for them, and just be helpful and be useful and be generous with the right people in the right way, because you can be very helpful and useful to people that don't give a crap about you. So you got to be discerning, but it's about being a giver. I have a book called, Life Gives to the Giver. And so, and it takes from the taker. So those are my thoughts. So just, putting a bunch of givers together and amazing stuff happens.
And speaking of amazing stuff happening, you're going to want to come back to this segment. You get the full series of episodes at growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. So, Genius Networking, Genius Network. You can have a half business or you can have a elf business. Easy, lucrative, and fun versus hard, annoying, lame, and frustrating. Being a giver, not a taker. I mean, there's so much wisdom that Joe just laid out for you in like 2 minutes that you're going to want to come back to this. And, Joe, what is, like having worked together and us known each other for a long, long time, you inevitably get asked by people, almost like, I say this sarcastically, it's the wrong way to go and approach someone like you, where they go, hey, can you show me how and tell me how I can get connected to Richard Branson or Forbes or whatever? It's nonsense, all this bullshit that people do with you. And what do you see are some of the biggest mistakes right now in relationship or, your version, Genius Networking, that people do that like they could solve just real easily in your mind?
Yeah, really not doing homework on people. And what I mean by homework is genuinely like asking someone for something without creating value for them first, or just assuming because you're a hustler or because you've learned how to persuade or that you're good at some certain things, and people somehow should give you time and attention and that they should care about what you want, when in reality, people care about what they want first. And you have to genuinely, it's like people don't buy from you because they understand what you do. People buy from you because they feel understood. And the more that you go into something without a agenda where, oh, I'm going to be tricky, I'm going to be sneaky. The world of marketing is filled with magicians, but a lot of these magicians are unethical. A lot of these people have these, they're egotistical, they're narcissists. So, it's just not showing up with true value creation. It's showing up, mistakes are showing up with an entitlement attitude. Showing up is expecting a pro to give you the time of day when you're not acting like a pro. You can't like go to a pro as an amateur, even if you are an amateur. I mean, look, I started out not knowing what the hell it is I was doing, but as I've built and grown my business, if I wanted something from somebody, I'd try to figure out what can I do to be helpful to them and do it first, not talk about what I'm going to do, but demonstrate it, like demonstrate usefulness. People I want to get hired so I can build websites for someone, or I can do their marketing. What if you actually create a result in advance? What if you show up with a mocked up website? What if you show up having read their entire book before you're asking them to do an interview with them? How about if you become a client of theirs before you ask them to do something for you? Give them money, buy some of the stuff, And so the biggest mistakes are just people that are egotistical, that they watch some, expert and they try to act like they're that before they are that. And that's different than, because you don't have to work your ass off in order to be valuable. Part of it is just being a genuinely caring, helpful person and figuring out what that person may need. I mean, I know a lot of billionaires. I'm not a billionaire, but I have a lot of friends that are billionaires because there's ways that I'm useful to those people that isn't about making more money. It's helping them with their addictions. It's helping them with their connections. And, things like that. So be a result leader, not a thought leader. Any idiot can come up with a thought. And most people steal their thoughts from other people. They're not even their own thoughts. They hear someone read a book, say something, and then they regurgitate it, and they somehow think that makes them an expert. And it may make them sound like an expert, but after a while you get found out. And yeah, so the world of personal development is filled with pontificators, the reporters of success, not people that are really successful. So part of real success is, it's an internal thing, as much as it is an external thing.
There's, again, so many layers of wisdom as you're watching, as you're listening right now. Just show up and create value in advance. Like, you've got a story and you can go learn about it at ilovemarketing.com, go to Genius Network, events.com, geniusnetwork.com, 10xtalk.com. You got so many different examples of people who showed up in your world, like Jonathan Cronstedt. You shared a story about Jonathan, how he called up and he just, was at a place in his life at that time. And now he's a president of a big software company, SaaS company, right? Yeah. And Jonathan, he just wanted to add value. And he said, I'll pay you for like 3 minutes. I'll pay you X dollars for 3 minutes, like just to see if I can get some insight. Like, that's showing up like without the entitlement attitude, right? And
oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like so he didn't have my consulting fee, which was $6,000 an hour, in minimum chunks of 2 hours minimum, right? And so he called the office. He's like, "Can I pay Joe $500 for 10 minutes?" And I was like, "Look, if the guy has enough, balls to like at least offer that, which most people don't, then I'll talk to him." And what did I do? I talked to him for an hour. Ended up, when I went out, this is like a decade ago.
Yeah.
He ended up, coming to work for me. But it's like, I went to dinner with him and stuff like that because, and he admittedly will say it saved him, probably $200,000 because he had this money saved up that he was going to invest. And, he literally, I shouldn't say 200,000 because actually, I think that's what he said. I think he said it was $200,000 because he was going to go borrow money and do all this stuff to do it. And it's funny because he ended up being a sponsor of my events many years later, and we've known each other over all the years. But that's if you don't have any money, what you got is you got time and energy. Because people are like, I don't have money to go. It's like, well, when I was broke, I had a lot of time, I had a lot of energy, and you have to tap into your resourcewulness. And so yeah, and that it's the same thing. Like all the stuff I do on addiction recovery, I don't make any money off of it. But it definitely, there's other ways to get paid in life other than money. You get rewarded with money, but people appreciate you, they utilize you, they refer you, and it enhances you. And I learned that from my buddy Dan Sullivan, who is amazing founder, strategic coach. And so yeah, it's an operating system, and everyone could operate that way. And out of all things I've done, and by the way, congratulations on 300 episodes, which is fantastic.
Thank you, brother.
It's a lot of work, it's a lot of effort, it's a lot of time. And, and part of that, the lesson there is just stick with something, right? If you want something to grow, stay with it, be consistent. You don't just work out once and you're healthy, eat a healthy meal once and you're healthy. It's a consistency. So part of this is just don't be useful one time and think you're going to, it's consistency. And believe me, if I went through all the horror stories and all the crap of trying to build and grow a business, there's a lot, but there's a lot of lessons with it too. And so, yeah, and my whole thing is just keep giving. I even wrote a book called Life Gives to the Giver, and, it's at joesfreebook.com, and it doesn't put people into an upsell funnel that requires them to buy other stuff in order to get the good stuff. It's a good book, right? And if people, come into my world, it's a way to do it. So anything that you're selling, put information in front of it. That's what my friend and client, Jason Fladlin, says. So we've been doing that when I was at Debro Carpet Cleaner. We did consumer guides. We'd put information in front of people. A podcast like you're doing here, you're putting information in front of people that's hopefully helpful to them, build rapport. And then by doing that, they will hopefully become a client and things like that. The key though, is you put useful information in front of somebody first, and don't do it in such a salesy, pitchy way, because then you scare people off. And frankly, I undersell most of the things I do. I give away so much stuff for free that people are like, well, damn, if he gives this away for free, how good will his stuff be if I pay for it? Because most people can't $25,000 a year program. They're not making $1 million plus a year, which is the stuff I actually sell. So, there's lots of ways to be helpful in the world. And, I just love them. I do my best to encourage more people to just be a giver and do your best to avoid takers, because there's a lot of takers in the world.
Absolutely. And, another good example, you've often described how someone treats somebody at a restaurant really shows their character in the rest of their life. And be careful of how you treat people on the way up, because there's the same people on the way down. And Jonathan is a good example of your character. Like, Jonathan was a kind of a newbie at the time, yet you treated him with utmost respect, and then it expanded. And then, now there's still amazing strategic byproducts out of that relationship for both of you. Right?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's another thing too. I remember at the time he's like he wanted to first borrow money to hire me for a full consultant, and I'm like, no, you don't need to do that right now. I'm not going to take your money. That's silly. And anyone that would, knowing your situation, is stupid, because build it up and do that. So yeah, even if you can get money from somebody doesn't mean you should. It's only if in the value creation process that is the best thing. And when people know that you're looking out for their best interest and not taking advantage, they never forget that. And to this day, Jonathan, anything I need, call him, he'll refer, things like that. And I've got hundreds of people like, as a matter of fact, that was funny. I had a guy named Ken Ratowski over my house last night. We had my buddy Mark Tarbell, who won Iron Chef, was cooking us dinner. And then we had Chris Voss, who wrote the book Never Split the Difference. He's now on the Genius Network faculty. He's one of our trainers. And Ken Ratowski has this group called Metal International. And we were all over here, at my house last night, having a whole conversation. He had just gotten done with this, this, I think it was 4 or 5 day men's ranch, where he took a group of people, and just how impactful it is bringing people together and helping them and changing their lives and doing that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, just do gatherings, put people together, create value for people, that sort of stuff. And it just pans out. We're just telling the stories of all the people that have helped us in the beginning and growing and building, and everyone that has really achieved success. They didn't do it alone. They had someone that helped them, but it's really about relationships. It's not about just business strategy. Money is not in anything other than in relationships.
Relationship capital. You're the best in the world I know of at it. And, I'm proud to, know you, call you a friend, and, also someone who will challenge our thinking, challenge us to be better. That's what you do. You challenge people to be better versions of themselves. And you've talked about that for decades. And, it's amazing. So if someone's inspired, if they're ideally going, wow, this guy packs a punch in 10, 15 minutes, where can they reach you? Where can they connect with you? Where would you want them to get connected with you?
Yeah. Just go to joesfreebook.com, download the book for free. You don't have to pay for anything. If you want a physical copy, you can pay for shipping and handling, and we'll send you a physical copy, but you don't need to even buy anything. Just joesfreebook.com. And life gives to the giver. And then beyond that, a Google search of my name will find everything: my podcast, Genius Network, if anyone's struggling with recovery that needs help with addiction, go to geniusrecovery.org. That's our foundation. And it's all links to meetings, real and virtual meetings that people can find all over the world, and every type of addiction: drugs, alcohol, sex, gambling, gaming, workaholism, codependency, eating, you name it. And there's an open letter of my views on addiction. There's videos with, all kinds of amazing people like, Gabor Mate, one of my, dear friends, who's one, stuff like that. So anyone that has a family member or yourself that is struggling with a behavior that you cannot stop, that is creating, just real pain and angst in your life, because, addiction is a solution. It's a solution to pain. It's not a great solution because it can kill you. But it's an attempt to soothe pain. And so you can't punish pain out of people. You can't punish pain out of yourself. And so my whole thing is reduce suffering. And so that's the addiction side. And a lot of entrepreneurs are addicts, because workaholism is the respectable addiction. And take care of yourself, take care of others, and, really just look at the production that you're doing. And drive is great as long as the drive is not driving you off a cliff. So it's, and be careful who you take advice from, because there's a lot of people that are, talking about how to be successful. And if you saw the backstage of their lives, you'd see a lot of pain. And I'm in a bizarre sort of situation because I know a lot of people and I get to see that part of the world too. So it's given me a great perspective. I've done more to build and grow myself as a human with addiction recovery work than I have from, reading business books and stuff. So, but I like both, I like both because business is amazing if you design an elf business and if you do something that you're really proud of. So yeah, and it's hard work. It's always going to be hard work. But the hardest work in the world is designing a game that doesn't allow you to enjoy it, win, and create value. So whatever you learn, however you do it, apply it in a way to where, you can wake up and say, man, I'm doing my best. I'm doing something good in the world. And that's what, I think creates the continual enthusiasm and forward progress of entrepreneurship.
So if you want to create a business that creates value, that helps others, that has a bigger impact, that shows people how to be able to go out and make a bigger contribution using some of the concepts that Joe has shared with Genius Networking and a whole lot more, then go check out his book, joesfreebook.com, joesfreebook.com. If you know someone who's struggling with addiction, go to geniusrecovery.org, geniusrecovery.org. You just never know who it might be. Like it's suspected that 1 out of 3 people suffer from some form of addiction. It's a hidden, you've talked regularly about we're as sick as our secrets. Don't let that secret impact your family the wrong way. Joe's got amazing resources, amazing people connected to this that can help resolve and help you reduce suffering. Joe, I want to ask you one of your favorite questions. I think it's one of your favorite questions. What's a question I should have asked you that I didn't?
Oh God, let me see. There's so many. The big thing is when people are trying to ask, how do you do this? How do you do that? The way I think of, there's a great question, what needs solved? So what books should you read? What should you listen to? One of my members, I was interviewing him and I asked him, what do you do when you buy more books at 10 times the speed than your ability to read them all? He's like, well, I just, ask myself what needs solved. And I read based on what needs solved in my life at that time, that's what gets my time and attention. So the number one thing to protect is your attention, your gratitude, your confidence, as an entrepreneur. And so when it comes to time, really focus it on what needs solved and how do you solve one problem that solves, 50 problems, it solves 10 problems. And sometimes that's sleep. I cannot tell you how many people are like, yeah, I need to build and grow my business. How's your sleep? It's terrible. Well, if you want to build and grow your business, fix your sleep. Don't eat crap food. Learn how to eat and drink water. Learn how to breathe. The book Breath by my buddy James Nestor is an amazing book and one of the best health books I've read in years. I've learned, that I wasn't breathing right because I was breathing through my mouth because I have a deviated septum in my nose and I just never learned how to, stuff that I never even realized, that no doctor, that no health person, I've been through numerous breathing sort of classes. I meditate. I've done so much crazy stuff. And I realized through reading this book that, I wasn't even breathing accurately. Most people aren't. And so things like that, what needs solved? And so how do you solve one problem that solves, many more? And sometimes that's getting out of a relationship. Sometimes that's deleting your social media apps from your phone. If you're overwhelmed and you don't have enough time, how much time are you wasting on shit that's really not moving the dial for you? And so, yeah, it's nothing you didn't ask me. It's like, that's the stuff that comes to my mind right now. It's like
amazing. He's Joe Polish. I encourage you, go check out Joe's book, joesfreebook.com. Check out ilovemarketing.com. Check out geniusnetwork.com. Check out geniusnetworkevents.com. You've heard this before. It's on over 150 episodes talking about these things. I encourage you to go. Now you've got a chance to meet him directly, hear from him directly. Go to joesfreebook.com. If you know someone who's struggling or needs some solutions around recovery, go to geniusrecovery.org. That's geniusrecovery.org. Joe, thank you. I appreciate it. I know this is not normal for you, so I'm just incredibly grateful for you taking the time. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I wish all of your listeners and watchers and however they can digest this the very best. And so have an awesome day, Dan.
You bet. Seize the day. Make it a great week. We'll see you on the next segment with one of our experts coming up right after this. Welcome to this edition of growthtofreedom.com, celebrating our 300th episode, 30 years, and our theme that you are just one breakthrough away. Now, I have a question for you. Would you like to get your message in front of an audience as a speaker? Would that be something that might be of value to you? Because here's a key question to ask. What do Tony Robbins, T. Harv Eker, Les Brown, Barbara DeAngelis, and hundreds of other experts have in common? My guest expert today. Her name is Gail Kingsbury. She's the founder of Speak and Grow Rich and the Speak and Grow Rich method. She's created New York Times best-selling strategies for Harv Eker, going from a handful of people with Date with Destiny to thousands and thousands of attendees. Her bureau provided 60% of the speakers for the Inc. 500 conferences, and was written up in the New York Times as one of the best conference planning sites on the internet when everything moved online. She's been at the forefront for years, and certainly someone I'm lucky enough to call a friend, celebrating this journey together of 300 episodes and 30 years in business. Gail, welcome. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. This is so exciting.
Yes, I know. It's amazing. And I want to dive right into it. I mean, you have worked with some of the biggest experts in the world, and, in many cases, taken them from little known or unknown even to, super prolific, well-known celebrities and a whole lot more. So what do you see, Gail, are some of the biggest mistakes that most people make when they're trying to, get to an audience, especially using speaking as a vehicle to be able to do that?
Well, I think the biggest mistake that I see them making is believing that they can speak about anything and not honing in on their topic and knowing their audience and finding out where that audience actually gathers.
What do you, as you observe that, like, what do you coach someone to do who's kind of stuck in that? They're trying to be all things to everybody, or they're trying to go, oh, I'm the next Tony Robbins, or I'm the next.
There's a lot of those. The coaching that I give them, Dan, really is okay, who is it that you want to be in front of? Not, I want to be on this stage and that stage and that stage because there's tens of thousands of people, but who really is your audience? And I mean, that's something like I even, have had you come in and talk to everybody about it. Like, how do you focus? And then go after that. Like, just be deliberate, one thing at a time. It's like, okay, I speak to chiropractors. Well, they're not all going to be at a ClickFunnels, event, right, or the realtors event. They're going to be where the chiropractors are. And so you really need to look at that and then make your message and make it about the benefits, not about yourself. I think that's the other thing is no matter who you are, like even Tony Robbins, it's not about Tony. He's not up there going, well, I'm Tony Robbins and I'm this and I'm this and I'm this. He's telling you, how do you find your passion? What are you going to do? What's your next step? Here's some strategies. So make it about the benefit.
As you're watching or listening right now, what would happen for you if you started to get in front of the right audience, most importantly, the who, and you really focused on the who with your message versus trying to be all things to all people? Now, Gail, as you've worked with people in the speaking industry, let's give a little context. Why are you doing what you're doing today?
It's really, for me, it's really simple because I get to play my little part in making a difference in other people's lives. And, taking people and putting them on the right stage in front of the right audience so that they can share a message that's going to help those people. That's what gives me my juice. It's like, yay, we're helping people. That is super cool. And that's why.
So
30 plus years I've been doing this.
In the last 9 months, the world has changed, right? Yes. With, live events have kind of dwindled, almost to, very small and or non-existent in a lot of cases. It's uprooted a lot of business models. As far as the physical stage is now gone to a virtual stage.
Right.
So, as these shifts have happened, again, you currently and actively work with hundreds of speakers, all over the world and tens of thousands over the years. What are 1 to 3 strategies or, consider them breakthroughs that you would recommend somebody taking if they really wanted to get their message in front of the right audience and if they wanted to use either a physical stage or now this virtual stage to get to more of their perfect clients?
So there's a couple things. One is learn how to talk to the camera,
Mm.
because virtual is our life right now. And so doing a pitch to a meeting planner using your cell phone like this while you're taking a walk, not going to work. You know, you need to like learn how, like, this is not me, right? Because I'm not the speaker, but you need to look at that dot, look at your audience, pretend that everybody is there. You need to know how to love that camera and be able to impart your message in a different way now. You know, when you're on a stage, whether there's 5 people in the audience or 5,000, you get some juice, you get some back and forth, and it changes the dynamic. Well, the people who are making it right now and the people who are getting paid to be on these virtual stages, because corporations are still having their events, even though they're virtual, and they're still paying keynote fees. And there's a plethora of every online event that you couldn't even imagine happening right now. But the people who are really nailing it are the ones who know how to reach through their computer.
And what would happen for you if you got good at being able to be connected to the camera, be connected to your audience, right? Realize that whether it's 5 or 5,000 or more, that you're really talking to one person at a time, and give people that deep, deep feeling of connection. You know, I'm curious, Gail. I mean, you have Speak and Grow Rich, which
Right.
you've built. And you've got hundreds of people that are part of this community where you work with them. How, if people want to go deeper with you to learn how to use speaking as a tool to connect with their audience, to get on stages, virtual or otherwise, through what you do, how can they connect with you? How can they reach you?
Well, they can go directly to speakandgrowrich.com, or they can email and just put Dan Kuchel or Gail said to call in the subject line and email support at Speak and Grow Rich, and I'll get that email and respond to them. If there's a way that I can help anybody out there, that's kind of what I'm about. I'd love to help.
And Gail is all about that. And I'd encourage you, go get involved in her community first. You've heard some of the previous segments. Create value first before ever asking for something in return. But if you want to get connected to Gail, go to speakandgrowrich.com. All the resources, all the tools will be in our show notes, speakandgrowrich.com, or go to support@speakandgrowrich.com. Let Gail know that you heard this episode. If you're looking for a way to use speaking as a tool, if you're looking to get on more stages, virtual or physical stages, or understand the speaking business, like there are a lot of misunderstandings in the speaking industry.
Yes, there are.
Few different types of ways that you can use speaking. One is to speak to sell, one is to speak as a keynote speaker, and then there's some hybrids as well. If you really want to get under the hood of the industry, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly, to understand like how can you show up in excellence and work with someone who can help navigate and help you save time, help you save money. Gail is certainly someone who's done that for me. She's done it with some of the biggest names and the experts that are far more well-known than someone like me. And she can help you. Go to speakandgrowrich.com. That's speakandgrowrich.com. Check out what she's got available. Now, Gail, what is something I could have or should ask you that we haven't covered yet?
Oh, see, I love that question because I ask it all the time, but I don't answer it often. I think just in our time right now is, you know, what are fees is kind of a big thing, because, you know, people that were getting hundreds of thousands of dollars to speak for an hour are now getting 25 or 50. And understanding how to negotiate that, I think, is a really big piece. So how do you still keep the value of your information and what you're giving to that audience, and negotiating a lower fee, you know, because you're not traveling, because they don't have all these other expenses, because you can, you know, do it in your pajamas in your living room, that, you know, you're willing to do this, but with an understanding that when you do travel, it goes back to normal.
And as you're, you know, watching or listening, right? If you're looking for someone to help you understand how to set up your fee structure, right? How to negotiate, right?
Right.
Again, Gail may be someone who can help you with some of that as well. Like now, if you're brand spanking new, now she's got resources if you're brand spanking new, but this also
Absolutely.
means if you're a little bit further ahead of the game and you're already doing speaking at some level and you're looking, okay, how do I navigate this new world we're in? You know, that is a whole different thing. And Gail certainly can help you there. So again, take the first step, get involved in her community as a first step. Speakandgrowrich.com. That's speakandgrowrich.com. I'm curious, Gail, because you've met so many hundreds of thousands of experts and you know the front
I love
stage,
that.
you also know the backstage and you
Yes.
know where people are congruent, you know where they're, I'm curious for you, who are a few, call them mentors, advisors, coaches that you follow that have had an impact on you?
Gosh, well, there's always Joe Polish, right? I mean, I'm always telling everybody all roads lead to Joe Polish, which is why I'm here and how I know you.
Yes.
And I think, he's one of those people at the top of my list of people with integrity, and he's always about helping. And, he's done some crazy things as a friend, as a mentor. My computer was stolen at a conference and I was on the phone with him. I'm like, what am I going to do? And the next day I had a new computer arrive. He just FedExed me a computer. He's like, here, just take this one, and he just always stays congruent with who he is. Les Brown, we've been friends for such a long time, and I can listen to him tell the same story 50 times and I'm still crying. I have to sit in the back of the room because I know I'm going to start bawling,
That's amazing. That's amazing. What is one last thing what action steps would you hope our viewers, our listeners take from our conversation?
Well, I think for your audience, if you're already an expert or if you think you are, take the next step. You have this information inside and in your brain, and there's somebody out there who needs it. And so I feel like understanding that it's your purpose and your responsibility to take it from here and share it so that someone else can move forward in their life or their business or with their children, whatever that might be. You never know the ripple effect that you're going to have. So don't hold it in.
Don't hold it in. And that's what this whole celebration is about. And if you want to come back and see not only Gail's segment again, and or any of the other segments with some of the top experts like Brian Tracy, Mark Victor, and friends of hers, Joe Polish, Yannick Silver, Joshua Shafran, Dr. Jeremy Weiss, Kevin Thompson. I don't want to leave it. Randy Gage. I told Randy you said hi, by the way. He was touched by that. And so many others. Come back to growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. If you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. Seize the day. Take action with what Gail shared with you. And we'll see you next time in another segment of growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com, where we're celebrating 300 episodes, 30 years of business, and frankly, people who've been an inspiration on my journey for these last 30 years. Friends, mentors, clients, and a whole lot more. I have a question for you. Do you believe that business is meant to be a force for good? Right? Do you believe that you can actually build a business that's meaningful, gives you fulfillment, and also has the ability to make a bigger impact? Well, if so, you're going to love our next guest expert. We got a chance to meet somewhere close to 20 years ago. He came on a show on NBC Radio where we got introduced. And since that time, we've had a chance to meet. We've had a chance to spend time on Necker Island. He had, in my opinion, transformed the event business model, although I don't know that he'd give himself credit with that, with something called the underground, opening doors, the internet community online. But he's evolved way, way beyond that. He's been called a cosmic catalyst, a maverick mischief maker, and a galactic goofball. He redefines how business is played in the 21st century at the intersection of more profits, more fun, and more impact. He's the creator of something called the Cosmic Journal. He's the best-selling author of this book, Evolved Enterprise, an illustrated guide to rethink, reimagine, and reinvent your business to deliver meaningful impact and even greater profits. And I can't help but say this, Yannick shows entrepreneurs how rewriting the rules can create a better world. If you want to do that, I mean, that's from Richard Branson. Now, if he has that to say, what do you think you're going to learn here in the next few minutes with our special guest, Yannick Silver? Yannick, how are you, man?
Hey, Dan, thank you. Appreciate that.
You bet. You bet. I want to dive right into it. I mean, you've had quite a journey, 8-7-figure kind of models, companies, however you want to describe them. For you, as you look what's going on today, I mean, the world's changed a lot in the last 9 months. A lot of cascading going on and so on. You're a very deep thinker. We're going to talk about how people can connect with you here at the end of this segment a little bit. But what do you see are some of the big mistakes, Yannick, that a lot of people are making as they're pursuing like building this business and also factoring in the transition that's kind of happened in the last few months?
Yeah, well, last few months has really accelerated. I call it a catalyst for consciousness and for conscious growth. It's really forcing so many people to take stock of, and I see entrepreneurs go through these stages. I did, I know you did. It's like where you've been successful. So actually the first stage is you jump out of the airplane without the parachute and you're building the parachute on the way down. You're like, I have this great idea. And then you're like, oh, wow, it actually worked. And that's stage 2. And things are going great. And, the profits are increasing, and you're getting accolades and all these things are happening. And then at some point it sort of plateaus out, and it might not be your profits, but it's your passion. It's like your interest for what that was. And then you need to make this giant leap. And the giant leap is either you go back into kind of these golden handcuffs and you keep doing what you've already done. And then you feel like your soul is sort of dying a little bit each day, or you make this giant leap into connecting your head, which is your business side, your marketing side, and then your heart, the impact you want to make, and then your higher purpose. And then that really is a big chasm that you want to cross. And not everyone gets there. But the question that you asked at that point is, now what? And that's I think this is an accelerant right now that's happening that people are asking, okay, now what? Or is this all there is? Or, what's the real meaning behind what I'm doing? Because we've been forced to kind of like stay put. And then when you stay put, it really has a grounding presence. It has a way of like making you kind of look at everything going on, because you could use that frenetic energy of maybe traveling all the time or being involved in all sorts of things to be like, okay, well, I'll handle that at another point. But being in one spot, really, you're like, okay, so what is going on here?
Yeah, and speaking of what's going on here, I mean, even at the beginning of the book, you tell the story and a question I think is a really profound question. It ties in with just what you talked about, the stages
Right.
of essentially becoming an evolved human to become an evolved enterprise, which is, would I be happy? I mean, this was your personal story. Would I be happy doing this for the next 10 years and, doing it that time? And you talk about that in one of the first chapters. Your answer was no. And it was then this like revelation, if you will, this exploration to evolve and go, what would make me happy? Right. So no.
Yeah, exactly. And I call it the cosmic alarm clock. It's like this thing that goes off, and you can either hit snooze and ignore it, or you can answer it. And it's usually like a little whisper. And for a lot of times, like for me, outside looking in, everything was, amazing, making a lot of money online, having just, as you said, kind of help reinvent that space, especially for events and so forth. But I just, if I was really honest, I just wasn't truly happier, or more like it wasn't like it was good, but it could be even better. Like I thought that there was a greater impact that I could have. And that actually sent me on a really interesting sideways journey, because up until that point, everything that I had touched was easy. It just worked. And then this thing that I was like, okay, well, what am I most excited or passionate about? It's hang out with great entrepreneurs. We'd go on adventure trips. We would have business sessions in the middle of nowhere, dune buggy racing. We would have a charity element. What could possibly be bad about that? And then $400,000 in, my wife's like, what are you doing?
You got that knock on the door from Missy. That was the early.
Yeah, that was the nudge. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, maybe not the door. The like you were doing, the elbow into the ribs. And because my passion for the other side was not really there anymore. So I had also like closed different programs. I had shut down a lot of stuff because I'm like, no, this is not what I want to be doing. And then what it really forced me to look at was, what is my why? Mm-hmm. And the big why was not to build an adventure travel company. It was, at that point, again, I could have easily kind of gone back to that golden handcuffs, gone back to what I was doing, but that wouldn't have been any sort of growth. And the big why was to, how do we change the way business is played? And that really became the mission for what we were doing. And along the way, the pieces for, the book that you've held up, The Evolved Enterprise, started really gelling and crystallizing from meeting and hanging out with people like Richard Branson, but also like from a lot of unknown sort of business entrepreneurs who are really following this process of connecting their head, their heart, their higher purpose. And what did that look like? And so I learned all these little pieces, and then that helped reassemble what we were doing and had an 824% change in trajectory to the positive side, and putting together this framework, which then became Evolved Enterprise.
And as you're listening or watching right now, like, would you want to be in a place where you can match your head, your heart, and your higher purpose to create your version of an evolved enterprise, to have a bigger impact, have greater growth, have greater profitability, and make a bigger difference? If so, Yannick is certainly an expert to be able to share that with you. Now, as this...
Dan, so I'll just say one quick thing about is moving from a transactional company to a transformational company to transcending. And so a lot of times we're stuck at that transactional level where it's just competing on price or just competing on some sort of advantage that we try and create. But really where this seismic shift is happening, and if you look at the trends, and it's even more than trends, it's like consumer buying behavior is changing. Consumers want to buy companies that have a greater purpose and meaning. And then people want to work with companies or work for companies that have that. So it's happening outside in and inside out. And that's the seismic shift.
Yeah. And, another factor to that, right, is, the companies that are going to evolve as an enterprise are those who are also, going to not let technology and automation, the myth of that, get in the way of making money, and actually personalize the experience. Like, really tune in to their clients. Like, what are their wants, their needs, their true desires, moving beyond transactional, moving even beyond transformational, but as you talked about it, transcendent, personalized to them. And those that do that are going to be the ones that thrive, and those who don't, they're going to get, washed away, right?
Right.
Now, as you kind of view, through your optics, right, which you're one of the most creative, genius type people I've ever been around, frankly, and your ability to then take information and then create these simple little diagrams that make it easy to understand or impossible to misunderstand even better. Like, what do you see, or like right now, like if you're working with a client or clients, you've worked with hundreds of thousands over the years. Like, if you're working with somebody right now, what are like 1 to 3 strategies, Yannick, you'd be suggesting, hey, get these in place right now, or make these shifts in place right now that or feel could have a huge breakthrough?
Yeah, I mean, the pieces are like what you mentioned, is that moving from that transactional to transformational to transcending, and it doesn't happen overnight necessarily. Like, it actually is the deep work that happens typically on the founder entrepreneur level. And part of the diagram is it starts with you, and then it radiates out into your company. And so some companies have been looking at the data and being like, okay, well, we need to do something around charity or impact or whatever. But then they're looking at it from a transactional lens. They're looking at it from, like, I kind of pick on KFC a couple of years ago, where they had a pink bucket of chicken to support the Susan G. Komen Foundation, and 50 cents of that bucket went to that research. And so I was like, asking my friends, I'm like, I don't get it. And they're like, well, they sell breast of chicken, and this is for breast cancer research. And I'm like, oh, all right, I get it now. But, also there's, data around a diet high in saturated fat has been linked to cancer. So, like, it's just not congruent. And so your consumer, your buyer, your member, your client is smarter than ever and more connected than ever. And so they went on social media and they're like, this is not congruent. This is just, a massive backlash. So I think that it's getting back to, what is your true why? So in the model, it starts with you, evolving you, and then going deeper. And one of the ways that you go deeper is journaling. And that's, maybe we have a few minutes to talk about that, but getting to your why, like, why did you start your company? What was the real reason for it? Who did you want to serve? Who did you, want to become a hero to? Like Dan Sullivan talks about, what was the purpose of it? Maybe it was solving a great pain that you had that you wanted to solve for others, or maybe it was something else. Maybe it was just you saw a gap in the marketplace. But if you saw that, like, that is okay. But at some point, you probably want to connect to something deeper. And otherwise, it's just going to be about the transactional aspect of it. And then it's like connecting that to what is the impact that you want to make, and then getting that aligned for your team as well. Because when you have this alignment, so I'm a yoga practitioner, and so it's all about alignment. And when you get that alignment, again, your head, your heart, your higher purpose, but it works for everything. Your team wants to work harder for you. Your clients and customers want to buy more, and they want to share what they're buying more because they feel like they're part of something bigger and driving a mission. You get, potentially celebrity endorsements. You get, all these things start showing up for you, but it can't be done from a tactical, oh, this is the flavor of the month kind of thing. It has to come from this deeper resonance. And believe it or not, and you would believe it because I do all sorts of unusual things, but I've been tapping much more into just indigenous wisdom and going back to thousands and thousands of years of wisdom and saying, okay, what is the real lesson here, and then how do we apply that to the business world?
And as you're listening or watching, like, what would it be worth? How would it impact you to be in a place where you become a catalyst for conscious growth and shift your business around this? Move from tactical focus to beyond strategy, even to principle based. That's timeless, not just timely, right? What Yannick just shared there, going back to ancient wisdom, tapping into the timeless wisdom that's there, and like what will be true tomorrow, regardless of what happens. What's been true for decades, right? What will be true for you if you put it in place, right? Don't fall in love with tactics, fall in love with the principles. And when you hang out with people like Yannick and some of the experts that we have a part of this series, you can't help but fall in love with the timeless strategies that work, whether the market goes up, whether the market goes down, whatever shifts happen, and keep you bulletproof. Not that you don't have ups and downs, but it keeps you more bulletproof and almost puts a moat around your castle, so to speak, when it's done right. Now, I know, Yannick, we've scratched the surface on this just a little bit, and we're running short on time. If people are intrigued, which I imagine they are, if you're looking for a way to have a more meaningful business, to have a bigger impact, to drive up profits and also do something that really makes a bigger difference as an evolved enterprise, where can people connect with you? Where can they get in contact with you, learn more about what you're up to, what you're doing?
Sure. Evolved Enterprise, you can buy it on Amazon. Also the newest Cosmic Journal, which is when I hand it to people, I call it, this is your galactic instruction manual that you were missing at birth to remember your destiny here. And so that can really tap you into what are you designed to do here. And then for companies that are 7 figures plus and really leading their industry, we have a group that you mentioned, Maverick 1000 group, that we get together a couple times a year and really focus on how do we grow ourselves, how do we evolve our business, how do we evolve ourselves, make a difference in the world, and have some fun together. But I want to give you one, not, I guess it's a tactic, but maybe not. It's a timeless wisdom, which is this idea. It comes from the Bhagavad Gita, which is one of our oldest spiritual texts, and it's this idea of, and this is difficult for entrepreneurs especially, is that we're only allowed to have essentially our labor, right? So if you put in your heart and soul into something and not be attached to what was called the fruits of your labor. And so many times we're looking at, okay, what are the sales numbers? How did this do? If it didn't sell, then it's a flop or whatever it is. But when we have that attachment or that expectation, then it removes some of that joy of purely just putting everything that you have into whatever it is. And I've witnessed that multiple times and actually that latest project, the Cosmic Journal, was a great example of that, because I literally, for 108 days, I hand illustrated a journal page every single day, and I had no idea what it would turn into. It was really meant for me. And then it ended up getting published. It ended up being, just so many people just shared how many accolades about it, and that's really helped them in this immense way. But again, it was designed for me. And I think going back to that piece again, like, okay, what do we want to put our whole heart and soul into? And one of my favorite questions, I love questions, just like you, like the deeper the question, the better the answers.
Yep.
And Brené Brown, in her book, Daring Greatly, her question, or one of them that I kind of cribbed, was, what would I do even if I knew it would fail? And that question really speaks to this idea of not being attached to the outcome, because we've all heard, okay, I got 6 months to live. What would I do? If I couldn't fail, what would I do? But I think this question is even better, because it forces me to look at what am I willing to put in regardless of the outcome? And so again, what would I do even if I knew it would fail? And I put fail in quotes because I don't really believe in failure, that word. I think you're getting outcomes. I think you're getting data, but what would I do even if I knew it would fail? And super powerful question.
And as you're watching or listening, I encourage you, go check out what Yannick has got available. Go to evolvedenterprise.com, go to cosmicjournal.com, do a Google search for Yannick, go to Amazon, get the book. You won't be disappointed. Number one, check out Maverick 1000 if you're running a 7-figure business. you're looking for a way to be connected to a group of like-minded experts, like-minded peers who really understand that business is a force for good. Now, Yannick, as we wrap this up, what's something I should have asked you that I didn't get a chance to?
I don't know. Let's talk about journaling for a minute.
Do it.
Because I think that's one of those success principles that I've loved. I've been, a big journal practitioner.
I've got cabinets full of my journals, just like you.
Love it. Oh, good. Yeah. So how has your journaling practice, has it evolved at all over the years?
I would say it's become a combination of, storytelling, right? Emotions. I'm more emotional in my journaling today. I don't know if that's maturity or midlife crisis stuff or what. I just find myself being able to be true. Progress starts by telling the truth, right? So a lot of truth, comes out of it. I also connect to the higher purpose things, and I really create these, like, you're amazing at the drawings that you do, but I do these little mini, like, almost connections, I'll call them, between one thing and another to be, like, for me, the reinforcement tool to stay on track. Like, one of my higher values is hyper growth, like super hyper growth. Like, I can't work around people who are linear at all, or that type of person. So when I'm working with a client or I'm working in a project, I track the hyper growth factor to see where it's at. And I give myself ratings of it to identify, like, is this something I should continue to do, not do, et cetera. So those are a couple little.
Yeah, I love it. And the fact of, being more connected to your emotions is a big part of journaling. So as entrepreneurs, as leaders, we have all these things that are kind of swirling around in our head, and journaling has actually been scientifically proven to make you happier, because it allows us to create a beginning, a middle, and an end on that page of paper. And so just getting it out is super powerful. And as you said, you've matured in that way of being more almost like vulnerable, I think, in your journal, because a lot of times people are like, oh, I've tried it and I've given up on it, or I, maybe never tried it, or I'm scared of my wife or my husband or my girlfriend or my kids or whoever reading it. And, that is a common thing that I hear. But maybe, if you are worried about that, you just put it somewhere that they won't find it, put it in a lockbox or something like that. I mean, mine are sitting out in my office, and it's okay, right? Like, I'm not worried about that, but it is this amazing place of tracking, like you're talking about tracking. This, one of your core values is hyper growth. So how are you able to see if you're actually, giving yourself credit for it, or how are you on track for it? And by going through these years, like, it just gets better and better as you have years of this information, because then you can go back. Sometimes it's over a particular date. Sometimes it's just via serendipity. You open it up and you're like, oh, that was a big idea, or that was a terrible idea, or I'm glad I didn't, pursue that, or I'm glad that it didn't work out the way I thought I really wanted it to, or, it just has this really beautiful log for your life. And the deeper you do it. And then for me, like you mentioned, the drawings and so forth, like that came back. Like, I wanted to be a cartoonist as a kid, and it came back through my journals. And it's a beautiful process that you can make it into anything that you want. And it allows you to really create this creative, intuitive aspect of tapping into really deeper wisdom, so I use also my non-dominant hand for answering questions. So that question I asked, I would answer with my right hand, and then I also answer with my left hand, and then you would see what would happen. And so there's so many ways of using your journal, and I'd highly recommend.
I got to share one that I do, which is writing it upside down. So
what do you mean?
Right with your, so if you're right-handed, right?
Yeah.
So you write out your responses upside down. I don't know if it has the same exact as the non-dominant hand, but it opens up, I have found, a certain level of creativity and focus from doing it.
Writing it upside down, like.
Yeah, so like, for example, I'm going to write your name upside down right now in my notes.
And is it left to right, or is it
So here you go. It isn't completely right because the end's backwards, but.
Okay, that's pretty interesting.
And so that might be something that you'd have some fun.
Like complete sentences and complete. Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, I think that probably has some similar capacity to it, and just opening up our whole brain instead of just one part that we typically use in that linear fashion. And I've found, just deep wisdom that happens when we open that up.
And as you're watching or listening, what would it be worth to you to open that up, to create an evolved enterprise, to be a force for good, to get your head, heart, and your higher purpose connected? Well, again, if you want to go deeper with what Yannick has shared with you, I encourage you go to evolvedenterprise.com, go to cosmicjournal.com, go look up Yannick, get connected with him. You'll find he's one of the most connected people, but he's also somebody who wants to help solve a lot of problems, reduce suffering for entrepreneurs, open up gateways, and a whole lot more. Yannick, I just want to say I'm incredibly grateful for your time, your wisdom, friendship over these many years, and continue to help each other even more.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me
Absolutely.
on.
What are
on the 300 episodes.
Thank you. What are 1 to 3 action steps you hope that the viewers, listeners take from our 15, 20 minutes together today?
I would say, to answer that one question, what would I do even if I knew it would fail? With your right hand and your left hand. So that would be 2 steps.
Upside down.
Upside down. There you go. We got all 3 steps right there. It would also be, to give yourself an experiment. We didn't talk about a lot of other experiments, but journaling is one. So, for me, I use 33 days as a number because it's beyond a month and it's a specific number. So it could be 15 days, could be 21 days, but think of an experiment that you want to try. Could be journaling, might be meditation, might be, no alcohol, might be no sugar, and all these different experiments that you can give yourself and then see, has it helped me or not helped me? Because every time that we change our own state and again, evolve a little bit as a founder, it's going to affect all these other ripples. So that would be the other thing. And then get a little more clear on your why. Go back to your why, even maybe going back to what did you love to do as a kid and thinking about that. And because that could show up again in your business and in your company.
There you have it. Take action with what Yannick shared with you. Answer the question, what would you do even if you failed? Look at your life as experiments, track what works, how it works, what's working, what's not working as a result, and go back to your why, that childlike enthusiasm. Take action, seize the day. We'll see you in the next segment, the next episode, the next session here on growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com. I have a quick question for you. Do you believe that you can build a business that's a force for good, that can have a greater impact, have a greater reach, help more people, as well as be a mentor to mentors, right? To not just be transactional, but to be transformational, if not transcendent in a marketplace? Well, guess what? You're going to meet somebody who's done just that, not once, but twice. And he's someone who still does it today, helping hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands and thousands and thousands of clients all over the world in a unique niche industry in the service business. Him and his partner, Rob, they went out and built a service business to over $30 million a year, over $200 million over a handful of years before selling to a large private equity company, and then started coaching others in the service, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, and more, and showing them literally what they did to build the systems, the processes, and operating system for massive growth and massive impact. He's someone I consider a friend. He's someone we've worked together and had a lot of fun, shattering records and breaking the mold, so to speak, and challenging the status quo in the industry, and someone who leads by example, right? He walks his talk every day. He is someone who values the quality of family life as much or more as his business life. And he doesn't look at them as opposites. He doesn't look at balance. He looks at how do you do both at the same exact time. His name is Mike Aguilera. And Mike, welcome to the show. How are you, bud?
Good. I am super excited to be here. First, to spend time with you, with a friend of mine, and I consider you such a good friend. And also to spend time with a mentor, because you've mentored me through so many different projects and growth and all kinds of stuff. So I'm honored to be here. And 300 episodes. What a gift to the world of the impact you have made. And I hope everybody that's watching this, look, Dan is like one of those guys, like he does not have to do this. He does it because he wants to impact and change people's lives, not because he has to. So I'm like so honored to be here today.
Thanks, Mike. And I want to dive right. I want to make this about you, right? And I mean, you've got so much wisdom. I mean, I've got your books here, and I'll save that for later. But you've got books, you've got courses, you've published 17 books, or probably now more since the last couple of weeks since we talked. Programs, you've got your amazing events that transform people's lives in so many different ways. So I just want to give people context. Like, why are you doing what you're doing today?
Yeah. Well, first off, I've been on my own very, very young, and I learned how to deal with going through struggle, right? And being pretty angry. And then I started a company back in 1994 and thought, look, Dan, I could do it better than my boss is doing it. And I found out that it really wasn't that easy. I mean, we did it wrong for like 10 to 12 years, struggling. I didn't know how to hire. I didn't know how to do marketing. I didn't know how to do anything. And eventually I figured it out. And then once I figured it out, I grew a company from under $1 million to over $32 million a year in less than 10 years. We did 200 million over a 10-year period. I had 200 employees, 165 service vehicles all over the state of New Jersey. And then just 3 years ago, I sold it to a $40 billion private equity company. And what happened is through my journey, Dan, I found out that like I was growing and I would get together with my friends and be like, hey, how's business going? And they would go, tough to hire people, tough to do this. And it became a point that I was talking to my wife, my beautiful goddess of a wife, Jennifer. We've been together since we're 15 years old. And I was saying, somebody's got to step into this service industry and be brave enough to change the whole industry. We work in over 40 different industries, plumbing, HVAC, restoration, carpet cleaning, the list goes on. And I just made it a movement that I'm not going to settle for watching the industry be treated the way it is. I mean, you got the hardest working essential workers in the world that are wondering how they're going to put their kids through college or telling their kids, well, we can't buy this. I mean, these are the people that keep your lights on, your plumbing working, so you're comfortable and safe. And that's what I did. I made a decision that it was going to be me. I was going to strap on the thickest skin that I've had, and I'm going to go at this thing, and I'm going to create a movement in an industry that was starving for it and need it. And you know what, Dan? Since I had sold a company, a $32 million company, just like you, I was stepping in to do it, not because I had to, because I wanted to.
Yeah, and you and it shows in your work. I mean, like I've shared this with so many people. I just want to say it here. Mike puts together, and his company put together the highest value programs in the world, anywhere, in any industry. By the way, if you've attended, some of the best events in the world, Tony Robbins experiences, and they're awesome. Go to Mike's, and don't be shocked if you walk away going, oh my gosh, this is the best thing times X that I've ever been to in my life. And it will help you personally. It'll help you professionally. It'll help your business. And that's why when Mike and I got a chance to work together, I was like, oh my gosh, what a gold mine that is here. Right. And it's fun when you can work with programs that are delivering such amazing, amazing value. Now, before we get into some of the strategy stuff, Mike, the world's changed, right? The world's changed in the last 6-9 months since, COVID hit. And now we've got a change in the administration, if you will. Like, what are some of the big mistakes that you feel you see a lot of, like, I don't know if we call them rookie mistakes or just they're blind spots for people if they just aren't aware of them. You built companies that have grown and sold. There's a lot of, hidden blind spots if you're just not aware. So what do you see or perceive to be like a few of the biggest mistakes that most people are making right now?
Yeah. Well, first off, let's talk about change. We act like it's brand new. Like, things have been changing. Like, I'm what I call level 50. That's a more powerful way to say 50 years old, because it's level 50 is 50 years of wisdom. And so I've been through the Y2K, the 9/11, the recession of 2008. Like things have been changing all the time. It's just changing different. So I think the biggest thing that people are making, not only the mistake today, it's been the mistake. Like, I was saying this a year and a half ago that something is coming in 2020. Now, not because I'm Nostradamus or something. How could you think an election year with Trump and everything that was happening like that, you were not going to enter the octagon? Now, did I predict that there would be a pandemic? No. Did I know that there would be something serious going on? I didn't know if it would be a pandemic or it'd be terrorist attacks or who knows what it was going to be. You knew it was coming. Okay, so now we're at this point today. We're dealing with this COVID thing. We're dealing with people, one industry is making more money than they've ever made in history, and another one is going away. But this has happened all through time. My question for all of you is, are you just staring at today, or are you thinking about the future and tomorrow? And I'm not talking about this big future. I'm talking about strategy. I just watched, and I don't know if you watched it, Dan, this Queen's Gambit thing. I hope it's okay.
Yes,
to share that.
absolutely. My wife got me hooked on it.
Forget it. You're hooked, you binge watch it, and when it's over, you're jonesing for something else. And the whole thing is this thinking not one step ahead, not two, but 10 steps ahead. And this is not something, look, if you don't have the skill set to do it, you surround yourself with the best in the world to do it. And that's something I know I'm passionate about as you, is like, we're not foreigners to investing in really smart people to help us see things, think about things in a way we might not be looking at it right now. But here, let's just put this stake in the ground. If you just adapt or adopt this one thing of thinking, not today, but tomorrow, not New Year's Eve, not waiting. I mean, Dan, okay, what are your resolutions going to be this year? This is the most jacked up, confused year. Like, what are you going to say this year for your resolution? See, I'm telling everybody there is no resolution this year. It's a revelation that has to happen today. It's I must think ahead and change myself, who I am, my company for tomorrow. And you know what, Dan, just like yourself, you're so smart too. And anybody watching this, I'm not blowing smoke. Dan and I have been friends for a long time. It doesn't matter what industry you were in. If you were strategic, forget about the foo-foo, oh, I pivot and this and that and new norms. No, the fact is you already made good decisions and you didn't have no pain. I didn't consider no suffering pain. All I did was, all that happened for me was, well, let's do it different. And let's do it different quickly. So I hope that's helpful for everybody, you know?
That's amazing, Mike. And, you know, it's funny, you know, the idea of pivoting and also the new norm and all of these buzzwords that people throw around. And again, change is the one constant thing we have, right? And life and business goes in all these different cycles. And yes, we've talked about, you know, how things were shifting. And you were telling your audience, like, for a year ahead of most people that I know of in your niche, that, you know, hey, watch out, get yourself set. Here are the things to get in place. So, you know, if people have the optics and they, you know, start to look at, yeah, okay, I got to start jumping 9 steps ahead, kind of like a chess player would, you know, like the Queen's Gambit. What are 1 to 3 strategies you see, like right now, today, and as you describe it, into the future, that, like, if someone's not doing, they're just missing it? What are a couple of those that pop up for you?
Look, I always have to go back, Dan, and you hinted to it a little bit in the beginning. I have to go back to who you are and how you are and what you do. It goes to your identity. And I know a lot of people, they have this thing, oh, it's all about mindset. Well, if it was all about mindset, and I always make this joke so everybody don't get your, you know, your underwear in an uproar and stuff, like Think and Grow Rich, an amazing book, most read book in the world, I think. One of them, I guess. Why isn't everybody rich? What was maybe it was the wrong book for a lot of you to read. Here's the fact is, number one strategy is you have to pick the identity that you need to become because you want to. And most people are living this fake identity there. When they go out in public, they dress the way they think they need to be. They talk the way they think is acceptable for others. Otherwise, if they don't, they don't fit the sheep world. They fit the wolves, right? It's just like me. I'm a full tattooed guy. I'm a tattoo artist. I tattooed myself, but I did it because I wanted to do it. I didn't do it to impress anybody. I don't hide it, you know? And I remember there was a time, my grandfather was never into this. My mom was like, never show him you have a tattoo, until one day I said, Grandpa, like, I have tattoos. And he wasn't happy. But what did you want me to be? My identity or your identity? And I'll give you a little deeper thing of this real quick, because I think it has value for everybody. When you look at identity, just look at what you just thought about. Well, as soon as you started watching this, or yesterday, and ask yourself, whose thought is that? Is that your thought or your mom's thought? Your thought or your neighbor's thought? Your thought or your manager's thought? Because when you get down to this, you have 2 identities you probably got to consider smashing into one. You have your business identity. This is your everyday, when you go to your job, your career, what you're doing, how you act, how you behave. And then you have your personal identity. That's who you are on Saturday morning when you get up and you run around and maybe you got little babies and you're blowing bubbles on their belly. And then there's this disconnect until you collide it and say, you know what? I'm going to build this one identity. I am going to write down who I want to be, how I want to be, where I want to be. And this is not this perfect day exercise, perfect life exercise. This is a you exercise. And I always give people a conversation like this, Dan. I always give them a challenge my instructor gave me. I've been doing martial arts for over 35 years now. And my one instructor says, I'm going to give you the hardest thing you've ever went through in your life. And I'm like, back then I was, 19, 20. I'm like, bring it on, right? Like, I'm thinking like, we're going to punch things again and bleed. And he's like, here it is. You're going to stare in the mirror at yourself for 20 minutes. No distractions, no interruptions. Try not to blink or blink as little as possible. And then I'll see you at class next week. And I'm like, stare in the mirror, big deal. Well, any of you watching this, I challenge you to stare in the mirror for 20 minutes, eyeball to eyeball. You will have every conversation you never thought. You will see exactly who you are. You'll probably scream. You might even cry because I went through all of that. And at the end of it, I made a decision. I need to change me. This is the number one. And look, growing a company to 32 million, growing CEO Warrior, which is, and I will say it proudly, the top training and implementation organization in the world for service companies, over 40 different industries. I found out you could give people all the marketing you want, all the operational systems. You could give them the golden book to build a company. But if you don't give them the identity it takes to build that, they won't get there. And guess what? The identity changes over time. How do I know? Any of you that have children, that's called forced identity change. When you go from a husband to a father, or just a man to a father, you get what's called forced identity. You now have somebody you would die for, and you're going to work for, and you're going to live for. That's a good example of what it has to be. And if you look at some of the greatest people in the world, famous people in the world, they had forced identity change. Car accident, lost their arms and legs, or born with no arms and legs. That's forced identity. Well, guess what? If you woke up tomorrow and said, let me choose this identity, and I'll give you one more thing, Dan, and I'll hand it over, and I hope this is massive value. Think about a caterpillar. For God's sakes, this thing has to crawl, right? Maybe it hangs in a tree and hopes it doesn't get eaten by a bird. Maybe it's got to crawl across a road and not get run over or pulled apart by a little kid of curiosity. And then this thing one day goes, can you imagine? I'm going to crawl into a cocoon and I'm going to grow a wing outside my body. And even once I grow one wing, I'm going to grow another one. And if that's not good enough, I'm going to break through this shell and watch me. I'm going to fly. But while it's in the cocoon, it's hoping it doesn't get eaten or something. This is the transformation that people should consider right now as soon as possible, is how can you grow these wings and take on this new identity, which means you got to shed fear, shed anxiety. I mean, look at the world today. Talk about this, what's going on. And I hope it's okay to mention this one part. Another one of my friends, Joe Polish, he has this Genius Recovery. And like, I'm just looking at this addiction thing. This is creating a whole new identity, because now we're allowing you to we're going to force the addiction on you. We're going to make everything legal that we can. This is no good. Consider right after you listen to this, sit down for a minute, get rid of all distractions, step on your phone, whatever you got to do. Say to yourself, who do I want to become right now today? And find whoever's going to help you do it, and just go forward, because it will change your life forever. And I know it because I've done it, and I've managed to stay with my beautiful wife since we're 15. So I didn't figure out everything, but I figured out this part.
And what would it be worth for you to apply what Mike has challenged you to do, the you exercise? What would it be worth for you to recalibrate your identity, to go from caterpillar to transform to butterfly? I dare you. I double dog dare you to take Mike up on his challenge. Now, Mike, if people want to reach you, get connected with your resource, even if they're outside of your industry, outside of the service, I would encourage you to go check out Mike's stuff. It's the best in the world. And you'll find a way, likely, if you've got something going on, especially if you're a business owner, you'll figure out a way to parlay it into your industry, even if you're outside. Where can people go to get in touch and learn more about what you're up to?
Yeah, you could go to CEOwarrior.com and check out what we got going on. But better than that, why don't you find me on Facebook and send me a private message, say hello, and let's become friends. Tell me you did the exercise and you cried and yelled. Tell me what's going on in your life and just connect with me. I'm not looking for you to buy anything from me. Just get connected. And if I could serve you in any way, just raise your hand and say, hey, can you assist me? And maybe I could just be a good ear for some of you. I want all of you. I just wish you the most amazing life you can ever have. And the good news is you can have it right now, today. You just got to go get it.
Go and get it. So I encourage you, take action with what Mike has shared with you today. Tune in on your identity. Get clarity on who do you want to become. Do the mirror exercise. And guess what? If you're having trouble in that 3rd minute, 4th minute, picture Mike over your right shoulder, me over your left, and we're just got our arms around you going, you got this. You got this. You got this, because you do. The whole new life is waiting, of success, of impact, of contribution. Take action, seize the day. And guess what? If you want to come back to this episode and pick up some of the tips that Mike shared with you, make sure to go to growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. Our celebration of 300 episodes, 30 years of business, some of the top mentors, teachers, experts, and friends that are here to help you, because you're just one breakthrough away. And I just can't help but think, what does that breakthrough look like if you apply what Mike just showed you and shared with you today? Take action, seize the day. We'll see you on the next segment. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com, where we're celebrating 300 episodes, 30 years of business, and people who've been an important part of the journey, friends, mentors, and clients along the way. I have a question for you. How important do you feel communication is for your business today? Or how valuable would it be if you could improve your communication, your ability to influence, your ability to make it impossible to be misunderstood? Well, if any of that applies and you think it might move the dial for you and helping you get more sales, helping you have a greater impact, having a bigger contribution, you are going to love today's guest expert. But before I get to our expert, I want you to imagine this for a second. I want you to imagine that you get a phone call requesting that you speak on a Zoom call tomorrow to an audience of 75 of your ideal prospects. What would you say, right? What would you say to that? And hopefully you'd say yes, but would you be fully prepared? Would you be confident in the results that you'd actually get? Would you see this as an amazing opportunity, or would you be like in complete distress mode, chaos mode, the sky is falling mode, and well, now I'm going to have to haphazard this whole thing? Because the bottom line is, if you walk into this situation confidently, with certainty, with clarity, with direction, one connection in that presentation could transform your life. And in fact, this celebration of 300 episodes, 30 years of business, is a reflection of being prepared at the right time, at the right place, and being able to say yes to opportunities. He is someone who can show you how to say yes. He's a Hall of Fame speaker with over 300 paid talks on his resume. He's personally coached and critiqued over 10,000 speakers. He's the personal speaking coach for well-known people like Kevin Harrington, who's from the Shark Tank, Vern Harnish, the founder of EO, as well as Growth Institute, Dan Sullivan, co-founder of Strategic Coach. And I hired him as my speaking coach. And I'm sure by the time we're done, he's going to have at least 5 things to make me even better than I was today. He's actually one of the original founders of the National Speakers Association. I don't know if he remembers this, but we actually met somewhere close to 19 to 20 years ago at a National Speakers Association meeting in Little Tempe, Arizona, where he was speaking. And his presentation and his leadership impacted the direction of my life. And we got out of contact for a while. And then we reconnected through a great community called Genius Network, through a good friend of both of ours, Joe Polish, who was a part of this celebration as well. And he's gone on to be able to impact hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those members that are part of it. I've asked him to come on and talk about the power of communication, the power of influence. And also, I want you to be thinking, as he goes through some of these strategies, what would happen for you if you were impossible to be misunderstood? What would it do in your family life? What would it do at home? And what would it do for your business with your team? Our guest is Joel Weldon. Joel, welcome. How are you, my friend?
Well, thank you very much, Dan, and congratulations on this celebration. And as you're listening and watching to these ideas, think about that. Dan is a 10Xer. 30 years times 10, that's 300 shows. But let's keep going. 3,000 hairs on his head. There's not many, but there's 3,000. Let's 10X that again. Let's make that, instead of 3,000, 30,000. That's how many people have followed Dan, have used his ideas through his exposure through this wonderful concept called the internet and virtual communications. So congratulations, Dan, on 10Xing everything.
Thank you, Joel. Thank you. And I want to put the focus on you, right? Because you utilize speaking to grow your business, right?
Yes.
Speaking to grow your business and also to grow your impact, to grow your reach overall. But the fact of the matter is that I want to get into a little backstory, right? I'm so fascinated by your backstory, and there's all kinds of tangents we could go on, and we've got 10 to 15 minutes together. So, you've been at times friends with Earl Nightingale, right? Who's one of the greatest orators in the history of the world, at least in several people's opinion, me included. Not that I'm a big name or whatever to make that vote, and you've worked with some of the top leaders all over the world, right? And now here we are in one of the craziest times in the world, right? You've been doing this for well over 50 some years. What do you see are some of the top mistakes that most people are making, as it relates to speaking or presenting or communicating, especially like whether it's on a stage, and I'm going to use on stage as video stages as well as physical stages. Speak to that a little bit.
Well, first of all, having been paid to speak at over 3,000 events over the last 46 years, I've seen an awful lot. And having, as Dan said, critiqued so many speakers. But I think the biggest mistake speakers make, and I'm talking about using speaking to grow your business, not necessarily paid professional speakers, the world that I've come from. But the biggest mistake is they forget the audience isn't them. The reason you're speaking is you're an expert, you're a genius, you're a thought leader in your subject area. And one of the challenges, having coached so many brilliant people, is they think because things are easy and clear to them, they must be clear and easy to others. But that's not the case. So one of the biggest mistakes that speakers make, and you might think of this in your next presentation, define your terms. Just defining a term. Now, I work a lot with financial advisors, and they talk about retirement. What does retirement mean? If you were to ask 10 people to define retirement, you'd get 10 different answers. If Dan, like you, working with people to grow their business, and they say, we want to grow our business, what does that actually mean? And I know you asked that question. When you say grow and earn even more money, well, how much money? How big do you want to get? So that concept is one of the biggest mistakes, not defining your terms. And you would say something like this: I know that you probably know the meaning of, but just to make sure we're both on the same page, here's an idea for you. So that's mistake number one, assuming the audience knows what you know, talking the language you would talk to your peers that know what you know, or what you would say to yourself if you were talking to yourself. It's all about the audience, not about you. Second biggest mistake is speakers talk in plural. How many times have you heard a speaker say, all you guys, or here's something you're all going to love? My recommendation is you're only talking to one person. And right now, in the few minutes that you and I have, notice I said you and I have. I didn't say all of those people that follow Dan on his podcast. No. So what you can do, especially virtually, is just talk to one person and their name is you. So here's an idea you'll like. What would you have done if you were in that situation? How would you have thought if this happened to you? Those kind of statements draw your audience in, and it feels like a conversation you are having one-on-one. Does that make sense, Dan, so far?
That's amazing.
Now, we can go into a lot of mistakes, but I think one of the themes of your program is the domino effect, that this could be a breakthrough for you. So
you're one breakthrough away.
One breakthrough. So let me share a story about somebody Dan knows, and most likely you know, because he's fairly famous, even though he's just approaching 30. His name is Ben Hardy. And the point of this story is you could just be one breakthrough away from everything happening good in your life. And speaking can be a part of that. So here's what happened. In September of 2017, Joe Polish calls me and says, we have a new member. He's going to give a 10-minute talk at our next meeting. Would you help him? He's only 26 years old. He scraped together the money to join our group, which is $25,000, and he doesn't know anything about speaking. So this was Ben Hardy. Now, I'll tell you more about Ben Hardy if that name doesn't ring a bell to you and you've been living in a cave for the last 2 years. But Ben Hardy is everywhere now in 2020. So I set up a call with Ben. We started talking on the phone, and he said, boy, Joel, this is great. I got to hire you. I don't know anything about speaking. Would you be my coach? So Ben and I have worked together for the last 3 years. And in that meeting in 2017, he developed a killer 10-minute talk. And that was the first step. As a matter of fact, he recently gave me a testimonial, and he said that talk generated at least $1.5 million in the last 3 years because it opened the floodgates. Now, Dan, you know, because you worked with Joe Polish, spent many years helping him grow his business, that the annual event is one of the biggest events in the marketing world. And that was in November. And this was the meeting he spoke at was in October. And after the meeting, I said to Joe and Eunice, he should be on the annual event. They said, that's impossible. You know, we have hundreds of people trying to get on it. Well, they made room for Ben because of that one talk. And that opened the floodgates. Now he's on his third book. He's got 2 bestsellers. He's teamed up with Dan Sullivan, the founder of Strategic Coach. He's been on 247 podcasts in the last 4 months. Why? One breakthrough away. What's yours? What could be that next thing? Is it the next meeting that you have scheduled? Maybe it's 3 or 4 people that you're going to talk to. So Dan used that phrase, make it impossible to be misunderstood. You do that by defining your terms. You do that by talking to one person in a language that they understand. And then the other thing that's so important, getting yourself out of the way. It's not about you. It's all about the audience. It's not about you. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use a personal story or an experience, but you want your audience in there. And the way you do it is you say something like this. And remember, I gave you the point of the story before I told you about Ben Hardy. So that's one thing you want to do. Tell the audience the point of a story you're going to tell. And how many times have you heard a speaker say, so there I was in a forest. And thinking, so what do I care about the fact that you're in a forest? What does this have to do with me and building my business? So open with the point of the story and then bring your audience, which is one person, in the story. So let's use that forest. So imagine you and I are going for a walk in the forest. And as we're walking in the forest, you look down and you see that everything is burned. There was a forest fire. And you say to me, Joel, look, everything is gone. And then you say, well, wait a minute, look over there. And you've just spotted a little green bud coming up out of those ashes. And then you said to me, Joel, I think that's going to be a tree someday. And you know, that's what can happen in our lives. Sometimes there's a forest fire and everything is burned. But within those ashes could be a little green bud of something starting new for you. Now, was that a story that involved you? Or what if I said, so there I was in the forest, I was walking along, everything was burned, and then I spotted a little green bud, and I realized to myself, which sounded better? You were with me in the forest, you spotted the green bud, you realized that thing, and that's how you involve your audience. It's not about you. Not that you can't say I or me or mine, that's okay, but it's like a ping pong game. I, then you, I, and then you. See if you do that. Here's a test. Look at your last email to a client. Count how many times you said I, how many times you said you. And Dan, you become a master at this because we've talked about this for many years. But here's the typical letter. I'm so happy. You know, when I talked to you the other day, Dan, I really felt so good about what you said, and I appreciate the business. And one of the things I'm going to do in working with you is I'm going to make sure that, all right, that's all I. But what if the letter started, you made a great decision. Congratulations. You're going to see great growth in your business based on the ideas that you're going to learn as we work together. Another thing you're going to like is you're going to have access. Okay, same basic concept, but it's all about them, not about you. And then we're talking, you know, we have so little time, but if you ask me other mistakes, here's a little webinar theme that I just developed, which gives 3 of them. Your introduction is not your bio. Your opening isn't, I'm so glad to be here. And your closing is never, thank you for listening. So don't do any of those things. And that's what most people do. Oh, Dan, I'm so glad to be here. You know, I just have got, who cares? Congratulations, you're here. You made a wise decision. You're going to love the ideas that Dan's going to share with you. And what about the closing? Why don't you say thank you? How many times have you heard a speaker say that? Okay, so here's some ideas to 10 times your income and be 10 times happier. And I know you're going to love these ideas. Thank you so much for being here. What? I mean, if somebody came up to you in the street, a complete stranger, handed you $100 bill, and as they're walking away, they say, hey, thank you. You would think, what? The guy just gave me a $100 bill and he's thanking me? When you make a presentation, when you share your wisdom and your ideas, you're giving a gift to your audience. They're going to thank you. Don't end with thank you for listening. I'm so glad you were here. I appreciate your attention. End with a challenge. End with an impact. And when you tell me I'm almost done, Dan, I've got 22 words that we're going to end our discussion with.
That's awesome. Now,
Okay.
Speaking of value and speaking of bringing it and speaking of making it all about them, I want to shift it to you. I mean, you've scratched the surface. I mean, I feel so fortunate that you're a part of my world. And as a coach, I mean, I get a lot of joy with what you share and all the wisdom that you can help our viewers, our listeners, use speaking as a tool to grow their business. You know, like Penn, like so many thousands of others out there. How can people get connected to you, Joel, if they want to learn more about you, get access to your resources and more? How do they do that?
Well, you do 2 ways. You can go to our website, which is ultimatespeaker.com, ultimatespeaker.com, or just send me an email, joelweldonspeaker@gmail.com. And this ultimate speaking system and all these tools I developed, everything I just shared with you is on videos, audios, printed materials. It's part of a system to help you. Let me give you one little tool, something so simple. If I said to you, I can help you earn more money. Now that sounds pretty good, but what does it really mean? You're probably not doing really well at all. But if I add one 4-letter word, watch what happens. I can help you earn even more money. The addition of the word even, anytime you say more or better, completely changes the impact of your words. And Dan opened by telling you how important your ability to communicate is. And that's something you could use immediately. This is going to bring you better results. This is going to bring you even better results than you've been getting. You know, you can be happier. You can be even happier. Just think of adding even and watch the difference. Okay, that's a tool. That's part of a system. And as you know, a system is an acronym. Saves you stress, time, energy, and money. So I've systemized the entire speaking process into simple to use ideas that people can get right away and implement immediately, like Dan Hardy did. And now speaking has become the basis of how he's building his business.
And if you'd like to put that in place, I want to encourage you to go check out the system for you. Go to ultimatespeaker.com, ultimatespeaker.com. I've invested in this. Why? It works. It'll be a system to save you a lot of money, save you a lot of stress, and help bring you a lot of clarity, certainty, confidence, direction, and results. If that's what you want, then I encourage you, go to ultimatespeaker.com. That's ultimatespeaker.com, and or send Joel an email. Let him know what you're planning to do with speaking to grow your business at joelweldonspeaker@gmail.com. By the way, if you're driving right now or listening, you can come back to the episode here at growthtofreedom.com. You can come back to this specific celebration episode at growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. Joel, what is something I should have asked you that I didn't get a chance yet?
What you should have asked me?
Yeah, what's something I should have asked you?
I think you asked good questions. You asked about the biggest mistakes. You asked about what could be that turning point. I think you asked all the right questions. And you're not interested in me. As you're listening to this, you're interested in you. I'd rather talk about you and what can be done to help you be an even better speaker. And it's amazing. Dan has gotten so good. When I first started working with Dan, I mean, he was okay. He was good. How many R's did you used to have in a 10-minute talk?
You used to stop at 26 or something.
Yeah, that was the first 2 minutes. So that's a tool that we have. How do you eliminate ums and uhs? And it's such a simple thing. And Dan, I'd rather just tell him how great a student you are, because even though he's a great teacher and you coach and you follow him on these podcasts and use his training, and so many of my clients are using you. Just this week, Dan, 4 people told me that they're working with you and what good results you're getting. So he's the real deal, but he's interested in constantly improving. And that's what you need to think of. As good as you are, you can get even better.
And if you want to get even better, go to ultimatespeaker.com, ultimatespeaker.com. Joel, as we wind this down, why are you doing what you're doing? I'm just curious. You have such a fascinating life. I mean, you could have been retired, many moons ago.
14 years ago, I would have been 65. So.
Yes. I mean, you've been so blessed. You've had our family out to water ski with you. You've taught my kids how to water ski. You have this amazing, amazing quality of life. Share with our audience why you're still just, on this vision, this mission to help more and more people use speaking to grow their business.
My youngest grandson is at Annapolis, 3rd year, midshipman. And he told me, Pops, because that's what he calls me. He said, Pops, I know you're never going to retire, but the Navy does that with ships all the time, because once they get obsolete, they put them in storage. He said, do you know what they call that, what the military term is when we do that with a ship? I said, no, Barrett, I don't. He said, out of service. He said, now I know why you're never going to retire, because when you retire, you get out of service. And I think we're here for a purpose. And I've spent my whole life learning about these systems. What good is it keeping it to myself? And there's nothing more exciting than talking to you today about these ideas. And that's hopefully how you feel, that you get up in the morning and you can't wait to get going. And when you have that mental attitude, then your body follows it. And that's what Earl Nightingale's Strangest Secret changed the lives of so many people with. And the strangest secret is simply this: you become what you think about most of the time. What are you thinking about? So if you're thinking about health and happiness and giving and enthusiasm and joy, that's what you express. And when you wake up in the morning, it should be full speed and ready to go. And that's how I feel every day. I just couldn't wait to get on this show and talk to you even for just a few minutes.
And he lives it. He lives it. He leads by example. He is a living legend. And you may or may not have heard of Joel before today. And if you haven't, just know he is a living legend. And what would happen for you if you applied even one of the many strategies that he shared? Or what if you went and took advantage and invested, when you compare how little it is to what it gives you and what it will mean for your career, like Ben Hardy, like me, and so many hundreds of others at ultimatespeaking.com, how would it change the game for you? Joel, what's 1 to 3 action steps you'd love our audience to take, love you to take as a result of our time today?
Yes, we're talking about you. Number 1, speak to your audience about what they need. That's it. Make it about them. Take yourself out of the way. Add more yous than you have I's, and be yourself. Be you. That's one of the greatest gifts that you can give somebody, is what you are like. Don't copy anybody else. Don't act and perform. Be yourself. That's the key. And then use the 22 words that I'm going to end with. But I just thought of something else that we should do because Dan is such a giver. So how about we do this? If you go to our website and are interested in the Ultimate Speaking System, or we have a mini course called Quick Start, if you just put in the promo code Dan K, we're going to put a little Dan K, you get everything at half price. Now, you know how affiliates work. Sometimes the sponsor wants money. Dan doesn't want any money from you on this. He wants you to be a better speaker. So what we would have given to Dan on an affiliate, you're going to get. So everything is half the normal amount, what you see on the website, except the coaching, because that's my one-on-one time. So take a look at that. But remember, we're never ending on a call to action. The call to action should never be your closing. Your closing should be a summary, an impact that leaves something for the audience. And that's why, Dan, I told you, I've got 22 words when you're ready to get rid of me.
Let's do it.
You ready for the 22 words?
Yes.
Ask me if I was to summarize everything I've learned in 46 years, 3,000 paid dogs, what would I say in one sentence? Oh, Dan, I just heard you say that. Okay, here's the answer. Speak to your audience about what they need in an organized way they can follow and get yourself out of the way.
He's Joel Weldon. Go check out what he's got available. UltimateSpeaker.com, UltimateSpeaker.com. Joel, thank you.
Well, make it a great day.
Yeah.
And a pleasure, Dan.
And I encourage you, take action with what Joel shared with you. You're just one breakthrough away. He's given you dozens and dozens of strategies in 15 minutes. And just imagine what would happen if you went deeper, right? Take action, seize the day, and we'll see you on the next session on growthtofreedom.com. Welcome to this episode of growthtofreedom.com. I have a question for you. Are you at a point right now, especially in the world that we live in, where you're struggling at some degree with maybe overwhelm or burnout, or feel a little bit of a lack of control, or maybe you're concerned about, the direction of your career, or maybe your finances? Well, if so, that we have got an expert who's uniquely qualified and a living legend and qualified to share with you his insights, his wisdom on what will work today to help you achieve personal, professional, and your financial goals faster and easier than you ever possibly imagined. I've been impacted by his work all the way back in the early 1990s, mid 90s, many programs. I mean, I've gotten dozens and dozens of programs, Nightingale Conant, which is no longer around. I bet you have 15, 20 different courses. He's published over approximately 500 audio and video learning programs. He's written close to 100 books, 4 per year for over 25 years. He's literally helped over 3 million plus people that they can count. There's probably another couple million they can't count all over the world. And guess what? He can help you as well. His name is Brian Tracy. And Brian, it's so amazing to have you here with us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. It's a pleasure. And I'm so happy to hear about your success. I found that sometimes just one idea can change your whole life. If it comes to you at the right time and the right way, it just sort of connects and you change, like taking a different road, and you're never the same again.
And in fact, that inspired the theme of this segment. We're celebrating 300 episodes, 30 years of my business. And the theme is one breakthrough away. You're literally one breakthrough away from that next big breakthrough in your life, and a celebration of mentors, of clients and friends that have been joining us on this journey. So Brian, I'd love to dive right into it, because you're a wealth of knowledge and proven strategy, not tactical. I mean, although there is lots of tactics, timeless, that will be good today. It was good yesterday, and it'll be good in the next 20, 50 years. It's legacy work that you do, which is so impactful. As you see the world today, I mean, we've had a lot of changes, right, over the last 9 months with the crisis and more. What do you see are some of the biggest mistakes, Brian, that most people are, making as they're trying to navigate what's going on?
Well, I wrote a book a few years ago on crisis management. I spoke to so many companies And one of the questions they ask is, how do you deal with a crisis? How do you deal with problems? How do you solve major problems and so on? So I did enormous research. I read and read and read and read and read, and I put together what I call 21s. And I've got about 20 different books that are 21 ways to do this, 21 great ways, 21 and so on. And so I wrote down 21 ways to deal with any crisis. And number one step is stay calm. Stay calm. And number two is get the facts. And number three is accept responsibility. And it goes on and on. And by the time I get through the first three, my hour is up when I'm talking to companies and organizations. But I'm not trying to sell the book. What I'm saying is that your mind is so powerful. It's a wonderful mind if you use it properly. Just like if you have a beautiful car, you can drive in a beautiful car. But if you swerve all over the road, if you're drunk, if the car is broken down, well, then it's not that helpful. So your mind is like a wonderful computer. You have a conscious mind, which is what you do all day long. And you have a subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind is basically a storehouse. It remembers everything that you ever do or think, but it's a neutral part of your life. It does not create. What creates is what is called the superconscious mind. And this has been talked about for 4,000 years. And the superconscious mind is this mind that connects with the entire universe. And when you set a goal for yourself and write it down, it's taken by the subconscious mind and turned over like a team of computer experts. It's turned over to this other team. And this superconscious works 24 hours a day to bring into your life exactly what you want at exactly the right time in exactly the right way. So if you use your mind properly, you can accomplish anything. If you want to become wealthy, if you want to be healthy, if you want to have a successful family or a business, just write it down. And it's very important. Goals that are not in writing have no effect. And so write it down. Only 3% of adults have written goals, and everybody works for them. They are the wealthiest people out there. I mean, here's a great example. The richest man in the world for many years was Bill Gates. Bill Gates reads 2 books a week, and then he annotates the books and writes down, underlines, and then he takes what he's underlined and written down, he puts it into a separate booklet, and then he reviews it. And so Warren Buffett, and the two of them compete back and forth. Warren Buffett has been the richest man in the world several times, and Warren Buffett reads 5 hours a day. He reads an average of about a book a day. His assistant partner, Charlie Munger, does the same thing. And what they say is if you're not reading, you really have no chance in today's world because things are moving so quickly. One of the things you just mentioned, that you're one idea away from great success, and that is true, but you never know what the idea is, so you have to collect lots of ideas. People ask me, how can you write a book every 3 months? And the answer is, I keep gathering information, and then I set it down, and I have a system for book writing. And by the way, if anybody is thinking about writing a book, go to my website, briantracy.com, and there's a 20-part system on how to write a book and get published. It's free. Just go and get it. Countless people all over the world have used that system to write a book and get published. And I just won't go into it anymore, but it's very simple stuff. Great truths, by the way, are always very simple.
Very true. Very true. You know, the great quote from Oliver Wendell Holmes, I wouldn't give a fig to be on this side of complexity, but I'd give my life to be on the other side of simplicity.
Yeah.
Which is so powerful. Now, Brian, in your journey, right? I mean, you have helped millions and millions and millions of people. I want to ask to give context to viewers and listeners who have followed you, as well as those who might be new to your work, which means they, you know, I don't know how someone wouldn't know Brian Tracy. Either way, why are you doing what you're still doing today when you could have, you know, gone on to other things? I'm just curious. What would you say to that? Why are you doing what you're doing?
Well, it's a combination. I've been asked that many times, and it's a combination. First of all, I love my work. And I learned decades ago, that if you find something that you love and you put your whole heart into it, you'll never work another day in your life. That's Napoleon Hill's advice. And so therefore your job, your main job in life is to find something that you love to do and then put your whole heart into doing that really, really well. And it takes, I learned this many years ago. I was building my business in professional speaking, and I'd been speaking for about 3 years, and my audiences were growing. And a friend of mine, a woman who was the head of the National Speakers Association, Patricia Fripp, said, it takes 5 to 7 years for you to be successful in this business or in any business, 5 to 7 years. And that's interesting because I had started reading Peter Drucker, and Peter Drucker said the same thing. It's about 7 years. It takes you 2 years to, when you start a business, it takes you 2 years to turn the corner and start to earn more than you're putting out. Most businesses are in a race against time in the first 2 years, like a plane hurtling toward the earth. And if you learn and apply and learn and apply, you pull the plane out of the dive and you start to earn more than it's costing you. So the first 2 years are where you learn. The next 2 years are where you pay back all the money that you invested or borrowed in the first 2 years. And the next 3 years is what it takes for you to become successful. So it's 2 years, 4 years, 7 years. And I said, oh, that's not going to work for me. That's no way I'm going to spend that much time. I'm going to be successful faster. And no matter how hard I worked, it took 7 years. And so that's one of the great lessons of life. And Peter Drucker, the great management consultant, just taught it as sort of like a throwaway comment. Oh, by the way, it takes 7 years for a business to be successful. And if you look at whether it's Microsoft or Apple or any of the business, it's 7 years. And sometimes Apple, very interestingly, Apple got into a real problem and almost went bankrupt in the late 90s. So it was successful, but then it went back into a dive, and it was on the verge of bankruptcy when they gave the business back to Steve Jobs. They pushed him out because of his particular personality. And so he went off and started, I think it's Pixar. He started a couple of other companies that turned into multi-billion-dollar companies. And finally, they asked him, would you come back to Apple and just take a look around? And you know the company, and you're the major shareholder still. Would you help us out? So he walked around and just asked questions. How's it going? What are you doing? How's it going? What are you doing? And so on. And then finally, they said, well, why don't you just take over the company? Take it back, basically, and we will step down. So the executives running the company said, okay. So he went in and got the numbers and said, oh my God, he's got 2.5 months before bankruptcy. The company was on the verge of collapse. And he had no money. He was in a really tight situation. It's a great story. It's been published. So what did he do? Well, he needed an enormous amount of money. He needed $100 million to save the company. And so he had been, from the time he started, he had been sort of attacking and insulting Bill Gates. And Microsoft is an old company, stodgy, not creative, and so on. It's got the wrong business model. Microsoft's business model was an open system so that anybody could write programs for Microsoft. Apple's business model was a closed system, is all secret, is nobody could work on Microsoft or on Apple program. So now they've been on stage in universities debating each other, going back and forth. And Apple, Steve Jobs, are always insulting Bill Gates. Well, now he said, now where am I going to get $100 million? The only person he knew that had that kind of money was Bill Gates. So he called him up and said, I need some help because I'm on the verge of bankruptcy. And I know I've said some unkind things to you and about you in the past, but now I need $100 million. And will you lend it to me? And Bill Gates said, Steve, Apple is too important a company to go broke. And not only will I give you the $100 million, but I will buy stock in your company. So it's not a loan, has to be paid back. I'll just become a shareholder and I'll provide you with the money. He had 2.5 months before he was bankrupt, and he gave him the $100 million, and the rest is history. A wonderful story. Wonderful story. Even though he'd been insulting him and attacking him, everything year after year after year, and he said, no, your company is too important, and I'll invest in your company. And now you saw what happened. The world, imagine this, everybody lives on on an iPhone. I'll ask my audience, because one of the most important things in marketing is what role does your product play in the life of your customer? Is it a large role, a small role? I said, for example, today, the iPhone plays an important role. Everybody uses an iPhone. It plays an important role. I said, have you ever had the experience where you got in your car and you drove to work, and halfway to work, you realized you left your phone at home? What did you do? I'll ask 1,000 people, and they'll all make the same. They turned around and went back and got their iPhone, because this plays such an important role in a person's life. They did a survey last year. They asked their customers, how many of you are going to buy another iPhone in the future? Answer, 90%. If 90% of your current customers are going to buy from you again, it means that Apple was the first company to have $1 trillion of profit in the bank. This year it hit $2 trillion. And it's the most profitable company in the history of the world. Why? It's because it has made their products essential to their customers. You cannot think of not having an iPhone. A most remarkable thing. And so therefore, if you're in business, one of the things that you have to do is you have to create a product or offer a product that's really important to your customers. So they want it and need it, and it plays an important role in their lives. Other than that, you become dispensable. They can buy from you or buy from someone else or buy from someone else. So it's very, very important. All the companies that are successful are companies that have made themselves really important to their customers.
And as you're listening or you're watching right now, how would your business change if you became an essential, right? A necessity, if you will, or created a pane of disconnect, or created the cell phone stick rate? Or how would you be impacted if you just took the 3 of 21 strategies that Brian shared with you on dealing with crisis right now at home and in your business? From staying calm, getting the facts, accepting responsibility, or tapping into the super conscious mind, going beyond the conscious, going beyond the subconscious to the super conscious. How would it transform your life, your business, your career? And Brian talked about loving what you do. It'll never be a day of work the rest of your life. Now, Brian, out of respect to time, do we still have a couple minutes?
Sure.
All right. You brought up the story about Bill Gates and Steve Jobs, right? And I will do it as an investment in the company. I heard you. This is an obscure fact, and hopefully you can remember this. You used to share at a sales training. I attended one of your sales trainings many moons ago, probably almost two decades ago, 20 years ago. And you talked about a study, I believe, that you or your team had done about executives at IBM, and how when they invested $1 in their personal development or education or investing in themselves for personal growth, you had cited a number as far as the translated growth that they'd gotten versus those who didn't invest in themselves. Do you happen to remember that? I'd love you to share that, because, you know, the best investment we have is ourselves, right? And there's nobody better to share that than you as a legend in this industry for people to really pay attention to this.
It's a great point, because I'll tell you a great story too. What I said is that for every $1 you invest in yourself, you get $10 back in income and in personal value. It's just astonishing. Is you do not know where it's going to come from or when it will come from. But if you just read a good book and underline it and think about it, what will happen is that you'll attract, almost like the law of attraction, you'll attract another $10. And I was giving a 3-day seminar in Dallas about 3 years ago. And in the audience was a very, very successful and well-known businessman and a selling author, wealthy. And he was in the audience, a good friend of mine. And he stood up when I was talking about the importance of investing in yourself. And he stood up, and everybody knew him, and I knew him. And it was kind of like we're talking from the audience. And he said, I'd like to say something about that comment. He said, when I was 18 years old, I said that, and he said, that man is wrong. He said, what Brian told you is false. It's not true. It's not going to give you $10 back. It's going to give you $50 or $100 back. When I first went to a Brian Tracy seminar, I was 18 years old, and I had to be forced to go because I'd never heard about personal development. He said, and you talked about investing in yourself. He said, so I started to do it. He said, within He said, by the time I was 24, I was a millionaire. He said, today I'm 35 and I have more money than I could spend in the rest of my life. And it's all because of this man, all because of what he told me, is the more you invest in yourself, the more ideas connect and interconnect with others. And the more you see, the more alert you are, and you activate this superconscious mind. And the superconscious mind will bring you exactly what you need, exactly when you're ready for it. And so therefore, what you have to do is get ready. You get ready by learning and practicing and studying and so on. And if you'll do that. So anyways, he stood up and everybody cheered and applauded and so on. So I've had wonderful, wonderful stories of people who just took these ideas and applied them. And I consider myself to be a synthesizer rather than an originator who's come up like Einstein and so on. What I do is I take all of these ideas and I put them together and I synthesize them into a new synthesis. And that's what I do. I'll give you a wonderful story. I just love the story. I was doing my big seminar here in San Diego a few years ago, and we got a call from someone in New Zealand. And they wanted to come to this seminar, and it was a businessman, and he wanted to bring his key people. And what we did is we insisted that everybody sit at different tables, so that instead of sitting at the same table and talking to the same people, you talk to different people. And he said, but we'd like to stay and sit together at the same table. Would that be okay? Because this was 8 people, and we were charging, I think, $1,000 a person. And we said yes, because we're business people. So he and his team flew up from New Zealand, and they came to my seminar. And it was a 3-day seminar. And about the second day, the wife of the head of the company came to me and said, would it be possible for my husband to have a personal chat with you? And I said, sure. He's a good customer. So we went off to the side and we sat down, and he told me, he said, he's built a trucking company. He said he'd been driving a truck for years. He had 2 boys and a wife. They had a small house, and they spent everything that they earned to stay alive and so on. And then one day he got my book, Maximum Achievement, and he began to read the book. And it totally changed his life. It totally changed the way he thought, especially writing down goals and then working on them. Well, he said, first goal he said he wanted to be wealthy. He had to own his own truck, because the way it works in the trucking business is that there's 1/3 of the revenue from the people who use your trucking business goes to the driver, 1/3 goes to the owner of the truck, and 1/3 goes to the trucking company. And a lot of truck drivers are independents. They own their own trucks, so they earn more money. So he said the first thing he'd have to do is own his own truck. So he sat with his wife and his kids, and he said, look, we're going to have to really cut down on our expenses so we can save enough money so we can buy a truck rather than my working just for someone else who owns the truck. And surprise, surprise, they earned enough money within a year to buy their own truck. So now he's earning twice as much as he was before. And they decided they would keep on saving money, keep on building up. And they bought a second truck and a third truck. Now he's the biggest freight hauler in New Zealand. They have 300 trucks that they work with everywhere. He's a multi-millionaire. Anyway, he would read this book and underline it and read it and underline it. And his wife said, why do you keep reading that book? He said, because it's really had a major impact on my life. She said that I should read it as well. And he said, okay, but you have to underline it with a different colored pen. And so he underlined it with a red pen. She underlined it with a blue pen. So we could see what she wrote down. And then the boys, they're now 12 years old, 12 and 14 years old. They noticed the impact of this book. So they said, could they read it? So they read it, and they used a different color, black, and somebody else wrote green. And this was the family book. And you could open the book, and the book was like a rainbow. Every single line was underlined, and notes in the side and everything else, as they built their business into the biggest trucking company in New Zealand. And he was just an ordinary guy. He's just a working guy. He's a guy who didn't have any education or no great advantages. But somehow, because of this superconscious ability, he and his kids. They lived in a beautiful home. I mean, it was just an absolutely wonderful story. And I never forget it my whole life, is what they did is whenever they got an idea, they would apply the idea. And that's the key, is if you want to be successful at anything, write it down, set it as a goal, and then you'll start to attract ideas that will make it possible. But you have to then take action. And that's the same thing that Drucker said. He said the purpose of strategic planning, the purpose of marketing, the purpose of everything is action now, action this day. And this is one of the great mottos, is action this day. Action now, take action immediately. Don't wait until you see somebody else doing it. When you get an idea, move immediately. I can guarantee you that you will eventually be a big success.
Speaking of taking action, Brian, if someone's been inspired about tapping into the superconscious and, breaking free from overwhelm, burnout, to up-level their financial impact, their business, their career, and a lot more, deal with uncertainty in the world in a lot better way, where can people go to connect with you, tap into your amazing resources and tools?
Well, all my stuff is available worldwide. I've written 90 books now. Today, I'll be working on completing number 91. So the stuff is available worldwide. Go to my website. But even better, people say, do you sell books? No, there's no profit in books. So therefore, go to Amazon and buy it. You can get it 30% off and delivered almost overnight. So if you want to get any of this material, it's all available worldwide, as you know.
So I want to encourage you, go to briantracy.com to check out the resources he talked about. If you want to learn how to write a book, Jim Rohn, the great Jim Rohn said, any life worth living is the life worth recording. And recording, ideally, your mastery. And a book gives you an ability to do that, to take your thousands and thousands, maybe tens of thousands of hours and condense it into a guidebook that can become a transformational tool for others, including yourself through the process. So go to briantracy.com. That's briantracy.com. Get his resources on Amazon. Brian's, what's one last thing that I should have asked you that we didn't get a chance to cover before we wrap up?
Well, I think you did a very good job. Thank you very much. We could sit and talk all day long.
Yes, we could.
If you look behind me, I have about 6,000 books in my home. All my bookshelves are double. And I've read most of them, and some of them more than once. I still read about 3 hours a day. And what it does is it's like physical exercise. If you exercise 30 to 60 minutes a day, you'll be one of the fittest people in the world. If you read 2 to 3 hours a day, you'll be one of the best informed and ultimately one of the most financially successful people. There's no limit to what you can accomplish except for the limits that you place on your own mind.
And there you have it. Readers are leaders, and leaders are readers. Brian Tracy is living proof. I encourage you, take action with what he's shared today. Tapping into your superconscious, being able to tap in and get through crisis with his 3 of 21 steps, to be able to realize that there's simplicity on the other side of complexity, that there's something to be had about investing in yourself and getting an ROI on that, and a whole lot more. And by the way, you can come back to this episode, this series, at growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. If you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. Seize the day. See you next time on another segment of growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com, our celebration, or part of our celebration of 300 episodes, 30 years in business, and people who've been an important part of my journey, and now ideally your journey, to be able to build a great company that has a bigger impact, a bigger reach, and makes a bigger contribution. So let me ask you this. You ever meet somebody that walks their talk on the front stage and the backstage, that they're true to their values, that are someone who goes way out of their way to help others, at times even more than themselves, and then you see them succeed as one of the good guys in business? Like, how does that strike you as you're watching or listening right now? The reason I bring that up is someone who I've been inspired by the way he lives, the way he leads, the way he works at home, the way he works his business, and has for close to 2 decades that we've gotten a chance to know each other. He's someone who's a trusted connector for high-level entrepreneurs for well over a decade and helping get those introductions that literally have been worth millions and millions of dollars. He creates positive change on a global scale by facilitating these connections between influential people to get them to come together to make the world a better place. And that's not just a saying from him. That's who he is. His name is Kevin Thompson. I'm lucky enough to call him a friend, a peer, all kinds of stuff. Someone I look at as a mentor in a lot of ways because of the way he lives his life. And I've been inspired by your work, Kevin, and who you are, what you do, and a whole lot more. So welcome to this episode.
Well, thank you, Dan. I mean, it's my pleasure to be here because, man, right from the first time we met all the way back in 2007, I mean, you and I just made a connection right off, and there's been a whole lot of pretty amazing water under the bridge since then. So
yes. And I know you've had quite the business journey. You built a 7-figure, online business. You have helped in this range of, getting people connected together for, relationship building, deal making, and a whole lot more. That's translated into multi-millions, hundreds of millions of dollars over time. So, as you see how the world has changed, right? I mean, it's changed. That's just the way that it is in the last, 6 to 9 months. And, you're still, really growing a great business. You're working with a lot of entrepreneurs. So you get behind the curtain, like, you've got, close to 100 clients in a very high profile kind of community that you've built up called Tribe for Leaders. What do you see right out there going on right now, Kevin, that are like some of the biggest challenges or mistakes that a lot of people might be making as they're looking at making this move with what's happened?
Well, I think a lot of entrepreneurs they want to grow their business, and they even want to find partners that, strategic partners that can help them grow their business. But a lot of times they're focused on the wrong thing, especially when it comes to currency. A lot of people think that, we've all had somebody approach us and say, hey, if you send me business or if you refer business my way, I'll compensate you. And, they mistakenly think that money is the most important currency when it's not. There's 4 other currencies, and TIMER is a good acronym for them. There's time, identity, money, energy and reputation or relationships. And in many cases, the relationship is the far more valuable currency to people, especially established entrepreneurs. And so when we focus on building relationships, when we actually care about other people and appreciate other people, it's been long said that, what we appreciate appreciates. And when we focus on the relationship first, the other pieces just kind of start falling into place.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much wisdom there. And that's been a constant theme throughout our segment here, growthofreedom.com/300. I can't help but wonder, the theme of this episode is really your one breakthrough away, right? Mm-hmm. One, and I have a feeling I know what you'll say to this as it relates, as you view it, as what will give you that one breakthrough. But, as you're working again in the current now, because what was working a lot of ways, 90 days ago, 6 months ago, is not necessarily working the same way now as you know it. But whether it's a strategy you deploy or use or implement, or it's some of your clients, as you've got, like I said, close to 100 people in this amazing community, what are 1 to 3 strategies, Kevin, that could potentially lead to that next big breakthrough as you see it? What would you say?
Sure. The first thing that I've been using this for a long time is just genuinely showing appreciation for other people. Because I can tell you, and especially now more than ever, no matter how successful somebody is, no matter how big their business is, no matter how good things look for somebody else on the outside looking in, there's not an entrepreneur, there's not a person on the face of this planet that gets enough appreciation. And when we show, genuine appreciation, not with an agenda, not with this thing of like, if I give, then I'll be able to receive too, but just give to give, just show appreciation for no other reason than to just do that. Don't look at that as a strategy or a tactic. Just let that be who you are. And you're going to attract so many more people to you. And people will start wanting to have conversations with you. I mean, I love having conversations with entrepreneurs. And, I'm not looking to promote myself or promote my thing. I want to have a conversation with them. And I'm always looking for like, what are they working on? What opportunities are they trying to take advantage of right now? Or what challenges are they dealing with right now that, and I'm always looking in the course of those conversations, and I'm thinking in the back of my mind, well, based on what they're sharing with me, who do I know that would be the best person to connect them with based on what they just shared? And by having those kinds of conversations with people, people talk about networking all the time, and in so many networking environments, everybody's talking about themselves and their business and what I do and this and that, and when everybody's talking like that, nobody's listening. Yep. But when we just ask questions and then listen because we genuinely want to know the answers, man, when we make people feel like they're being heard, that just endears people to us. So
that's amazing. And as you're listening or you're watching right now, like, how would it change your business for you to be in a place where you realize that capital is not just money, right? That going for an opportunity for other things and recognizing that the probably least important, especially for high level and high profile people, is actually the money side. It's the other things like time, identity, energy, reputation, then most importantly, relationship, right? And what if you made the 3-degree turn? Because maybe you've been a little focused on what you get out of it, focused on the wrong thing versus what you can add to first, what you can contribute first, what you can seek out to find first in their opportunities like Kevin described, or their problems or challenges, and just become a point guard, so to speak, and get them connected to the right people who can help it, which sometimes leads to you, but more times than not doesn't. But the indirect and direct byproducts are amazing with that as well. Now, I'm curious, Kevin, with what you do, why are you doing what you do today?
You know what? Honestly, I love being the hero. I love people coming back to me and just saying, Kevin, wow, thank you so much for that. I connected with so-and-so, I had a conversation, and whatever came from that, and it furthers the relationship capital that I have with people, and people appreciate me for doing what I do, and that's what feeds me. And when people start sharing their wins, man, I mean, that is really exciting. I mean, we hear from people on a weekly basis now, sharing their wins. And Kevin, I talked with so-and-so, and this is what came from it. And we're doing business together now, or whatever came from that. I mean, that's totally what feeds me. And I love hearing that. And quite honestly, I can't get enough. That's what motivates me to keep doing. Well, I want more of that. And
what's amazing about your business, Kevin, and I've admired for over a decade, is the fact that you built it around what you want, like not a custom one size fits all. You didn't build it on like what everybody else thought a business could or should look like. I mean, you've always been very respectful of your family, very respectful of your kids, and being present and available to them most, it seems, from the outside looking in, and then the business stuff around it. In other words, you built your business to be your lifestyle. It wasn't separate, wasn't sure. Front stage is one thing and backstage is another. It was congruent. And you're probably one of the most congruent people that I've met. And you now have this business, which serves you as well as serving others because it's congruent. It's in alignment. And, it's so great to see as, a friend and a peer and all of this different stuff and all the success that you're having with it. I'm curious because both of us have invested a lot in coaching. We've invested a lot in mentoring. We've invested a lot in masterminds and all these different types of things. Probably both of us well over 7 figures in our investment into our growth, right? Overall. And we see it as a ROI, return on investment, return on interaction, return on implementation versus a cost. So who has been a couple of your favorite coaches or mentors or guides along the way that you'd want to, shout out?
Well, easily, hands down, Joe Polish. I mean, in fact, he was my introduction to direct response marketing all the way back in 1996 was when I met Joe. And through watching Joe and watching what he does and how because Joe is brilliant at connecting with people and being a connector too. And he's definitely been a role model for me. I look at how long he and I have been friends. I mean, my goodness, that's 24 years now. And it's been such an amazing experience. Another friend of mine, Jesse Elder, has also become a huge mentor to me. I met Jesse in 2012, and just his whole take. I mean, this whole idea of active appreciation and really, understanding that appreciation is what is like, that opens the door to so much more. And that's just one of the things that I learned from. I've learned so much from Jesse over the years, but like those two guys, they have had a huge, huge impact on my life over the years.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, if you're listening or you're watching and you are intrigued and gone beyond intrigued and you're fascinated to apply the idea of connection, you're fascinated to apply and implement the idea of adding value first, of seeking out to understand, where someone is at with their opportunities or where they're at with their challenges, and really become really focused on them first, right? And you can see how this could help your business, right? Kevin, how can people connect with you, learn more about you, learn more about all the great resources you guys have available?
Oh, I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of Facebook. And being quite honestly, you know what? I just have not used LinkedIn that much. I'm firmly entrenched on Facebook. I love sharing, insights that I've learned along the way and connecting with people there. And just, really easy. Look me up on Facebook, Kevin Thompson. I think it's Kevin the Connector. You can hit me up there. And if you saw this podcast, you can shoot me a message. Let me know that you found out about me through Dan. I mean, that would be a great way. And hit me up, and if it makes sense, heck, I'm more than happy to make time to talk and get to know you a little bit better.
So I encourage you, go check out what Kevin's doing. Go find him on Facebook, Kevin Thompson, Kevin the Connector, Kevin Thompson, Kevin the Connector, and find out, you want to meet somebody maybe like you that realizes that your business can be meaningful, that it can be purpose-driven, that you can build it on your terms, that you can still be an amazing husband, you can be an amazing father of how many kids? 8, 9?
7. I don't know that many, but I do got 7.
Well, 7's amazing, right? And run a great business at the same time. You want to work with someone and get to know, get a look under the hood. I encourage you to reach out and learn more about what Kevin's up to as well. And you can do that. Go check him out on Facebook, Kevin the Connector, Kevin Thompson. Now, Kevin, what's something I should have asked you that we didn't just get a chance? And again, these are just short segments, but what's something I could or should have asked you that we didn't?
We didn't talk about this, but I got to give you a shout out, Dan, because several years ago, you and I had that one conversation when I was running the training business where you were like, Kevin, what if you do this? And I was like, wow, I don't know, but that sounds interesting. So we did implement that. And I forgot the actual dollar. I can find it. I forgot the actual dollar amount of revenue that came from it. But I know when you followed up with me several years later and asked, I had my assistant pull it up, and I know it was over 600,000 from that one thing. And we implemented that. And so, first, Dan, I want to acknowledge you for that. And just really kind of point out that, one idea, one thing, when implemented well, can be worth so much revenue for your business. And one relationship. I mean, I look, Dan, how long you and I have known each other, and now with everything that's going on, and one relationship can be so valuable. And don't focus on the building of the relationships, and of course the implementation piece too. When you hear from mentors and who give you ideas and say, hey, you should try this, you know what, don't just blow that stuff off. If it resonates, if it hits home, then implement, take action on it, because man, you're going to see results.
So true. In fact, speaking of results and taking, what are 1 to 3 action steps you hope that our viewers, our listeners take from our conversation?
Well, first of all, I hope, the whole active appreciation thing. I mean, reach out to somebody right now. You have contacts in your phone. Look through those contacts and send out some messages of appreciation. Don't ask for anything in return. Just send out some messages. Let people in your life know one thing that you genuinely appreciate about them, and just send some of those messages out. I guarantee you send 7 to 10 of those messages out, you're going to make people's lives, and you watch what happens when you turn. Watch the response that you get. And when you see that, I will assure you, it's going to be like, wow, I want to do a lot more of that.
There you have it. I encourage you, take action with what Kevin shared with you. Recognize that people get engaged with you and your products and your service for different reasons than just money, right? It's time, it's identity, it's energy, it's reputation, it's relationship. And then maybe it has something to do with the financial reward. Let's make sure you're not focused on the wrong thing. Let's focus on the right thing, your potential conversation. One person, one relationship can open the door to so many opportunities. So many opportunities. You keep hearing that repetitive theme throughout this series that we've been sharing with you. Active appreciation. Identify their opportunities and challenges, and who can you help get them connected to. If you want to learn more about Kevin, go find him on Facebook, Kevin Thompson, Kevin the Connector. Kevin, you're a gift to me, to my family. You're a gift to business. You're a gift to the world, man. I'm just incredibly appreciative of the way you operate. I love the way you operate and show up in the world. And I'm grateful to call you a friend, and also doing business together, which is a lot of fun too.
Well, thank you, Dan. I mean, the feeling is 100% mutual. Appreciate you too.
So there you have it. Now we got a love fest going. We're going to roast marshmallows and sing Kumbaya. No, just kidding. So take action. Seize the day with what Kevin shared with you. And by the way, send us a note. Send out those 7, 5, 10, 15, 7 messages, active appreciation, and then drop Kevin and I a note and let us know the impact. Let us know, because I can promise you what Kevin shared with you, it will open up whole new doors and doorways of opportunity that you never thought possible. And then what will happen likely is you go, what if I did this once a week? Oh, what if I did this twice a week? Oh, what if I did this 3 times a week? And then you start getting this cascading, this exponential. It's almost like a penny doubling every day, which is why Kevin has gotten the results he has. And you can start having the ability by just doing something simple, active appreciation. Take advantage of it, seize the day, and come from the right place, and watch what happens for you, your business, your family, and more. That's it for this episode. Thanks for watching. You can come back to this episode at growthtofreedom.com/300, or if you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time on growthtofreedom.com. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com. I have a quick question for you. What can a mad genius and a middle-aged third baseman teach you about getting your next big breakthrough, about achieving prosperity, and a whole lot more? Well, this expert is someone uniquely qualified. Quick backstory. In the early 1990s, I got connected to a gentleman named Michael Wickett, who is a best-selling publisher at Nightingale Conant. My wife at the time's grandmother worked for him. He got us together, and I sat down with Michael. I had just written the manuscript of my first book called A Champion in the Making. And I said, Michael, if you were me really wanting to go into the publishing business, who would you follow? Who would you find to guide you, to coach you, etc.? And one of 5 names popped up. The very first name was Randy Gage. And since that time, I've gone through his copywriting courses, his Speakers Institute, that which I'm not even sure exists anymore, and a whole lot more. And fast forward a couple years, a good friend of mine, Joshua Shaffron, who had helped grow and do some amazing things together, was working with Randy on a joint project, and they needed to fill some seats for an event. And lo and behold, we did some campaigns and apparently, did over 6 figures on a teleseminar with Randy as partner at the time, Ford Sakes and more. Now, if you don't know who Randy Gage is, I want to really ask you to lean in here. Say, if you're driving, you want to pull over, put your car in park, grab a pen, grab a piece of paper right now. Why? He is one of the deepest thinkers you're ever going to meet. He's not your typical business gloss over, strategy, tactic person. He's a critical thinker who's going to make you approach your business. He's going to challenge you, and he's going to challenge your life and business in a whole new way. He's the author of 13 books that have been published in 25 languages, including New York Times bestsellers, Risky is the Safe, The New Safe, and Mad Genius. He's spoken and impacted over 2 million people in over 50 countries. He's a member of the Speakers Hall of Fame and the Direct Selling Hall of Fame. And when he's not prowling the podium or finishing up a manuscript for his next book, you'll probably find him playing third base on his softball team somewhere. So Randy, welcome. It's so grateful to have you here.
I'm honored. I'm honored you upgraded me to middle-age softball player as opposed to senior division softball
You don't
player.
look like you've aged since I ever got introduced to you. It's amazing.
Trust me, I have. My back lets me know.
Yeah, our body reminds us of that most mornings, right?
Yeah.
So I want to dive into it because we just have a few minutes and that was our promise. I mean, you've been on this journey for decades, influenced, impact millions of it. We've just gone through one of the greatest, crises, or maybe we're still in the middle of it. A lot of uncertainty out there. What do you see are some of the biggest mistakes that people are making right now, either, as it relates specifically to their business combined with their life?
The biggest mistakes I see them making now are the same ones they usually make, which is they're reacting to stimulus around them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's the COVID-19 pandemic, the recent presidential election, the latest hurricane that's coming through or went through, they're reacting to that. They're not mindfully planning ahead. They're not mindfully thinking, okay, how do I look around the corner? How do I get ahead of what's coming out? And just the big questions. Who do I want to be? What kind of life do I want to live? What kind of business do I want to be working in? I don't think they're doing enough self-examination.
So what can someone do then to, kind of get on track, if you will? Sometimes unlearning is far more valuable than learning, right? To get on track. So what advice would you give someone, 1 to 3 strategies that could help them get that next big breakthrough?
One of the things I wrote in Mad Genius was to schedule thinking time every week. And everybody who read the book is like, oh my God, what a great idea. Yeah, that's exactly what I need to do. And then they never did it. When I talk to people in coaching, people in my coaching program, things like that, they're kind of stuck and they don't know really what they want to be when they grow up. And I say, when is the last time you actually unplugged your devices and spent 45 minutes in thought with yourself? Right. And we could talk about meditation and have some, but like things like that, I've just determined, okay, I have to have self-development time in the morning. I don't have any music playing in my house. I don't have any TVs, radios playing in my house. When I'm writing, I'm writing. And when I'm not writing, I'm thinking. So even when I'm making my bed, I'm preparing my protein shake after my workout or whatever, I don't have background noise. I'm alone with my thoughts. And so I kind of was joking in this blog I wrote the other day that the second best prosperity advice I could ever give you is unplug from your devices once a week for 45 minutes or 60 minutes and be alone with your thoughts, and just have a journal and a pen nearby if you want to journal something down. But not a phone, not a tablet, because then you're going to get the email thing or the breaking news alert or any of that crap. And just give yourself that chance. And then and of course, they always say, well, then what's the first most important? And that question and that answer is, when you charge your phone and your devices at night, put it in a different room than you sleep. Right? There's so many people, their Instagram post is the last thing they do before they go to bed. And the CNN breaking news alert is the first thing they see when they wake up. And the human mind cannot operate at a high level if you're given it that kind of stimuli. So if you started with that kind of just self-examination time, that's what leads you to the big picture stuff. Like, I got on my blog right now, I think I've done 3 so far. I think there's 7 main areas of your life that you make decisions on. And they're going to determine if you're healthy, happy, and prosperous. Right? And you get a philosophy in each of those areas. Like health, you have a philosophy about health. You think either food comes from factories and your kitchen is filled with stuff with expiration dates 2 years from now, or you think food should be natural, like fruits and vegetables and nuts, right? You think exercise is just for elite athletes, or you think it's that everybody needs exercise, right? You create a philosophy around that. You create a philosophy around relationships. You create a philosophy around money and finance, right? So I picked those 7 areas, and that's what I'm working on in the blog right now. And I think that's what people don't realize is they develop that philosophy usually when they were a kid, unknowingly, subconsciously, just like if your parents argued all the time and one cheated on the other or they were abusive, you developed a philosophy about relationships and marriage that before you were 10 years old that you didn't even know you developed it, but it's there, right?
Yep.
So how often as adults do we actually go back and say, what is my philosophy in this area? What are the core foundational beliefs that I have in this area? And that's the kind of real self-examination I'm talking about.
Now, over the decades, you've been involved in direct selling. You've had your Speakers Institute. You've had a training business. I mean, you've had your hands in a lot of different, businesses. Why are you doing what you're doing? I mean, you could have retired many moons ago. And, I love getting this psychology and philosophy from someone who just continues to appear to live their passion. Why do you continue to do what you do, Randy?
Well, I retired when I was like 40, I think, my first midlife crisis, and that lasted a few months. And then I realized I can't do this. I need to be doing something significant. I thought I'm going to race cars, drink out of a coconut, and play softball every day. Those would be my life. And I realized, no, that's a really vapid, shallow life with no challenge and no.
And you're still doing those 3 things, but you're still doing the business stuff too.
Right, because I realized, hey, my work, I like I told you just before we went live with this that I just sent the 14th book to the publisher. It's called Radical Rebirth, and I feel like it's the culmination of all my work so far in prosperity and success and the mental part of the game and all of that. And that's what it's, I put up the like the pre-order page, people who want to pre-order, which by the way, you guys watching is, I hope I got this right, randygage.com/radical rebirth. And, I put something to the effect like, warning, when you read this book, you might quit your job, divorce your spouse, run away with the circus, join a lesbian commune, run away with the circus, get a tattoo, discover your real sexuality, or all of the above, because that's what real self-examination should be. It should be uncomfortable. It should be threatening. It should be, how many people are dentists because 3 generations of their family were dentists?
Yep.
Or they're soldiers because every generation since the Civil War has been in the military. Sometimes we just, like me, that was my path. I was going to grow up in Madison, Wisconsin, and go to Fish Fry's on Friday night and drink Pabst Blue Ribbon beer and be a fan of the Green Bay Packers and work at the auto factory, the GM factory in Janesville. And that's what you did. And when I grew up then in Wisconsin, and I realized, well, I don't even like fish. I hate ugly uniforms. I hate cold winter. And, I want to live somewhere with palm trees and do different things. And so my life was transformed at 17 years old. I had a beat up 71 Plymouth. I packed everything that would fit into it. And I drove down to Miami by myself at 17 years old. I had no apartment. I didn't have a job. I didn't know a single soul in Miami. But I had a dream that I wanted to live in a tropical paradise. and I stayed at a roach-infested hooker hotel on Biscayne Boulevard, which was $17 a night or $11 a night for like 3 months until I had found a job and saved up enough money to deposit and get an apartment and everything. But that was the greatest thing that ever happened to me, because it was the result of not just accepting the pathway that seemed to be laid out for me, but actually doing the critical thinking, doing the self-examination of, is that really the life that I want to live?
And speaking of living the life you want to live, you know, this journey you've taken that took you from that place, right, in that roach infested place, right, to now having impacted millions and millions of people, right?
Yeah.
I can see the smile, you know, on your face, because I mean, you love doing that. You love turning people on, as I observe it. You love being able to challenge people to be their better selves, right? It's got to be a little uncomfortable, right? It's like irritated oysters create pearls.
And you asked about retirement. You know Swatch, right? The Swatch watches. So I was doing a symposium in Central Europe with the founder of Swatch. Okay, this is back in the late 90s. And he was just, back then, I think he was like 80. And we were doing, and he was just this he was this ornery character, just bigger than life. He wore like 4 watches. He'd have, he owned like 9 watch companies, right? Swatch was just one of them. He had watches that sold for $200,000. He had $50,000 lines. And so he had 9 watch companies, and he had them all competing with each other. So he wore 4 of them. You know, he'd have an $11 Swatch and a $200,000 one and whatever. So we're doing the press conference to promote this big conference that he and I are doing. And one of this young reporter says to him, you know, you're like in your 80s and you've already worth billions of dollars and you've, you know, founded all these companies. Have you ever thought about retiring? And he said, entrepreneurs are artists, and artists never retire.
Mm.
And the moment he spoke those words, I said, oh my God, that's why I couldn't retire. That's why I couldn't say, because I'm an artist, because what I do is an art form. And that, you know, and I've really kept that philosophy ever since. And yeah, so I don't ever see myself retiring. I feel like, so literally for you guys watching, I had told Dan 3 minutes before we started this, I had sent the final manuscript. But I'm already working on book number 15, right? Yep. And I've got an outline for book number 16, right? Because I have stuff that I want to share, stuff that I have to get out, because I think it's important for people. And so that's what I think life is about, is, you know, we have to keep examining ourselves and challenging ourselves to keep moving toward, to stay on this pathway of, you know, becoming the highest possible version of ourselves. That's what the journey's got to be about.
And I'm curious, Randy, like, as you think, you know, in your journey, and maybe it's now, maybe it's in the past, who are those you've looked to, whether you call them mentors, advisors, coaches, that have inspired or inspire you, right, to get beyond your own level of thinking?
Ayn Rand, that was, you know, Atlas Shrugged was the most influential book I've ever read. Ernest Holmes, The Science of Mind, Reverend Charles and Myrtle Fillmore, Emily Cady. Those are I'm more of a reader, so books really speak to me. And those were the books that really challenged my beliefs and got me thinking about what I think about. So those people really were probably I never met them because most of them, right? I mean, I met a few. I met Og Mandino, for instance. I knew Og, and I knew Jim Rohn. And so I've known some people like that, but most of them were people that were already no longer on this earth, but they had left these books, which was their continuing work to influence us.
Yeah, what I love about that perspective too is the experts and the advisors, if you will, the collective you named, they're not tactical based teachers. They're principle based teachers,
Yeah.
philosophy based. And that's what I love about the work that you represent is it's philosophy based. It's timeless. Like it'll be good today. It'll be good in 3 decades, at least overall, the overall body of work. What, if someone wanted to go deeper with you, right? You've got amazing work. You've got an amazing body of work and all kinds of different facets. Where can people connect with you, Randy? Where can they get in touch with you to learn more?
Okay, so randygage.com, that's kind of my Starfleet command site. You can find everything on there. I've got a blog, I've got a prosperity podcast. Whenever I have public programs I'm doing, you could find them on there. Whenever my next book is going to come out, you read about it there. And then I have a newsletter called Gage on Prosperity. So that's right on the homepage. I would suggest people sign up for that. And I put out a newsletter each week called Friday Philosophy, just dealing with something that I'm thinking about that I think you should be thinking about.
And I would encourage you, go to randygage.com. I know that a couple of our mutual friends, Randy, one wanted to say hi, Gail Kingsbury, who is going to be a part of this celebration of 300 episodes and 30 years of my journey and the important people in it. She's also one of them, and she wanted me to
Great. Yeah, give her my best.
Yes, and Stephanie Frank, who I believe
yeah.
Stephanie really well. We've been friends for about 20 years. And I want to encourage you, go check out Randy's work. I'll finish the story, close the loop. Michael Wickett shared 5 people I should follow. The number 1 person was Randy Gage. I started studying Randy's stuff, and it was a catalyst to learning how to write copy, to communicate better, to influence better, ultimately to sell better, either online, offline, in print, or otherwise. That led to a $20 million company, not once that got sold, but 2 companies that ultimately got sold as a catalyst from that beginning. Now, I can't promise you're going to do that. I'm going to say you'll probably do nothing. You'll probably get nothing. You'll probably all that sort of disclaimer stuff that you want to add. But what if Michael Wickett would not have said, go learn from Randy Gage? What would it have cost me? The reason I asked Randy to be here is I know how he was a catalyst, an igniter for me, and I'd love him to be an igniter for you. Go check out his work. Go to randygage.com. That's randygage.com. Check out the newsletter. Check out the Prosperity Program. Check out his new books. There's a wealth of wisdom that he will bring you in a very easy to understand, practical way. But be warned, you will be challenged. You definitely will be challenged. Now, Randy, what would be 1 to 3 action steps you hope our viewers, our listeners take from our short time together today?
Really set aside that thinking time, right? Get a look at your planner, whether you do it on your phone or you have a paper one, whatever, and literally say, okay, on Thursday between 3 o'clock and 3:45, I'm going to schedule some thinking time. And then I would say, check out your morning routine. What is can you work around your schedule to start your day with some self-development time? And don't check the email box and don't check the phone alerts, but start with a positive podcast or reading a positive book, personal growth, self-development. And I think you really create your consciousness for the day, by that how you spend the first half an hour of your day is really going to determine how happy, how productive, how influential you're going to be during the day. So I'm a big believer in that, setting your mindset and your intentions that way.
I encourage you, take action with what Randy shared with you, build in that thinking time, set the time to schedule, check out your morning ritual, get that 30 to 60 minutes for you. Not everybody else, but for you, and watch what happens. Randy, it's a pleasure to have you, my friend. Thank you.
Great to be on again.
So take action. What are you going to do with this information? Is it just going to be entertainment and you're going to have it come in, or are you going to apply what Randy shared with you? Number 1, I also want you to go to randygage.com. Check out what he's doing, all the incredible resources. Number 2, take action with this and let us know. Send me an email, drop me a line. Share this with someone you care about. If you know another founder, CEO, business owner, entrepreneur who is looking for strategies that are proven and timeless, decades of experience right here, introduce them to this episode, this series. growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. If you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com. growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. That's growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. Seize the day. Make it a great week. We'll see you next time on another session of growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this episode of growthtofreedom.com. We're celebrating our 300th episode, 30 years in business, and the important people in this journey, friends, mentors, clients, and a whole lot more. And I have a question for you. How important do you feel self-love, self-care is on your journey to success, growth, building a great business, building a great life, building a great family? How important is it? And what if this one simple but often overlooked idea was a critical piece to help you go from hitting a plateau to breaking through, to be able to get that next level breakthrough, to be able to have that transformation, if not that transcendent opportunity? Would that be something that would interest you? Well, if so, you are going to love our next guest expert. She's basically a light of love. That's who she is. And she has trained and worked. She's a New York Times bestselling author of 2 books, co-author of The Passion Test, co-author of the book Hidden Riches. She's also trained over 3,500 people on her methodologies through the Passion Test, called Passion Test Facilitators, in more than 60 some countries. She's a regular media expert, a regular media contributor. She shared the stage with people like Richard Branson, His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, Dr. Stephen Covey, Richard Branson, Nobel laureate F.W. de Klerk, Jack Canfield, Tony Hsieh, and the list goes on and on and on. And guess what? I'm proud to call her a friend in my life. Of all the people, and I shared this earlier with Chris as well, I think back of like what was one relationship, because relationship capital is the most important factor, one relationship that kind of triggered so many direct things, indirect things, and it comes back to her and Chris Atwood. And she is, again, she's a love of light. She's also, by the way, this is something she doesn't talk a lot about. I just want to point out, this is a fun fact for Janet Atwood, and that is she was awarded the highest award for volunteer service in the United States, the President's Volunteer Service Award from the President of the United States. How cool is that, right? So you're a dignitary. You're a dignitary, aren't you?
I've never looked at it that way, to tell you the truth.
Well, you're more than that to me. You're a special part of my life, not only professionally, but more, probably even more personally than you know. And I'm so grateful that you could join us for this special episode. So thank you.
I'm honored. I'm so honored. And congratulations. I mean, big congratulations. And it's no surprise that it's your 30th year, because you can't go that long without and be that sustainable unless you really know yourself deeply. You just can't, because as you said, everything is relationship capital. It's all about, in our transformational world, it's all about creating alliances and then being able to really keep those alliances. That's one thing, getting them, but the other thing is keeping them, nurturing them, loving them. And you can only do that if you really are connected to you, you love you, you know you nurture you. So, and Dan, you're a freaking light bulb. You know, I tell everybody, if you want to know a light bulb of just pure light, love, always. And you're so congruent with your family and you love your kids. I know you're a screaming great husband and an incredible father, and you're an incredible friend, and you're magnificent at what you do to help people. And it comes back to, when you love yourself, you love others. There's no one out there. Right. So when you really know you, then you really know everyone else. And that's why you do you so well. So congratulations.
Thank you, Janet. I want to dive into you. Self-love, self-care, right? In the short time that we've got today, give us a glimpse, Janet, like as you work with hundreds of thousands of people, right? Lots of different countries. You know, you've been, in a place of meditation in some of the most peaceful states and places in the world, right? At such high levels, as well as, everyday people that are just struggling to get by and everything in between. So like, what do you see are some of the big mistakes people make around self-love and self-care?
not understanding what self-love is.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm running a course right now, and what I've come to understand is people really don't have a clue what self-love is. I mean, there's just like this across the board myriad of different, thoughts going on about what self-love is. And what people are surprised to find is that when I talk to them about it, it's about acceptance of who you're being right now. Because if you don't accept who you are and know that who you are is just enough, then you're motive generated. And what that means is you're not thinking about what the other person needs. You're thinking about what you need and the love, approval, appreciation that you need from others. And if you don't know who you are, then what gets in your way? And hey, I could write a book about my years of not knowing who I was. Then you have this low self-esteem that follows you everywhere. And so you sabotage yourself left and right, left and right, left and right, because you aren't true to you. You're saying yes when you mean no, then you can't deliver. Then you try to clean it up. Then you're starting to tell stories about why you can't deliver. And it's impossible to keep the truth when you're always telling a story. Okay, you can't always remember. And so learning to really love you and really accept you and be who you are and know that you're enough, you've got it, you've got exactly what you need. How do you know that's who you are? It's really one of the hardest things for people to let be okay. Because why? Because we're always comparing. And when you compare, you die. You can't ever win. And so I would say that one of the biggest things that I've seen, and let's talk about me, that I've seen, I was in my kitchen today, as a matter of fact, and I was cooking miles an hour because I had my accountant was coming over today, and I'm talking on the computer at the same time to my assistant. And we were talking about how we could both write a book about how many times we took ourselves out of the game because we didn't honor who we were. Because when you honor who you are, you honor everyone else, because self-love is all about being kind to you and being okay with where you are. Because if you're not, then what you do is you project what you're not okay with onto everyone else. And so if you're not loving who you are, what you're doing is you're finding fault in everyone in front of you. And this is not how you're going to create a lot of relationship capital. Dan, the reason why you've done so well, it's just been no surprise to me, is because you've always seemed to have, now, what do I know? It's only my story, but you've always seemed to have this just very intact self-love. Very, I know who I am. This is who I am. In the transformational world, it's so important, because if you're trying to always be what you think everybody else wants you to be, and they buy into your program, then they didn't even buy into what was true. They bought into your story about what you think they want, and then all of a sudden they're starting to be with the real you, because you can never hold on to that story long enough. And then you wonder, how come I don't have a following? Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't there.
Yep.
I didn't show up as me. And there's enough people in the world that are going to love you up as long as you're audaciously authentic, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So Janet, with that, right? Lots of people struggle with it, right? Lots of people, may not be, I won't project. I know in my early years, I had, trouble being comfortable in my own skin, just calling an ace an ace. And, and finally I just got to a place where I was okay with me, right? As simple as that. What advice, or what, I don't know if you'd call it a strategy or advice, would you give someone, one to couple things that they could do to kind of really move to be comfortable with themselves, to love themselves for this, the impact of self-love?
Well, I could give everybody a practice, or I could give everybody practices. So I think I will. There are 4 major things that I've used in my life, and I never give anyone anything that I haven't done. So number 1 is undoing your limiting beliefs. We came in as light. We came in as love. And then what happened? Life happened. Maybe you got a divorce. Maybe you were hit by a truck. Maybe you lost loved ones. Maybe you were physically abused. Maybe you were bullied. Maybe all of this stuff happens. And then what we start to do is we start to protect ourselves because life can be painful. And then the next thing we know, how come I'm not connecting? How come I don't feel closer to others? So one practice that I've used on a regular basis is called the work of Byron Katie, to undo your limiting beliefs. I used to be Byron Katie's marketing director. I got very, very close to her. And these beliefs that we have, I'm not good enough, smart enough, rich enough, I'm not the right color, I'm not the right size. That's all your limiting beliefs. And yet when you continue to tell yourself that, they become real. And what is real, which is you came in as love, you came in as light, you have everything that you need, starts to be this, this like a different language, right? You're talking Martian to me. So a great practice, the work of Byron Katie, undoing your limiting beliefs. Katie has this very simple process to do that. The second thing, I've been meditating for over 50 years. I was just looking at Stephen Covey's 10 habits of highly successful people, right? What do? They know themselves deeply. Well, one of the ways you know yourself deeply is by being in silence, in silent meditation every day. And what he found was that people who are successful, they go in, they practice being still every single day. And not only that, but the great process of meditation, I practice transcendental meditation, is that when you go beyond your thinking process, what happens is the body simultaneously gains a profound state of rest. That state of rest, science has found, undoes deep-rooted stresses. And stress is what blocks us from seeing who we are. It's like you can see the sun and you're going, oh, I love the sun. And all of a sudden the clouds come. And you go, no, the sun's gone. Well, we're the sun. But with stress, we can't find the sun. But notice the clouds always move. And what's so great about meditating is that the more stress that you release, the more you start to know yourself deeply. You know your essence. You know who you are. And I think it's a magnificent practice. The other one is, as you know, I go to Japan all the time, and I met this man named Wahei Takeda, one of the most successful small investors in Japan. And Wahei created a program called Maro Up. Maro Up is about seeing the good in all things. And one day Wahei said to me, Janet, I cured myself of 2 diseases. I said, really? He said, and what I did was I marrowed up. I was just in gratitude 1,000 times a day. Now, notice that sounds very simple. And people go, yeah, well, everybody says that. But have you ever done it? Have you ever really invested your time and started to not only be grateful for what you're happy about? God, I'm grateful for my hair, and I'm grateful for my clothes, and I'm grateful for this. But have you ever thought, I'm grateful for the challenges that I've had? I'm grateful that there's been these tough times, because when you start to do that, what happens is you start to raise your vibration to what? To your real self, to your true self. And notice that when you really practice gratitude, it's not possible to have a negative. Gratitude and negative cannot coexist. So another really important practice for all of us. So 1, 2, 3, and then the last one, shameless self-promotion. The passion test, #1 tool being used all over the world. Well, it's so important for each and every one of us, for our own self-love, to say, what do I care about? What matters to me? And then to have the courage to say, this is what I stand for. This is who I am. And Dan, that's why I started on the path of self-love, because I started with the passion test, and I saw so many of my trainers, they'd come to my courses just, oh my God, this is it. I got it. I'm out. I'm going to go burn it up all over the world. And then they didn't. So many didn't. Why didn't they? Because they didn't know who they were. And when they were faced with the world and the challenges the world had, if you don't know yourself deeply, then you take everything personally, and then you cave. You say, okay, I'm going to go back to my JOB. That's Mark Victor Hansen's acronym for just over broke, your safety and security. So these 4 practices, if I could give anything, these all are profound, deep, and really worthy of your time.
And what would happen for you if you applied these simple 4 strategies that Janet shared with you? Or even one of the 4? right?
One of the four would actually be fabulous if you really did it.
So I encourage you, pick one of the four to take action with today. Now, Janet, if people want to go deeper with you, I mean, you've got a wealth of resources and tools, and just again, you're light and love. And if you want to connect to that, I want to give you an ability to connect with Janet and all her amazing work. Janet, how can people connect with you, and where can they go?
Oh, honey, that is so generous. You are like I'm here for you. and because I love seeing people just get it and turn on, I'll say www.thepassiontest.com. And you can go to the section that says upcoming courses. And I'm doing all kinds of stuff online, passion test, self-love. And there you'll find me. If you want to be coached individually, that's great. And you got the best here with Dan. And you are the best, Dan. And thank you. That I'm honored when I saw your email and said, would you do this? I'm like, would I not? I'd be so in your face if you didn't invite me.
Thank you, Janet. Thank you.
I love you.
I love you too. And I want to encourage you, go check out what Janet's doing. Go to thepassiontest.com. I get this book. Get this book. Why? It will open the door for you to know thyself, right? Know thyself. If you want to know thyself and you want to identify, but don't be shocked if after you go through this, you might quit your job, you might change careers, you might even change spouses. Maybe
you're going to get happy.
You're going to get happy. You're going to get more grateful, and a lot of freedom as well. It will bring you freedom. This book is the Passion Test that brings you freedom and a whole lot more. So go get it and apply these steps. Now, Janet, what would be 1 to 3 action steps you hope everyone would take from this quick conversation?
To drop in and ask yourself, okay, do I need any of these things? And if you do, then go for it, right? What most people do is they get on these calls, they get all excited, and then they forget, and then they go to the next call. What I would say the action steps is not only my interview, but I know, Dan, you're interviewing probably all kinds of people today. And for all of you to take really great notes, because of who Dan is, he's going to only attract people who are sincerely authentic, people who really care about others, and people who want to do good just because it feels good. So take whatever feels right, and then give yourself to it. Just give yourself over to it, even if it's new, and stay open. That's it. Stay open to what is appearing now. You're on this call. You're listening to this time. There's no mistake. No mistake. The universe is trying to talk to you right now and say, this is for you. So just when you hear the calling, go for it.
And I want to encourage you to go for it. Apply what Janet shared with you. Ask yourself, do I need these things? Or even another question to ask is that, what problem do I need solved right now? And which of these things fit for you? What if self-love could be that precursor to all of it? Because here's the thing, you've heard this 1,000 times if you've heard it once, haven't you? What can you get love from if you don't love yourself first? If you want to open that door, it's really simple. And Janet can give you some simple steps to do that. Follow the 4 steps. The limiting beliefs, drop them, reverse them, transform them through the work of Byron Katie and through what Janet can connect you to, meditation, gratitude, as well as getting the passion test, and go to thepassiontest.com. Janet, as we wrap up, I'm curious for you, right? We're both investors into our higher self and education and investing, 7 figures plus probably in all kinds of training, coaching, and more. Who's a mentor, a guide, a coach that has inspired you?
You, Byron Katie, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. These are Dan, you have been a coach to me. You have been phenomenal. Byron Katie, are you kidding me? My ex-husband, and I love to tell everybody this, is my best friend and my business partner. And we haven't been married for 23 plus years. And yet he calls me, and so does his wife, every other day. And I'm the godmother to their 3 children. So thank you, Byron Katie. I'm doing my concepts that would have kept me from having these incredible relationships. Ex-wives can't be best friends with the ex-husband, right? For all of us, we all practiced it. Meditation, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi. right? Just a simple process to undo the stress of the day and your deep-rooted stresses. I'm so grateful. Dan, you helped me so much with business. So these are my mentors, and I've stuck with them forever. We still call you when we get stuck. So there you have it, huh?
And do you remember that little drive we took to Sedona all those years ago? I don't know, 17, 18 years ago, and the group that we talked to, and that really opened up so many things, and I'll be forever grateful. And as you're watching, I hope you can feel the essence of Janet and who she is. There's the business side, and then there's the personal side. And ideally what you're feeling through all of this is this. It's not separate. You don't have to have a business face and a personal face. It's all one. And you can have a great life and you can have a great business too. Janet is someone who can show you how to be able to do that. Again, go check out what she's got available at thepassiontest.com. Apply these simple yet actionable strategies and watch what happens. What will be the difference for you if you had more gratitude, if you got rid of your limiting beliefs, if you had the ability to be at peace with meditation, and you were able to get true on the things that really are meaningful and purposeful to you. It's available right here, right now. So go to thepassiontest.com. Janet, thank you.
I love you. I love you to pieces. Congratulations, huh? You deserve it. And
Thank
more
you.
and more and more. And
more.
Whatever Dan's offering today, if he is, buy all of it.
Well, here's the thing. I want you to take action with what you've got. Seize the day. And if you want to come back to this full episode, this full segment, go to growthtofreedom.com/300, growthtofreedom.com/300. If you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe, growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. And if you know of a founder, a CEO, an entrepreneur, a business owner that's maybe quietly suffering, maybe they've hit a plateau, they've hit a wall, get these free resources available to them. It can change their life. And one of the experts here, and Janet, can be a great catalyst to that, to open the door to self-love, to open the other things. Because without self-love, it's my belief, all the business tactics and strategies just will not work, or not work as well. Either one, you pick. But I don't want to see you suffer like that. So open the door. It starts here. Seize the day. Make it a great week. We'll see you on the next segment of growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com, our celebration of 300 episodes, 30 years in business, and the important people that have helped me on this journey. And ideally, I want to bring the people who've helped me to help you. And so I want to ask you a question. Would it be worth if you could easily and almost effortlessly get to your dream 20 clients, your dream 50, your dream 100 clients? And what if you had a proven method, a proven process to be able to, in a cool, non-hypey, non-salesy way, to develop relationships where not only you generated those clients, but you'd have them as advocates that would help to promote you to other clients? Well, if that'd be of interest to you, the guest expert that I'm going to introduce you today is able to show you how to do just that, how to get to your dream 20, 50, and 100 clients with far less effort, far less stress, and a lot less work on your side. And he's someone I consider a friend. In fact, this celebration of 300 episodes and 30 years of business was really a brainstorm between he and I, a Saturday morning, just literally a couple of weeks ago, where we said, what could we do to make this special? And he started sharing some ideas, and I was like, yes, let's do it. But guess what he did? See, what a great peer will do, a great coach will do, is they will challenge you, not to just have an idea, right? You know that, like, you need a new damn idea, like you need a hole in your head. What do you need? You need to go beyond ideas to implement. He challenged me there on the spot in that brainstorm and said, well, why don't you just reach out to them right now? You have their phone number, don't you? And literally, I started making text messages and voice messages and emails and sending these out. And he said, who else? And he wouldn't allow me to just stop. Originally, it was what, Jeremy? Like 3, 4, 5 people. He said, well, who else? And who else? And who else? And who else? And next thing you know, it was a list of like 15 to 16 to 17 people. And literally almost everyone said yes, time permitting. And so he's a friend. He's, to me, an advisor that I count on when I want different perspectives and to be challenged, as well as someone who helps a lot of people get amazing, amazing results with a company called Rise 25, him and his partner. co-founder, John Corcoran, do amazing, amazing work. And his name is Dr. Jeremy Weiss. Jeremy, how are you, man?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, when we were brainstorming, Dan, we're like, how can this be the best sessions of all time? And it's like, well, why don't you have your most important people that have influenced you throughout the decades of your career, the amazing businesses you've started? And you're like, yeah. And then you just started texting them. And I don't know what the hesitation was, because you were like, I mean, I knew everyone would say yes. I knew that. I don't know why.
You told me that. You're like, they're all going to say yes.
Yeah. Why would they not say yes?
You said it almost just like that too.
Yeah. Why would they not say yes? I mean, you're basically saying you are one of the most important, influential people in my career, and your career is amazing. So the fact that someone had a hand in it and helped it is even more amazing. And yeah, and you could see, like, anyone who watches all of these episodes, which I encourage they do, I'm looking forward to watching them all and seeing what people say. That's a testament to you and your career and you as a human being. So thanks for having me.
It's my pleasure. And I want to dive into you, right? Because you guys have this unique process through Rise 25 and what you do and who you are. I mean, literally, I don't know that, I mean, yeah, it's a business, but it's you. Like, this is you. Like, this process, this method of getting to your dream 20, 50, and 100 clients in an easy, cool, effortless way is just so amazing. So relationship capital for both of us, really important. It's a big part of your business model and just who you are. So, like, what do you see are some of the biggest mistakes, Jeremy, that most people are making in their business right now to be able to get new clients or get to their, dream 20, 50, 100 types?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. In my life, and same with you, the number one thing in my life is relationships, whether it's health, whether it's business, it does not matter. It leapfrogs everything. Mentors, coaches, having relationships with amazing people. And what I always look at is, how do I give to someone? How do I appreciate someone? And that's it. And for me, as you know, like with what we do, I think podcasting is the best medium ever. But however you like to give to people, right? So I have found that having someone on my podcast is an amazing way to give to them, profile their thought leadership and everything else. But you're asking the number one mistake. Well, one, just think of what's in it for them. So the mentality of, like, if I'm thinking of Dan Cashel, I'm thinking, okay, what can I do? So like when this goes live, what can I do to give to Dan? Okay, well, I can share it on social media. I can put it out in a blog post. I can actually email it to people. I can text people, say, did you see this? Nothing about me, nothing about what I do, but what can I do? Like, thinking from that other person's perspective, what are they looking for? Whether it's a client, exposure, whatever it is. So I don't know if this is a mistake people make, but, posting about themselves and what they're doing is fine, but thinking of other people, who should they be profiling even in a simple social media post, right? And you do this a lot. Like, okay, like, what if you just flex that muscle every week or day? What am I doing today or this week to give to someone? Okay, I'm going to choose one person this week and just, who do I admire? What company do I admire? What service do I admire? And post something on LinkedIn or post something on Facebook or put it out to an email and let them know, like, hey, like, I'm pushing this out because I really admire what you do. And so flexing that giving muscle every day. And the other thing I think, Dan, I do think is a big mistake is, we're all, we talk about the dream 50, dream 100. We're all going to the new and shiny. And here's the thing. We did this, right? We neglect our current relationships that are the people are the biggest champions of us sometimes. And so, like, literally, I'm holding up my phone if you're watching the video. You could go on your phone. So what I do is I at least have 1 hour a week minimum scheduled where I look at my phone, I scroll through my text message, I go, who haven't I texted in a while, just to say hello to and to see what they're up to. And I guarantee if you do this, you'll say, oh my God, I haven't talked to this person in 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, a year. And just, who are people in your network? Like, you don't even need to go to anyone new, like, a lot of times. And so I think the biggest mistake, and by the way, I am totally guilty of this. Like, who else should I be talking to and meeting and hearing? Like, it's all on my phone already. Like, the people are already there. So and what I do actually on my phone is I set up these folders of people on my home screen of people that I really respect, that I admire, that I want to make sure I call more often, so that when I go into my home screen and I go to that folder, it's right there. So I don't have to even search in a text message or when's the last time I called this person. So,
and as you're watching or listening right now, like, what would it be worth if you could be in a place where you looked at it and said, who could I, meaning you, who could you profile in a post on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram? Instead of the shiny new object, what relationships could you rekindle or be kindling or be doing both at the same exact time to show appreciation and doing a give to them, right? And checking in with them and what is important to them. Now, Jeremy, as we look at like strategy, part of the theme of this segment, as you know, is, we're one breakthrough away from that next big breakthrough, right? And, getting to your Dream 100, of course, in and of itself is a one breakthrough away kind of strategy. But what would be 1 to 3 strategy? I mean, you guys work with so many different clients in so many different industries who use this method of relationship capital and relationship building to get to their Dream 20, 50, and 100 far easier than ever before. Like, what are 1 to 3 strategies that you could recommend, if you will, that could be one of those that would be that one breakthrough away thing?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to do a self-serving one, which is, I think even before we had a service, by the way, the podcasting day, I joke around. I told every business you should have a podcast,
Yes,
hands down. You've been doing radio since how long? I mean, I don't want to date you, but you've been doing radio. Yeah. 2002. Yeah. I mean, you've had some of the most amazing, you've had Tia Harvecker, you've had Brian Tracy, you've had so many people on your radio and giving to them, but find some method to give on a regular basis, whatever it is for you. Some people it's writing a blog post. Some people it's podcasting. Some people it's doing a video, some regular, because for me, it's not just doing it once in a while. I need to set up a system where I could do it every single week, multiple times a week, and make sure to give to people. And John Ruhlin is also a genius at this too, from giving gifts. So he sets up regular gifts. That's his thing. He's giftology. And so whatever your method is to give to people, do it. Set something up so you're doing it regularly. The other thing is, Dan and I talked about in the very beginning, is mentors and coaches. If I could say anything, the number one thing in my life is with relationships, is finding a mentor or coach who's doing what you do, who is already done what you want. And not only that, but when I look at you and I consider you a mentor, and I consider Brian Kurtz a mentor, and it's people who I just not just respect, what you've done in business, but I respect how you treat people. I respect how family's a priority and all those other things in your life, not just about one specific aspect. So that's it. I mean, it's really what has allowed me in general, any part of my life, to leapfrog something is to find a coach or a mentor. And that's it. They're going to see things that you don't see. They're going to see pitfalls you don't see. Preaching to the choir, but that is really the number one thing when I think of my life is, if I'm trying to do something, who do I need to mentor or coach me? And it's let's say people are well, that's expensive. Let's say it's not. The lost time and the lost money of doing it the wrong way for many times is way more expensive. I've been there, so.
I mean, that's so brilliant. And, if you want to save time, but most importantly, the most expensive I think it's a Gary Halbert quote, which is the most expensive information is bad information, right? The most expensive mentor is a bad mentor, meaning no mentor. That's the most expensive. So, going at it on your own, trying to figure it out when you could save the time, you could save the money, you could save the mistakes and all those sorts of things. So speaking of that, I want to help you eliminate some of the mistakes. If you want an easier way to get to your Dream 25, your Dream 50, your Dream 100, right? And use a vehicle. If you've thought to yourself, well, what could I do to create a vehicle called a podcast, perhaps, and leverage these strategies? But it goes way beyond the podcast. It's more of the psychology, right? Truth be told, I've worked with multiple services in podcasting, and I switched services to Jeremy and John's, which is a premium service, because they deliver a premium result, a premium experience, a premium model, a premium system, like a system. It's not just a podcast. Like if you just look for a podcast, there's plenty of people who can help you publish it and all those sorts. But if you're looking for a platform to get to your Dream 20, Dream 50, Dream 100, and have a operating system to do it, that's what they provide, and so incredibly valuable. So if people want to connect with you, Jeremy, you and John, Rise 25, where can they go? Where can they learn more about you? I mean, you have so many resources. I mean, here's some other thing I want to share before he does this. Not to cut you off. Sorry. I ask a question, I pull it back. I'm playing hard to get here. Here's the thing. Jeremy is a doctor and he has a clinic in Chicago. He runs a nutrition company. He runs multiple companies and he runs Rise 25. Like, he is one of the most strategic people I know as far as implementation, right? So if you want to ease up the pain of implementation, especially as it relates to getting clients, especially your Dream 20, 50, 100, just going through the process that they do in the beginning as an introduction to open the door to like the possibilities and help you see the blind spots. Like, why do I call on Jeremy and John? It's beyond the podcast. It's about the business side of it, the operating system of which they've built. It just happens to be today the vehicle of pop, but in 2 years it could be something else. But their operating system is the key. You want that operating, I assure you. So if people want to learn more about you, where can they go?
Yeah.
Where can they?
Yeah, I'll say that first, I want everyone to get results. And Dan is all about that. So I challenge you now, after you hear this, just look in your phone, text one person that you maybe haven't texted in a while, maybe you have, and just tell them you admire them and appreciate them or whatever it is. So just do one reach out for me. That's all I ask. And then you can go to my podcast, inspiredinsider.com. I have amazing episodes. You can check out the one with Dan Cushell. It was fantastic. And rise25.com is the company. And we have a contact page. So you have questions about podcasting, you can email us.
So I encourage you, go check out what Jeremy has put together and what he has available and has for years and years and years. This isn't just something that they started like a week ago or a month ago or even a year ago. This is something they're experts at for 5+ years. Relationship building, relationship capital. You can go to rise25.com. All the links and the resources will be in the show notes as well. You can come back to this segment, growthtofreedom.com/300 for the overall series. You never want to miss an episode. Go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. Go to rise25.com. Go check out inspiredinsider.com. And I encourage you, take action with the challenge that Jeremy shared with you. What is that challenge? Just text.
Take your phone, one person, and just say,
pick it up right now.
Totally respect you. I admire you. I don't tell you enough that I think that, and just have a great weekend. That's it.
And watch what happens. And when you do it with one and you see how easy it is, and also the great response you'll usually get, then I challenge you to go to a second, a third, and a fourth. And what if you did this 10 times a week for the next 30 days, right? 10 a week. So like, what is that? 5 days in a week, that's 2 a day. Is that reasonable? Could you fit that in? Could, even as busy as you might be, could you do that 2 times a day for 5 days a week for 4 weeks and see what happens? And then report back to Jeremy and let us know how it impacted you, right? Both from the response that you get and the love that you'll get, as well as the potential opportunities that spring out of it. Don't be surprised, because it will transform. That simple idea will transform the way you think about building a business, especially as it relates to relationship. Go to rise25.com if you want more. Go to inspiredinsider.com. Literally see almost 1,000 episodes, I think they have now, and a lot more. Now, what's something I should have asked you, Jeremy, that we didn't get a chance to cover?
I mean, you and I always talk about mentors and books that we love. And so I think that's it. I mean, I think I would say I'm always curious of what people are reading and listening to, but also who people are following. So, that's it. I think, like I was mentioning, I really respect the work you do. People should check out exactly what you do in your podcast. Brian Kurtz, John Corcoran, my business partner, and then also some amazing books, because, there's not just mentorship. You need to know them, but people write books, and that's like a distant mentor. People have courses. Like, you don't need to know them. Like the Tony Robbins, like I learned so much. I don't know Tony Robbins personally. And I know, Dan, the events you've put on with Genius Network, and he's actually spoken at those events and everything like that. But I don't need to know them. I could go get their books. So there's, I love certain books. Chris Voss has an amazing book of Never Split the Difference, Made to Stick, Tell to Win. The books about relationships and about stories. I mentioned John Ruhlin's Giftology. I love the books about stories and about relationships. So
I encourage you, go check out those. All the links will be in the resources below. Again, you can come back to this episode, this full series, growthtofreedom.com/300. Jeremy, brother, thank you, man.
Thank you
You
for
have so
allowing
much
me.
wisdom to be able to share. And I want to bring you back on for a longer, full episode. If you'd like Jeremy to come on for a full episode to go more into some of this strategy, would you like that? If you would, send me a thumbs up, send me an email, hit me up on Facebook, hit me up somewhere, or my team as well, and let us know. Jeremy's like a secret weapon. Like, could you use a secret weapon on your team and in your corner? Well, guess what? They have a powerful tool with this relationship capital model that happens to be packaged to be able to get to Dream 20, 50, 100 using a podcast method. Today, there's other things they're working on as well that you just might love, but you'll never know unless you reach out. So do reach out, and I encourage you, take action with what he shared with you. Text one person, ideally after you get some response. Start challenging yourself 2 a day. Just build a habit, build a good muscle here, right? Seize the day, take action, and by all means, make it a great week. Make it a great week. We'll see you next time on another session of growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com, where we're celebrating our 300th episode, 30 years in business. And our theme for this entire series is recognizing that you are just one breakthrough away from your next big breakthrough. And I have a question for you. What would it be worth if you could truly tune in to your identity, to really know clearly who you are, what you stand for, what you really want in life? Like, what would it be worth to get that level of clarity in your life? Well, a quick backstory. I know for me that having gone through all kinds of businesses, 11 plus businesses over the last 30 years, that really getting in tune and staying in tune with who you are, what you want, and what you stand for can make all the difference. Being able to truly have freedom in your life, to have peace of mind, to have a sense of security, and also get yourself out of uncertainty, doubt. I don't know. Do you ever have that voice of doubt that creeps in? Like, am I doing the right thing? What does all this mean? Why do I feel like something's missing? Right? Well, would it be worth to actually get true clarity in that? Our guest expert today is someone who can help you do just that. Get clarity around your identity. She's a friend. She's a mentor. She's a client. She's someone that helped me, over a decade ago as I was going, and still continues to help me today. She's a celebrity expert. She's been on shows like Dr. Phil, Downsized, a whole lot more. What she's an expert at, working with business owners, entrepreneurs, high achievers, is helping you relieve or eliminate anxiety just like that in 10 minutes or less, plus get ultimate clarity, direction, focus, and more. Her name is Dr. Christy Lopez. And Christy, welcome. How are you?
I'm great, Dan. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to dive right into it. I mean, you've worked with thousands and thousands of people through your therapy, your clinic, your counseling, and a whole lot more. High achievers. You've worked with, people struggling in relationships, marriages, finances. I mean, you've got such a diversified background. Like, we're at one of the most unique times in history. It's an exciting time, but it's also a very scary time. We're just coming through this COVID crisis and this crisis stage that we're in, and it looks like it's getting worse, not better. What do you see are some of the big mistakes, Christy, that most people make when it comes to identity, right? And really like being true to themselves to be able to, be true to themselves. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Most people do tend to struggle with something as basic and foundational as identity. Just as you're growing up and you're going through life, people tend to get more involved with others, caring for others, being concerned about others. And to some degree, we're socialized, and especially women are socialized to be caring for others and looking for others. So even though we are pretty ego-based and, it's all about me, it also is often all about others. So people will end up kind of losing themselves because they are now more focused on, well, how do I appear to others? how am I serving others? Or am I liked by others? How can I be liked by others? How could I please others? So it starts becoming other based. And especially when you start taking on roles, which we all do, which could be anything from a daughter or a son to a parent to a coworker to a father, whatever it is, people then end up starting to take on roles. And then they kind of lose again more of themselves, that they start investing in this role as a spouse, or this role as a parent, or this role as the boss, or this role as this amazing employee, or whatever it is. And in that process, they start losing, or actually sometimes not even quite developing the foundation of who they are in service of others.
So what can, and I kind of have an inside scoop because you did a lot of work with me on this, which I'm grateful for, but what can someone do, like, who might be looking in the mirror today, like staring in the mirror and going, I feel like something's missing, or I feel like I'm, I don't know who I am, or, like what would you recommend that someone, what are 1 to 3 steps someone could take to like get on track, to get tuned into their true identity?
Well, I actually have a series of questions and a process that I take people through. And there is again, it seems like a very basic question, but it always throws people off when I have them do a writing exercise on the question of, who am I? And again, it seems like a very basic question, but I always get that deer in the headlights look when I let my client know that this is the exercise that we're going to be working on. And a lot of times people are just stuck, like they don't even really know what to say. And they may come back after some time and they really don't have too much that they put on there. They're always not quite sure if they did it right. So people do tend to struggle with this, but a lot of times you actually need help with it, because I can pose this question and people can do some writing on it, but it would be helpful if you had someone that can go over it with you, because a lot of times you're not aware when you're just kind of looking at it from yourself, because you have the narrow focus of your perspective and the roles and everything that you kind of got routinely kind of almost stuck in. So it's kind of hard for people to get some insight or see this on their own. But in working with someone, especially if someone knows you, then you're really able to kind of further flesh this out to get at the true foundation of you, not just what possible role you take, not just what possibly image you have, but what's all making up the person who is doing those things, the one who is the mother, the one who is doing this act of service or whatever. Who is that person? So doing some writing on it, but really talking, processing with someone about it, and doing some further work to get at the deeper inside of who you are. That's what gets it going. But again, it usually takes somebody to kind of help you with that process.
Yeah, and I remember sitting in your office the very first time we went through this process, and there were a couple of questions, and I remember staring at my piece of paper for about 25 minutes, and then our session ended, and said I'll come back, as we were going through this process few times a week. And I bailed on this next session, bailed on the next session, bailed on the next week of session, the next week. And finally, it was about 4 or 5 weeks later that I came back, and I finally had gotten some movement on it. And you let me know, hey, it's normal, right? But I was embarrassed. I was, feeling humiliated. I was feeling like awkward, that I felt like I might be the only one who had ever, and you were like, no, this is, and you just said it, like, it's kind of normal. That's why having, so what would you say? Let's help someone get unstuck right now. Let's say they sit down and they go, who am I? And I remember doing this with you as clear as, and I do this now regularly to reinforce it. And I remember I had things like roles. I had like CEO the first time I started, and you're like, no, it's not really that. What would your kids say you are? What are some trigger things that you could give someone right now that if they are doing this to start with on their own, that would help them get unblocked to kind of get to those deeper things that you helped me with directly?
Yeah, usually when you have someone else that you're able to talk with and process through, that's where this kind of stuff can happen, which is, what happened with us. And I knew you, so I was able to kind of lead you kind of in directions that I saw were missing from what you had come back with. So if you can do this process with someone who knows you, that's even better. Or you just kind of ask these questions like I asked you, like, okay, well, what would someone else say? So if you can kind of put yourself into somebody else's shoes and then looking at yourself and like in relation to that person, you might be able to come up with some things just by doing that on your own, but really it's helpful if you actually do it with another person. But I have also had the experience where even with other people, they have difficulty. When I ask someone, oh, tell me, 3 great characteristics about, your spouse, or 3 great characteristics about your whatever, your mother or your child or whatever, I always get the deer in the headlights look there too. So people have difficulty. It's quite sad, but it makes sense in terms of our brains are negatively biased. So people are really easy to kind of say negative things or critical things or things that need to be improved, but they tend to have difficulty looking at the positive, identifying the positive, expressing the positive, and then especially if it has something to do with themselves. So talking with somebody, processing it out, that is usually the best way to try and really get at it. And then there's, several other questions that could spark, like, what do you want? So I have these series of questions, and then they all go together. So sometimes when you may be thinking about well, what do I want? It might spark something that goes back to that's part of who I am, why I possibly want this thing, or why I thought I wanted this thing, which is often what comes up on the what do I want.
And as you're listening or watching right now, like, what would it be worth for you to get unstuck around, like, who are you, right? And, at the end of the day, one of the things I remember, Christy, that you shared with me was related to, it's not the human doing things or roles, it's the human being things and the qualities of who you are, not the things you do, right?
Yeah, the who doing the doing.
That's right. And so as you're watching or listening, like, take heed to this, and I encourage you, this is a great time to do this. Probably one of the best times in history to do it, where you can kind of go introspective to a degree and really get tuned in on yourself, your self-love, your self-care, and create self-mastery out of this kind of exercise, and getting that ultimate clarity and on, like, who you really are as a human being, right? Are you compassionate? Are you loving? Not to give you words that you borrow from me, but if they're triggers and they're jumping off points that lead you to other things, you're a leader, you're loving, you're compassionate, you're understanding, there's so many characteristics. You're an amazing human being, aren't you? You're a genius, right? You're a gift. What are those gifts? Do your best to pull them out. And if, someone like Christy can help you, or a friend can help you who can see through their eyes in a different way. It's amazing. Like, what happens if you ask 5 friends, like, what are some of the qualities you see in me? Like, it's a great exercise just to be able to do, because what it will do is it will remind you of your greatness. It will remind you of your genius. It will remind you of the gifts you have, because to Christy's point, the negative bias we all have towards ourselves. I had a friend of mine who even asked me about this interview series. He was like, oh my gosh, I want to hear how it all went. Like, you're interviewing some of the best in the world, and friends and coaches and clients and mentors and all this stuff. What's it like? And I said, the deepest thing is it was so, it was touching. Like, all the positive feedback that I've gotten from, everybody, and, the ability of where everyone said yes. Like, I didn't have anybody who said no. They said, no, not now, but like, nobody said, no, I won't do this. Like, it was very touching. And that reminder here and there is also good for us, right? Of what we're doing right, what we're doing well. So Christy, as we wind this down, let's give context. Why are you doing what you're doing in the world today? You've worked with thousands and thousands of people over, 20 plus years doing what you're doing, coaching, counseling, therapy, and more. Why are you still doing what you're doing today?
Well, I think for the most part, people gravitate to what they're naturally good at. And so to some degree, I think just as far as like who I am as a person, part of it is certain talent, skills, and abilities that I have that lend towards a helping profession and for doing this kind of thing and loving animals. So I think people sometimes gravitate towards what they do well at. And then my experience of working with hundreds and then thousands and people of all kinds of all kinds of things going on, and seeing, what, we have science to help us with this. This is not just something that I'm just making up out of my head, or that I am just like from personal experience. It's like there's a whole host of scientific knowledge about what is healthy, what is success, what is destruction? Like, what is the other side of things? Like, there's science behind how you help relationships, how you help yourself, how you help with various things, especially anxiety. This is one of the things that I do focus on. And I tell people, if you're going to have any kind of issue or problem, you want it to be anxiety, because there's so many things we can do to work on it. So seeing all this and learning all this and then practicing all this with people and seeing the change, when people do the work, it changes. If you really do this, your new ways will become your natural ways. And that's true transformation. And so I see that. I have the gift and privilege of being able to see that over and over and over. So I know that people don't have to be stuck. People don't have to be suffering. They just need someone who can help them with it. They have to do the work. And when you get that combo, it's amazing. And I like seeing that. I like being part of that. I like being able to help people do that. And then knowing not only did I help them, but it is a generational thing too, because then that influences how they are as parents and kind of on down the line. And then even kind of laterally, it impacts who who they work with. So working with one person, yeah, I'm working with one person, but it ends up kind of spreading out laterally and then down through time. And then when I work with groups of people, it's even, bigger than that. So I like to be able to do that, because I know there's no reason why people have to be stuck suffering.
So if you're looking for a way to eliminate anxiety, to get unstuck, to get clarity, to get direction, I encourage you to A, apply what Christy's been sharing with you. B, if you're looking for a resource like Christy, if someone wants to connect with you, they want to learn more about what you're doing, how can they connect with you? Where can they go more to learn more about what you're up to?
One great resource is my website, which is ChristyLopezPhD.com. So it's my name, ChristyLopezPhD.com. There's no H in my Christy. And then you can always call me as well. My number is 602-323-7824. So you can always leave a voicemail and I get back to you. And again, the website is probably a really great place because I have a lot of resources on there, including a lot of links to some very cool, interesting podcasts that I have done with a certain person.
Yes. And if you want to learn more about what Christy's up to, I encourage you, go check out her site. Check out all the fun interviews we've done together. Go to ChristyLopezPhD.com. That's ChristyLopezPhD.com. If you want to learn more about her coaching, how she can help you directly or someone you care about, if you're a founder, if you're a CEO, if you're a high achiever, man, she can really help you simplify, create clarity, also help you eliminate stress and anxiety. You can go call her directly and find out what she's got available at 602-323-7824. That's 602-323-7824. Christy, as we wind this down, a couple, last things. Who has been a mentor or a favorite coach or advisor that that you take inspiration or you get inspiration from in the work that you do?
So I have a variety of, like I was talking about science. So me doing the work I do in terms of reading the latest research and being on top of like the science breakthroughs and what's happening in the world of psychology. I know that's not a specific person, but it's kind of like the body of knowledge of science altogether. I would say has been an important advisor to me in the psychology realm. And then, even though I'm in a helping profession, it's still a business. So then if you want to go into the business realm and working, promoting my own practice, then you would be the mentor, I'd say, for helping me with how do I help my own business? Because not only, does that help me for what, give me the freedom and what it is that I'm searching for, but it helps me to have that greater impact by reaching more people with the skills that I have and to be able to continue to see that effect, that ripple effect go out and out into the world. And so thank you for everything that you've done to teach me and help me and guide me so that I can have greater impact with people. So just want to thank you.
It's my pleasure. And it's always fun working with someone who takes action with this stuff, applies it, what you do. You're constantly engaged in all the resources and the tools. It makes me look good is what it does. So, it's always good to have great, fun clients who are really taking action. That's for sure. So On another note, what are 1 to 3 action steps, Christy, that you hope our viewers, our listeners apply from what we've covered today?
I think if people really try working on those series of questions, and just even the first beginning questions, which you may have said them, but the first one is the who am I? And then the second one is the what do I want? And that's important to remember. It's you. What do you want? What do I want? Not what does everybody else want, but what do I want? And what are your values, or what do you stand for? So these questions, I can't emphasize enough how important they are, because they are foundation. They're your foundation. And if you're not clear on those things, you will just kind of be at the mercy of other people and situations. And you're not always going to be in a great situation, and other people don't always have your best interest at heart. So the clearer you get, and the more solid and resolved you get with the answers to those questions, the more you're able to directly lead your life consciously versus just kind of being tossed around out there.
Yeah, and it's amazing because you have a choice. If you go out boating, right, as you're listening or watching right now, if you go out boating and you don't have a rudder on your boat, and there's big waves, what will happen is your boat will just go where the waves take you, right? Yeah, in other words, you have no direction. And what these 3 questions, what do you want, right? In a first present tense, what do I want? Now, what do your kids want, family want, dog want, teammates want, partners want? What do you want? Who are you? What do you stand for? What values do you have? It's like putting that rudder on the boat. So now you can direct where you really want to go, and you can put boundaries around it of what serves you, but also what doesn't serve you, what works for you, but what doesn't work for you, right? This works in relationships too. Who is an ideal partner for you? Who is not? We went through this exercise. I went through a divorce years ago, and the reality is Christy also had me go through this for, being involved in a relationship. And truth be told, I swore I would never get married again. The thought of it was like way beyond me. I know she's smiling right now because she remembers that conversation. And I found my best friend, I believe, in part because I designed it. Like, I was very clear. And I also had shared with her the types of women I attracted before and how I showed up a certain way, and like what I didn't want to have happen, and the type of women that I didn't usually connect with because I showed up this other way. And so when I got clear on what I wanted, what I didn't want, and the clarity around what do I want, who am I, what do I stand for as it relates to a relationship, like I found my wife on Match, in part though, because I literally was manifesting exactly what I wanted, and also avoiding or repelling what I didn't want. And if it works in relationships, it works in business, it works with your kids, it works in all kinds of contexts. It can work for you. And I encourage you, if some of this intrigues you at all, and you want to learn how Christy might be able to help you, I encourage you, get her help. She can really help you, especially if you're someone who's a high achiever type, who's easily distracted, who's got a lot going on. Go to ChristyLopezPhD.com. That's ChristyLopezPhD.com, or call her at 602-323-7824, 602-323-7824. Christy, as we wind this down, like, what's a question I should have asked you that I didn't get a chance to ask you related to this?
Well, there are all kinds of questions, but yeah, but that's to be kind of, we
have like 50 other interviews on different topics. They can go check that out, right?
Yeah. So a lot of questions and answers were given on previous podcasts, and I'm sure there'll be some in the upcoming podcasts, but these are good foundational questions to start with, because you sometimes don't want to get all off into these other questions without doing this work first, because it's like you're building a roof on a shaky foundation. The foundation work, that really needs to be done. And then they'll better be able to answer any other subsequent question that comes after that.
So take the steps, apply what Christy has shared with you, build your foundation. Who are you? Get that clarity. Who are you? Right? Not in terms of the human doing stuff, but as a human being. What are the qualities? What are the characteristics? What do you stand for? Right? What do you want? Get that foundation in place, and you'd be amazed at the clarity, the certainty, the confidence, the direction it gives you just having that foundation and where it can lead. And if you want Christy's help, again, go to ChristyLopezPhD.com. That's ChristyLopezPhD.com. phd.com. And I encourage you, like, just imagine like what would happen for you, whether it's just applying this directly or working with someone like Christy to be able to help support you and guide you along the way on your journey. What would it do for you? What would it mean for you? What would it give you? That's what this show is all about, is growth, if not hyper growth, along with greater freedom, right? Lots of people can go build a lot of great things, but they are attached to it, right? They don't have freedom. And then there's other people who have immense freedom, but they don't really have a lot of growth because of that attachment that isn't really there. So I encourage you, you can have both. You can have the best of both. You can have hyper growth with freedom at the same time if you take the time to lay a good foundation. So I encourage you, take action with what Christy shared with you. If you want to come back to this episode and get access to all the amazing insights, the wisdom, the strategy on top of Christy with people like Mark Victor Hansen, Brian Tracy, Joe Polish, Yannick Silver, Dr. Jeremy Weiss, Kevin Thompson, and the list goes on and on and on. Come back to growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300 for the full interview series. If you never want to miss an episode, which I hope you don't, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. That's growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. If you know a founder, a CEO, a business owner that would get value from these insights, these strategies, hey, do them a favor. Do you a favor. Share it with them. It's free. It's easy to access. Give them access to these incredible tools, insights, and wisdom, and gift to the world. So that's it for today. Seize the day. Make it a great week. We'll see you next time on growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this segment of growthtofreedom.com, part of our celebration of 300 episodes and 30 years in business, celebrating and essentially appreciating friends and mentors and clients on this journey, important people in my life. And this next expert is certainly someone who's impacted my life and millions of other people around the world. But before I get to him, I have a question for you. Like, what if you could actually, go from a place of uncertainty? Like, have you noticed there's uncertain times, turbulent times, there's a lot of, insecurity, right? Maybe you've hit a plateau, whether it's personally or in your business or your career, right? And you're, just seeking answers. And what if a new way of thinking or a new way of operating got you to think bigger than maybe you thought before? It could help you solve problems so much quicker, easier, faster than you've ever thought before. And at the same time, this simple solution could help make the world work for 100% of humanity. How valuable do you think that'd be for you in the next few minutes to figure out what that would be? Well, our guest expert is here to share with you a simple strategy, right? We call your one breakthrough away from that next big breakthrough, to share with you the strategy that can transform humanity, to bring us together instead of polarize us and separate us, but bring us together to really think bigger and solve some of the world's biggest problems far faster and better. He's the world's best-selling author of the book Chicken Soup for the Soul series, 1 Minute Millionaire, so many other books and programs, which is how I got introduced to Mark so many, many years ago. And then through some mutual friends, Janet and Chris Atwood, it got us connected to be able to work together and have a couple events together through the 1 Minute Millionaire program and a whole lot more. His name is Mark Victor Hansen. Mark, I'm so glad, so grateful to have you a part of this segment, this session. How are you?
My pleasure. And what a nice introduction, because wouldn't it be nice if we really get everybody to find their destiny, which is the latest book, which you were kind enough to introduce, Ask the Bridge from You, Your Dreams to Your Destiny, because all of us have dreams pent up inside. All of us have a destiny. And that's what this talk with you and I is about, is fulfilling their individual, and that'll help in have our collective destiny get 100%. Because the question you got to ask yourself is, where am I compared to my potential spiritually, mentally, physically, financially, emotionally, in my relationships at all? And if you do that, you find your superpower. How's that? Is that an answer you're looking for?
Absolutely. And here's the thing. You believe there's one habit that can transcend the world and bring humanity together. We're going to talk about that in a second. But before we do, Mark, you know, right now, I mean, you've worked with millions, like literally millions and millions of people all over the world in different continents, different stages of life, socioeconomic background, success, you know, people just getting started and a whole lot more. You know, we're going through one of the craziest times in human history, right? Yet we see that these cycles happen over and over and over again. So it's not new, it's just kind of different this time, right? And will continue. These cycles will continue. What do you see are potentially some of the biggest challenges or maybe mistakes that many people are making in times like this that, like, if solved, could, you know, transform who they are, where they're going?
First of all, let me give you a metaphor, and that is you can't look at caterpillar and predict butterfly. And right now, caterpillar goes through the chrysalis, which we'll call a cocoon. And right now, 8 billion of us are in this cocoon. And where we're going to go very shortly, I believe, is into a high-flying butterfly nest, which is our corporate metaphor, like I did on the book that inspired you, because butterfly is the universal symbol of freedom. And what happens is we want to get everybody watching to be free, but you got to be free in mind first, because your mind is the transcend, well, spirit and then mind and then body is how it transcends humanity. And so if you're doing your spiritual work, meaning in the morning, if you're visualizing, realizing what would it look like if I fulfill my potential business-wise? What would it look like if I fulfill my potential as a husband, a father, a mate? What would it look like if I fulfill my potential in my fitness? I mean, I'm 72 years young, never ever call yourself old. And, you know, I exercise an hour hard every day. And I have people come up to the gym and say, oh, I don't know anybody else that's doing that many push-ups that fast. But, you know, it just, you've got to say, well, what is it if I push the edge of my envelope? Because every one of us got an envelope, and you either are in devolving or evolving. And I'm saying let's evolve and let's go up in the spiral to fulfill our ultimate potential, our genius, and every one of us is born, my wife likes to say, with 4 times more inner genius, talent, skills, and ability than we ever use.
And speaking of tapping into those skills, talents, abilities that we never use, you have a belief that there's one habit, and there's lots of habits, but one habit in particular, right? That leaders are readers, and that by reading more, we have the ability to solve some of the biggest problems in the world, as well as think bigger than we've ever thought. Speak to the idea of leaders are readers and why reading can help solve a lot of the biggest challenges around.
But it's curious that you're hitting on something that I'm really close to right now. I'm working with the Libraries of America, and there's 16,000 public libraries, but there's 100,000 libraries in America. And we're trying to get all of them open to everybody, because reading is a fundamental freedom of freedom. When I was bankrupt and upside down, luckily I started reading all the self-help action books. I read Acres of Diamonds, which means that you got more acres of diamonds. Dr. Russell Conwell said inside than outside. Did a talk 6,000 times on it, founded Temple University. One little lady who's Abraham Lincoln's secretary used to pin papers together, and she bled on all the papers. If you look at all the papers, and when you go to the White House, when you go to the Library of Congress, and what she said is that Conwell just said there's an acres of diamond, and I've got to figure out what that is. What is my destiny? And she created the paperclip. And if you're downtown Philadelphia, right, there's a 6-foot paperclip next to, I hope it's still there. It's a great statue next to Temple University dedicated to her because she invented the paperclip. What I'm saying is every one of us has equivalently a paperclip, or in, because I train dentists and chiropractors in a lot of different markets. I met the guy who created dental floss and makes $2 billion a year with dental floss. And I'm not sure, but I would say that you've had string in your hand since you're 4 years old, 3 years old, right? But did you ever think of making it floss and putting wax on it? And what I'm saying is every one of us has got, like you said, one or more of those ideas. And the way we believe is the ultimate power is you got to ask, and you've got to get, forgive me for being crassly commercial for just 1 second, but we just got 121 letters yesterday or a couple of days ago. And if you put 2 people together with our book and go through all the questions asking, you reinvent yourself, you morph. And that's what all those self-help books did for me when I was bankrupt and upside down. I read The Magic of Believing, and I thought, wow. He says, go to bed and think about what you want. Remember, we're talking about 50 years ago, and if you make 100,000 a year, you are hot, man. So $400 times 250 work days, 100,000. And so I went to bed going 400, 400, 400, 400. I'm going to make 400 tomorrow. And all of a sudden at 2:58 in the morning, I wake up. I don't think I've told you this, Dan. And it said, State Mutual. I thought, that's not a life insurance company I ever heard of, but right, the law is the law. You got to put it in writing instantly. You got to wake up, turn on the light, tell your sweetikins you're doing it. And it said, Bill will be there. I go to this, I'm out cold calling the next day in between seminars. I've done 2 a.m. I'm cold calling. It's lunchtime. Nobody's at the front desk. I go, State Mutual, because insurance companies are all in the same buildings in New York City. And went back, shook the guy's hand. He gave me a check for $400. I said, wow, this really works. and so that's what we're saying. The ultimate thing is, if you don't know your destiny, and there's a lot of people out there hanging on by their fingernails, and I'm making fun, I'm trying to help you seriously. When Jack and I needed the title, we said mega best-selling title, mega best-selling title, mega best-selling title, 400 times before we went to sleep. Again, 2:30 in the morning, Jack calls up, wakes up the whole house. This was before cell phones. And he said, chicken soup. I said, for the soul, we got it. And we still got 144 rejections. People said hit the road, Jack. But the point is, everyone out there can go, God, what's your destiny for me? God, what's your destiny for me? God, what's your destiny for me? But you better tell your sweetie, hey, I'm going to wake up. And if Mark's telling the truth, and he is, I'm going to have to turn on the lights and write in detail whatever God tells, because your mind already knows what you're, right? If you believe God is the author and the finisher of your faith, then what you say is that he already imploded you with what some level of high destiny. And for me, my destiny was to talk to people that care about things that matter, that would make a life transforming difference. And then people said, well, wow, if you got that in a book, and the first book I did was Stand Up, Speak Out and Win, as you know, and it looks like this. I still have a copy.
Nice.
And I went to the marketplace, said, do you have that in a book? And so I immediately did a book. And I said, this isn't a New York Times bestseller. This is not a national bestseller. This certainly is not an international bestseller, but it is my bestseller. And I want to assign it to you and your wife and your kids. And if you have a dog, Dan, I want to assign it to your dog. And they did what you're doing. They all laugh and they go, that's silly. But I tripled my income from about 70 grand, which was big then, to $210,000. I sold 20,000 copies at $10 each of this little book. And a lot of people got great benefit. And back to your question, which I'm over answering, the first couple of talks I did, right, when I had no money and only had one suit and driving up in a Volkswagen and parked it 2 blocks away because I was so embarrassed that I was broke and everything had been taken from me. I don't think I told you this before. I would walk in with all the self-help action books like this, and I'd do a book review of not my books because I didn't have any books out there. I'd say Og Mandino wrote Greatest Salesman in the World, you know, and Norman Vincent Peale, our neighbor here, wrote The Power of Positive Thinking, and he's my minister. And I always wondered if it would work. Well, about 10 years into speaking, a woman comes up and says, you know, I heard you at Metropolitan Insurance, and I never heard anyone say that you ought to read self-help action books. And I read all those books, and I just want you to know that I'm worth over $100 million now. I'm not in the insurance business, but I really read all those books, and they really work. Ladies and gentlemen, when you all you got is your thinking. Mind is all. So when you transform your mind and have a made up mind, your life transforms. It's top down, inside out. And so if I've over answered your question, I apologize, but you're on a topic I love. I want look, if you could look at my library here, there's like 50,000 books that I've bought or been given. And a lot of them are highlighted and underlined and circled. And I say, I'm going to do this, 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 this. And it inspires you to go to the next level. And I'm going to ask one other thing, and that is read biographies and autobiographies, because everybody overcame something, right? And all of us had the same problems. And so if somebody else overcame it, when you read it, you'll say, oh, wait a second. You know, Frank Perdue at Purdue Chicken went over, under, around, and through and got to the other side and built the biggest chicken company in the world. And his wife, he's deceased, but, you know, she's 80. And I think you had her on. Didn't you have Mitzi on?
Yes.
Yeah. So Mitzi Perdue and I, you know, we talk like an hour a day. I mean, she was a superstar, graduated head of her class at Harvard and before you were born, and a long time before you were born. And she was Henry Kissinger's best student. So, but then she went on to become a doctor of science, and just amazing, sociable, wonderful woman. And it just, every one of us can grow and expand and learn more. That's the fun thing. And your mind is here for 2 reasons: to create and contribute.
Create and contribute. And as you're watching or listening, I mean, you just get a snapshot, a glimpse, and a glimmer inside the wisdom and wealth of knowledge that Mark can share with you. And it starts with reading autobiographies, reading biographies, as well as this top-down, inside-out process, this method, this strategy, and applying it. Self-help action books. What would happen for you if you can get the wisdom, I mean, for example, any number of Mark's books, you've got a collective wisdom of at least 10,000 hours of his success, what worked, what didn't work, all collapsed down, and you can read in a couple hours. Like, what would that be worth to you? And then if you want to go deeper, you know, Mark, and he's got all kinds of different programs and courses and potentially mentorship available to help be a guide by your side one way or another. Now, speaking of mentorship, Mark, I know for both of us, we've been big investors into our bigger futures, and, you know, from coaching to consultant and hiring specialists and all these different sorts of things. I believe I have an idea, but I want our audience to hear from you, your version of some of the mentors or coaches that have been your favorites or that you'd recommend. Who are a couple?
First of all, I love the question. There's nobody great that isn't a mentee to a mentor. It doesn't exist in my experience. Socrates trained Plato. Plato trains Aristotle. Aristotle trains Alexander the Great. And Alexander the Great thought he had conquered the world because, unfortunately, Aristotle had given him the wrong map. He said the world ends in Egypt because there's this thing called the desert. It's called the Sahara, right? And if that's all you'd heard about by camel and nobody had crossed it, you'd say, well, guess that's the end of the world. Whoops, we're done. You know, so he was done when he hit Alexandria. And by the way, I'm not making fun or picking on him, but look, he didn't know the world was round. It looked flat. I mean, Columbus thought he followed. So my life, my parents were illiterate immigrants. I had reading disabilities. Luckily, a little white-haired lady took me to remedial reading and got me to learn how to read. And obviously then at 16, I had a great and inspiring English teacher that opened up the world of books, and I've gotten addicted ever since. In university, I'm going to be a doctor of physiology, and the head of physiology wrote the top book, Dr. Alfred Richardson. And one day I'm in Alfred's graduate school and then at his office working with him. And he said, today you got to hear the other guy that runs NASA. The senior advisor is my best friend and smartest guy on the planet right now is Buckminster Fuller. And he said, you're going to go hear him. And I go hear Dr. Fuller, there's 5,000 kids and we're in the front row, and Bucky says, we're going to talk about synergetic energetic geometry, cosmogony, epistemology. I thought, damn, I got a 4-point right now. I didn't always, I almost failed out of school, but I got my butt together, studied hard, and graduated, you know, but I thought I was smart, right? Sophomore means you know everything. And I thought I knew everything. Now this guy really, he said, back to your first line today, Bucky's line was, he was an admiral in 1917. He was born in 1895. He was trained in Britain. But he said, look, let's go from world weaponry to world livingry. How do we make the world work for 100% of humanity, physically and economically successful? With technology, we have fundamental abundance. And he was a visionary futurist, of course, and all that. 15 doctorates at Harvard, including a crazy doctorate called the Charles Eliot Norton Professor of Poetry, because he created ventilated prose. And Eliot, Ezra Pound, who was our top American poet at the time, said, Bucky's the smartest poet ever. And I learned how to do that. And obviously that's why I can pontificate and stand on my platform. Anyhow, I got with Bucky, and it's to make the world work. And I wrote my 100-year goals because of him. And one of the goals was, how do we take trash to cash? And I'm part of a company called QCI as an advisor that we can take all glass, all metal, all plastic, all the garbage dumps, 10,000 of which are full, and turn them back into energy for America. And then we'll have plenty of resources, plenty of money, and it'll be unstoppable. And then I own a company called Natural Power Concepts. I'd love everybody to go watch our videos at naturalpowerconceptsplural.com. The most brilliant living Leonardo da Vinci of our time is he's a top surrealist artist, John Petrie, a fine artist. And if you look at his stuff, you'll go, wow, is that guy cool? Anyhow, I got a lot of his artwork in my home, of course, and he and I are best friends. But Chris and I put in millions of dollars 12 years ago, and it's been frozen. Now, capital is called frozen asset, and I never wanted to freeze my asset. I wanted to keep my assets moving, as every good entrepreneur does, who takes a problem, fixes it, scales it, makes a vast profit, is how I define that. Anyhow, I inspired by Bucky, this guy had pop-up windmills, urban wind, and wind balances solar. Solar is good 8 to 8 during the day, and wind starts at 6 p.m. and goes to 6 a.m. And so we get these pop-up windmills that come down during hurricanes and storms. And we just got a $76 million contract. So, you know, I've waited 10 years, but now the thing is suddenly going, because everything has a gestation rate, right? A chicky egg is 22 days to hatch, and a human embryo is 9 months, elephant 2 years. One's not better than the other, but like it says in Ecclesiastic, there's for all things there's a season, and for a season there's all things. So the point is, Bucky Fuller was my mentor. Then when I went bankrupt trying to be Bucky in New York, building Wall Street Racquet Club, Botanical Gardens, aviaries, and all that stuff, 6 months I'm sleeping in front of another guy's room, and I learned how to speak and write. But then I got with Cabot Robert, the dean of speakers, the guy who created the industry you and I are in. And Cabot, God bless him, had the first tape called "You're Either the Creature, Circumstance, or the Creator." And I'd sold my way through college. Somebody gave me one. I was too cocky, sophomoric, and never listened to it. But now I'm bankrupt, and I listened to it, and that got me on self-help. But what he did is he went to the Rotary Club International with 15,000 people in a brand new thing called a Sony tape recorder. They're about this big, if you may remember, and a tape. And he said, here's the tape for $10, and here's a Sony for $30. 15,000 out of 15,000 bought it. Cabot said for the next 3 days, man, I could not sleep. He says, I didn't know what I said or what I did, but everybody bought one and we're shipping them out. And he said, it just changed my life. And then he taught Zig Ziglar how to sell from a platform, and me. And a lot of people abuse Cabot, saying, you're wrecking the business. We get, $1,000 and we talk for General Motors to sell Cadillacs. We sell 3 Cadillacs in every audience of 1,000 people because we go and talk. And they're really nice guys, but they're misplaced, because back to your question, you got to go over the same idea again and again. And if you listen to an audio, whether it's mine or yours or Cabot's or Zig or Paul Harvey, I don't care whose, or any of the great podcasters on, there's a ton of them, thank God. And more we need is it, and some of the people here are podcasters, I'm sure, and maybe you and I'll be on their podcast someday, but you hear it and your mind goes with an idea. And then the next time you listen to it, says, that wasn't on that tape. Heck yeah, it was. You weren't there. You were, woo,
Yes.
And I'm addicted. I mean, if you get in any one of my multiple audio automobiles, there's audio CDs in there, and we're forever listening when I'm exercising or training or hiking, or, I hike all the mountains in the world, like I've done Whitney and Machu Picchu and Kili and Fuji and everything. So, and I love it. So you're supposed to have a good life, but you can only have a really fulfilled life if you have a fulfilled mind. I've never said that before, but that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes. Fulfilled life.
You got to have a fulfilled mind. I'm going to write it down when I get done with this too. I'll remember that.
So if you want a fulfilled life, you've got to have a fulfilled mind. And what's a simple way to do that? Is top down, inside out.
Yeah.
Readers are leaders. Learn from other successes. And if some of what Mark has been sharing with you just sparks your interest even a little bit, if not like ignites your interest a lot and sparks a fire, but I want to encourage you to go check out what Mark has available. Mark, you've got all kinds of resources. Where can people connect with you and learn more?
I would love you to come to my website, markvictorhansen.com. And we got a free book there called How to Be Up and Down Times, which I thought I had in a pile in front of me, but I don't. But so we got one free great resource that I did with Mitzi Perdue, and it's a fun, wonderful, uplifting book that will take you to new heights of success. And it shows from 2020 to 2030 where we're going to do not 5 billion, but 5 trillion. That's spelled with a T. And we all know 1,000, thousands, a million, 1,000, millions, a billion, 1,000, billions, a trillion. That's a lot of money. And you only got to be a little piece of it, right? A little paperclip of it, and you're going to make all the money you could ever spend. And then we want you to learn all you can, like you and I have been saying. Then you want to earn all you can so you can return all you can. That's the triangle: learn, earn, and return.
So if you want to learn more, earn more, and return more, you want to have a bigger impact, a bigger reach, make a bigger contribution, I want to encourage you, go to markvictorhansen.com, markvictorhansen.com. We'll have the links and resources in the notes. You can come back to this full segment and session at growthtofreedom.com/300. That's growthtofreedom.com/300. If you never want to miss an episode, go to growthtofreedom.com/subscribe. Go to markvictorhansen.com right now. Get How to Be Up in Down Times. Ideally, that's not just going to spark, that's going to ignite a fire in your butt to realize that there's a $1 trillion opportunity and you just need to get a small piece of it. And what if, like, you could just get a fraction of a fraction of a fraction with that type of momentum, that type of growth between 2020 and 2030? What would it do for you? What would it do for you if you had the ability to think bigger, to solve problems, to make the world work for 100% of humanity? Is that something you could get excited about? Well, guess what? You're getting a chance to work with one of the greatest leaders I know of in history, and a living legend. And I hope you'll take advantage of going to check out what Mark's got available. Go to markvictorhansen.com. That's markvictorhansen.com. What are 1 to 3 action steps you hope our audience would take from our time, Mark?
Number one, please decide to be a lifelong reader and learner. Number 2, figure out what it is that you want, put it in writing. And then I've got another book that just came out called Visualizing is Realizing, and there's also audios with it and all that. But you got to see it before you can have it. And that sounds like gobbledygook, but that the Bible teaches that you got to be there before you get there. I prayed as though the thing for which I'm praying has been received, and ye shall have it. It sounds crazy, but you saw yourself as a big success selling your company for a lot of money, which you did. And I won't go into the numbers and that. I saw the same thing, that I was going to be the world's best-selling author. And I don't know if you can see it here, but I just became a couple days ago. Can you see this thing? I became
congratulations.
So yeah, isn't it cool?
Yes.
Murano blown glass. So that's a pretty expensive little gift they gave me. And you can't even go to meetings anymore and talk. So I had to do it virtually in front of so, which breaks my heart, because you and I love performing. I think I talk for you there, and a lot of the people listening. And then number 3, those of you who haven't decided to speak and write, decide you're going to do it. Not, you say, well, I'm an introvert, and you don't know how scary that is, and I can't lead a group in silent prayer. It doesn't matter. You don't have to believe you can. All you got to believe is that Dan and I believe you can, and then you can. And
that's right.
Vince Appeal, my minister in New York when he was alive, said his title of his talk, We Travel Around the World Talking, and he said, you can if you think you can. And he'd punch out of his little robes, and he was great. But you can if you can. And I think you can. Dan thinks you can. And that's why you're listening, because you know there's more in you. And it's this meeting with not only Dan, but with all the people he's bringing together are all friends of mine. I'm thankful and honored to say. And, we've met each other during my years together, and they're here to expand you, to improve you, because the road to self-improvement is always under construction. There's no such thing. I've now got a degree. Get out of here. By the way, there's so much to know, so much to do, so many places to go, and we're going to open up, the world to see the world and meet all these fabulous people that are there. You're going to be more interesting because you're going to be well read, well said, well listened to, and watch great inspiring videos, and your mind is just going to expand, and your life's going to unfold, and it's going to become smooth, beautiful, and perfect your way.
So there you have it. He's Mark Victor Hansen. Go to markvictorhansen.com. Ask yourself, what would your life be like if you could be well read? You could be a lifelong learner. You could get what you want. You would have the ability to truly own what you want because you saw what you want or who you became, as Mark's been teaching for decades. You got to be to do to have, and apply speaking and writing. If an introvert who grew up in the inner city of Detroit, who was told by the first person he ever worked for that I would never amount to anything because I had these crooked teeth, could go out and start speaking and growing and having like all this and have these kind of relationships with people like Mark, who, a decade or 20 some years ago, I looked at, oh my gosh, that now we get to have conversations and text message and talk about ideas and how we can help each other and collaborate and do something like this to bring value to the world. What could you do? What could you do? Right? Go check out markvictorhansen.com. Go get the book, How to Be Up and Down Times. Share it with someone you love. Share it with a founder. Get Ask, the book Ask, and all the resources that Mark makes available. Take action. Seize the day. Make it a great week, and we'll see you on another segment of growthtofreedom.com. Thanks for watching. Mark, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for listening to this episode of growthtofreedom.com. Are you struggling to get a steady flow of new clients every day, or maybe hit a plateau or hit a wall in growing your business? Well, let's help you solve this problem today. Let's review your business and have a conversation. You can do that for free today at breakthroughstrategycall.com. That's breakthroughstrategycall.com. In addition, if you're looking for a simple way to implement some of what we've been talking about in today's episode, then I want to encourage you to get our free small business toolkit. You can get that at activate.breakthrough3x.com. That's activate.breakthrough3x.com. If you'd like access to the special resources and all the show notes for this special episode, make sure to visit growthtofreedom.com.